Hello and welcome to the heart of Cumbria here at Rowrah for round 4 of the Kart Championship, and my name is Jake Peach. It is great to be back with you here after a little bit of time between our last round at Whilton Mill. We are flying through this Kart Championship season, and it is great to be back at one of the best kart circuits in the whole of the UK, and nestled in towards the northwest of the country in a village called Rowrah. It's been here since the 60s, and it has provided a challenge for drivers over many years, and that is going to be the same today for our drivers around the 12 turns, the just over 1,000 metres or so of track distance we have around here to go around in a clockwise direction, and plenty of points up for grabs once again in our 8 classes of junior Rotax. We'll have our obviously Micromaxes, our Mighties in their cadets and Bambinos, junior Primo, Intermax, and of course our senior Rotax and Bambinos all along the way as well. And it's going to be an interesting one today, as you... Well, they're not as hot as they were the last couple of days. We arrived here and it has been a changing of the seasons, that is for sure. They can see Parc Ferme and the dummy grid, all of our drivers getting ready. The first race that's going to be out today is our junior Rotax runners. But most importantly, a welcome to all of you watching wherever you are, maybe around the world, across the UK, tuning in, supporting your favourite drivers, whether it's family, friends, or you're just actually interested in grassroots karting. You've come across the Kart Championship for the very first time, and you're just intrigued to see what motorsport is like at this level. This is what it's all about. The Kart Championship has been going round the country all of this season, and we have arrived and stopped in Cumbria for this one. Yeah, so the track conditions, very wet to start off things. There's been a consistent drizzle of rain across the whole circuit this morning, which has made it, well, less than desirable for maybe some of our drivers. Although some drivers I spoke to in the paddock yesterday as they were going through qualifying, they very much liked the fact that there was going to be some wet running on in-store and on show for, well, what it seems like, at least the first half of this Sunday. We'll see how the weather changes over the course of the day, but it's looking like it's going to remain overcast. There could be a lot of standing water still sticking around for all of our drivers. You can see the suit covers, plenty of them out to make sure our drivers are keeping obviously dry in the wake and the spray of our drivers. You can see though around here in our 12 turns, particularly into the third sector of the lap on Sunny Bend, coming before Paddock Bend into the final corners, there's a bit of standing water out onto that right hand side. They use all the track in the middle of your screen here out to the right hand side and maximise their lap time. And it's not looking likely maybe they're going to want to take that line, because that standing water might not treat their kart too kindly for stability, but of course want to keep the tyres pretty cool under these conditions as well. And of course no one's going to try slicks in this one. All wets going on. Our junior Rotax runners got the first race going on very shortly. Might be pretty wet and miserable out there to what you're seeing right now, but still plenty of spectators getting ready for this one and watching action get underway. Yesterday, hard fought as always. Some drivers here for the very first time at Rowrah haven't been here before, so a challenge with a mammoth mountain to climb to try and conquer at this circuit. Trying to get a really nice balance between this first turn here. You can see we're kind of up in the couple of hairpins here with our camera point, and then further down, one level down, you've got a big run and braking point into turn 1 into the chicane, known as kind of like a mini Eau Rouge here at Rowrah, as is sort of the profile of both of the corners. But you can actually stick the accelerator down a lot more than you'd realise. I was speaking to Harrison Crowther, who is leading the championship in senior Rotax yesterday in the paddock. He was telling me as you come up into here, there's less braking than you think that you need, because you need the senior Rotax machine to get over that hill and crest, which looks a lot steeper than you can see on your camera point here at the moment. So plenty to consider round Rowrah, and I'm sure our drivers have got plenty under their belt, as much experience as they can maybe on the sim before they've arrived here. Plenty of practice in the first couple of days and in qualifying and in the initial heats yesterday, getting a feel for the circuit. However, what all they've learned on the dry conditions will go completely out the window now. And I'm sure plenty of strategizing, talks in the awnings of the respective teams, in the privateer awnings, doing a bit of racing line coaching, reminding where the optimum lines are around here. So lots in store, lots to consider for our action today. And look, you are always welcome to get involved on our Alpha Live YouTube stream. You can comment on the chat we've got going. Tell me who you're supporting. Tell me who you are rooting for the most. And of course, we'll give you a shout out on the live stream. Make sure you're there supporting all our drivers today. But here come our junior Rotax runners for the first race. All of our super heats into today, super heat 1 and super heats 2 for our classes. Obviously, junior Rotax have got a bit more super heats because of our groups, as is the breadth of the field. So many runners in our junior Rotax field. 8 minutes plus 1 lap for all of our races. And look at the amount of standing water for all of our drivers out there as they come down into the hairpin. It is looking absolutely sodden and soaking out there at the moment. Trying to get a feel for the conditions as they are finding their way out. They can see so much standing water down there out on the track. But wanting to pick up a bit of that actually as we go through here. So the drivers coming round, getting ready to get underway. Zach Turner leading us off pole for this one. Rapini and Wolfit in first, second and third. And I think we are underway. It was a false start. False start, so our drivers will be going round again from what I can see. And they'll get another opportunity to get a bit more heat into their tyres and get a feel for conditions. Yellow flag. Although I'm pretty sure we are underway racing. We are go. I wasn't sure if there was a false start. Just maybe like a yellow flag will start. Oh no, we are seeing the false flag, chevron flag. So the false start flags out for our drivers. They are getting another opportunity to get round on the formation. Carly Turner can see you rooting for Zach Turner in the junior Rotax. Great performance from him yesterday, showing that he is an incredibly adaptable driver in a very, very competitive junior Rotax grid. So good luck once again to Zach Turner in junior Rotax and all the Coles Racing team. Graham Amart says, I'm excited to watch the finals today. You are more than welcome to it. Make sure you leave in your comments throughout today. And get excited for all of the action we've got. So we've got groups A versus B, which probably means absolutely nothing to you. But there's just the first 2 groups of junior Rotax drivers out there at the moment. You can see at the front there at the start. Our drivers getting ready to go racing here for the first time this weekend at Rowrah, and gingerly into turn 1. Zach Turner is not running his usual green helmet onto a brand new helmet today for the wet conditions. He's in the white helmet and the black suit to be better for these wet conditions. Got a spinner in the background. I think that was Jackson Lane for Kiddix UK, who was starting their 4th, but I don't think it's going to remain the same for very long. They've got to be so careful into Airedales, into that first hairpin as they find their way round Rowrah for the very first time in racing conditions, and all trying to find the wet racing line. But Zach Turner leads ahead of usual suspects as well. Ryan Rapini. Oh, who's that going slow? I can see that's Maximilian Braskov. He was up there in the top 10, starting 7th, and now he's going to drop all the way down the order. They come across the line for the first time, officially tripping the timing boards. Zach Turner, followed by Charlie Wolfit in P2 now. Ryan Rapini in 3rd on the podium. Kevin Ivanov, what a great start. Oh, and a spinner right in front of our camera position there. That is not the start that that driver wanted. And hopefully we'll get going again pretty soon. That was Nathaniel Gray in the 213. Is now down to 13th, trying to find his way through. He goes so careful into this hairpin. And a chicane. Oh, and another tag round there. It's all going on in this race. They're really trying to find their way with all of these conditions. And as you get into this section of the track, as we just touch into sector 3, after we go through St John's, there's so much standing water out on the curbs, but you obviously want to be taking a wider, maybe tighter line to start with, and then going out wider. In other parts of the track, you want to be going wider and then banking into the apex. And where the grip is out there at the moment, where the marbles have been left over the weekend, is where you want to be in the wet racing lines. You can probably have to contend with this for quite a while, but Zach Turner, quick in the dry, also very quick in the wet, setting the fastest lap of the race at the moment. They're doing a 58.1 for pace around here at the moment, and some of the pole times in senior Rotax and juniors was in the 45s. Trying to get it slowed down the best that they could there, but nothing doing for Zach Jennings in the X-Car. We spoke to Zach's dad, Andy, who's been helping him out, mechanicking through this Kart Championship season. He'll see him on the paddock show, getting into what it's been like to be in the Kart Championship in 2026. Lovely shot of some of our young drivers supporting our other classes, even though the weather is not desirable out there at the moment. But it looks like the weather is clearing up a little bit, actually, from the interesting sort of microclimates we have here in the Cumbrian valleys. Kind of brings rain every now and then, drizzles here and there. And it's looking like it's going to clear up out of our commentary position anyway this weekend. So a little bit of respite, possibly then, sooner than we thought going into this weekend. But that is such an easy breaking point to get wrong here at Rowrah. Into the first hairpin, into Airedales. If you get into those wood chips, it is not where you want to be, and you're going to have a hard time trying to keep momentum. You can't to keep it out of the wall. But here is Zach Turner with 4 minutes and 1 lap on the clock. He's built a 1.6 second gap over Charlie Wolfett. Both of these drivers, even the top three, been doing some great performances in PF Club Championship at PF International for TVKC this season as well. All been thereabouts, always batting each other. But Kevin Ivanov, at the moment, fantastic start to his weekend. He has been finding his way as a privateer in this Kart Championship field through the first few races. It's been a bit unfortunate actually in some of the midfield scrapes in Whilton Mill maybe, and also in the first round of Warden Law, and getting to grips with the grids. But here he is, thriving in these conditions. He might be 5.4 seconds gap, but as is the spread in wet weather conditions, they will spread out a bit more on. See if that was kind of a bit more of a racing incident rather than a tag round for two of our drivers into that hairpin, but there's absolutely no catching it on, trying to take avoiding action, going around the outside. Ellie Steely avoiding Harrison Bishop, trying to take to the escape road. Into the third sector. It is absolute carnage here in the first race of the day at the Kart Championship. And you've got to have so much kart control. Prioritise the stability underneath you around these just 1,000 metres or so of this Rowrah circuit. And look at the braking you can see on board there. I was just watching Leighton Kelly in the background, who was coming into that turn, braking sideways, trying to catch the kart. You can see it again, taking the wide line, and some drivers being opportunistic to take the dive bomb option up the inside. But brilliant car control from Leighton Kelly, you can see on screen there, just coming towards the end into this hairpin right now on your screen. Oh, catching onto the grass. Harrison Bishop, he's spun again, trying to find his way around. Another spinner there in the background, trying to make out who that was. Was that possibly Arthur Murfitt? Not too sure. That's a brave move, and Harrison Bishop trying to recover up the inside. Who's he batting with at the moment? That on your screen, Toby Farthing ahead of him now. So that is down in P15. Harrison Bishop falling down this race, been a bit unlucky and unfortunate with some tags at the start, but he's trying to recover up the inside into the chicane. the off-camber profile of that part of the track, trying to clip as much of these curbs as you can, but maybe in the wet you want to get onto these curbs. There's more stability there than you would have in the dry. And a minute 30 on the clock, 3 wide through into Airedales here, into turn 3 and 4. Trying to hang it round the outside there. Nice attempted move from Jamie Riches. Trying to go around the outside of Jackson Lane, down in 15th place in the mid-pack as well at the moment. How's Zach Turner's gap at the front? He's extended the gap, well, I was about to say by 3 tenths, but the timing line's just stripped. He's extended that gap considerably. It was 1.6 seconds. It is now 2.8, nearly 2.9 seconds ahead of Charlie Wolfett in P2. A master of all conditions is Zach Turner in this first swooping today. He's laying down the marker. It's been something of a season with interesting momentum, swaying in the races. He's been hampered by some penalties, got caught in some of the on-track action. He was at Whilton Mill last round, fighting his way through up a lot of the repostages because of finding himself in lower positions. But here has got it together, has put in a very disciplined performance so far, and we know that he can do it. The spin round there again for one of our drivers into the Stuart S's. Very technical all round here. The Stuart S's are going to be very intriguing in this wet weather running, I feel like, for the next at least couple of hours whilst the track dries out and we start to get some blue skies overhead here in Cumbria. But the clock has struck 0. We are on our penultimate lap, at least for Zach Turner anyway. On your screen right now, we are down towards P9. Zach Waddle on your screen, the 245 at the back there, chasing after Leighton Kelly, who's got a 5-second penalty to serve, maybe for track limits, not too sure what that was given out for. And also Jack Bowie, the 269 in P11, also finding his way through. But look how wide Leighton Kelly went there. Looked like he'd lost the position to Zach Waddle on the inside, and as is the better grip on the outside, where the dirty stuff and the marbles is in the dry. Found plenty of traction in that zone and sailed on back through again. We are on our final lap. Zach Turner has got a comfortable margin of 2.8 seconds. All he got to do is just concentrate, bring it home. Plenty of points still up for grabs out there right now, though. On your screen, Finley Smith having a battle with Cooper Campbell-Lees down in for P6 and P7. And Finley Smith staying ahead at the moment, but Campbell-Lees putting all the pressure on here for P6. Look over the shoulder from Finley in that KR Sport livery, drifting it round Airedales. What car control again we're seeing here on display. Some of the best drivers that you'll find in the UK competing here in the Kart Championship. But here is our race leader. He has controlled this race from start to finish. The first Soupy of the day, a comfortable win for Zach Turner, who used a bit of the gap he had ahead of him there at the start of that one, from 2.8 down with a 2.43 gap. Back to Charlie Wolfett in second, racing as a privateer here this weekend and throughout the Kart Championship. Very impressive display to be up there in second, with Rapini a little bit of a gap back, 8.2 seconds. Couldn't quite grasp the conditions as well as our first two runners. Rapini, Ivanov, Fletcher Jameson, Finley Smith. Confirmation of our provisional results there. Cooper Campbell-Lees, Leighton Kelly will fall down the order because of that 5-second penalty he picked up in that race. Zach Waddle and Ellis Dealey round off your top 10. That's to Jack Bowie, Toby Farthing. Harrison Bishop recovering to P13 in that one, having started a lot higher up in P8. So recovering all to P13. He was down in P15 there, but recovering back through that race. And then Jake Walker in 14th. Jamie Riches, Zach Jennings in P16. And got tagged round during that race, recovering once again. Lane, Douthwaite, Barton, Isaac Jameson, Welsford, Gray, Murfitt, Noah Stamp, Clark, Waddle, Hartley and Aston Brown to P27. And then your final runners, Jasper Oakes, James Tate, George Ralston and Maximilian Braskov. We know that James Tate is quicker and better than that. He's been performing very well in the Trent Valley Kart Club Championship that I've had the pleasure of watching so far in 2026. Well, there you go. That was a fun first race. We've done a lot of favours to clear the water for our other junior Rotax runners, but here at Rowrah they come through up the hill, wait to get into Parc Fermé. And from our first junior Rotax race then, whilst our drivers coming from our A and B groups, let's get on to our next superheat of the day. And after our first runners have gone round here at Rowrah, you can start to feel the exhaust fumes fill the air of Rowrah, and the smell of karting probably the most within many, many, many miles of where we find ourselves in this part of the United Kingdom. But plenty of a challenge still to come for all of our drivers. Super Heat 2, this is how the grid is shaping up for you. Charlie Very is on pole next to a very formidable Ewan House. Teddy Cooper as well up there in P3, and Thomas Jackson on the second row of the grid as well. Jake Anders, I was chatting to the family Jake Anders yesterday on the Paddock Show. You'll see some of that later. Blair Smith also on row 3. Karthik Kumeta back for the Kart Championship in Junior Rotax for this weekend. Great to have him brand new for this race. Noah Moulton, you can see back in P8 as well. Adam Churchek, Laurie McVeigh, JJ Plowman and Isabella Stansmore Wilson, hoping to put some of her bad fortunes in the last 3 rounds to one side here at Rowrah today. Larry Price, Alfie Forrester, Shay Hilton getting loads of love on our live chat on Alpha Live as well, starting on row 8 in P15. Elijah Hazelwood, Matt Scott and Sam Flynn for the Kiddix UK team down in P18. Samuel Yeadon, Lewis Gilbert, followed by Noah Clare, Thomas Butcher, Charlie Quinn and Alexander Lazecki down to P24. And Harry Ward, Cameron Tipping, looking like he was in good spirits in the paddock yesterday when I was going around doing the paddock show. Louis Brown, Callum Gardner, Alex Roach, Clark Naylor in P30 for our packed junior Rotax grid that spares no driver here. So this is going to be interesting to see how the track conditions are going to evolve. Obviously the track will be feeling pretty green with all the rain down, and they'll start to lay down more grip. These wet tyres obviously have more grooves in them to clear the standing water, give them a bit more grip around these 12 turns here at Rowrah. What do you make of that first race then? Is it what you expected? Was it more chaotic than you thought? Let's see. Layla Bell says, good luck to Noah Moulton. Leia, fellow racer in our Kart Championship and UK series. And here is then Charlie Very. Oh, trying to find a way. Oh, who spun? Teddy Cooper's spun round. Is he going to find his way back to where he's starting in this one? I'm not too sure. If hopefully he's going to get back there in time. Looks like everyone has found their way. Don't think he's got quite to the front though. So Teddy Cooper's going to be starting a bit further down than he would have liked. He's down there at the moment. Looks like almost on row 4 of the grid, down to P8. So as we go racing, Charlie Very is going to hopefully lead us across the line for his sake. And he does, holds position into the first turn ahead of Ewan House, tripping the timelines, using as much grass as they dare on the outside there. Very smoky kart coming down into the first hairpin and a spin round for Karthik Kumeta here at the Kart Championship for the first time, and not the way he'd want to be starting his campaign here at Rowrah today for the Super Heats and into the finals. Charlie Very going defensive though, because he's got company behind from Ewan House, who's also got a different helmet on into the wet conditions. Normally got that signature Scottish flag with the orange on top, but using a different helmet in the wet conditions, doesn't want to ruin the other one. Different visors attached to be adjustable for the wet weather conditions. Taking a lot of curb as they go through St John's in this particular race. Trying to find grip at all stages round Rowrah. And they come across the line then for the first time. It's Very, led by Thomas Jackson, who has got up into second ahead of Ewan House. So he's fallen down. Blair Smith has gone up 2 places from the start as well. Teddy Cooper has found his way back up to 5th, having started in the formation of the tram lines down to P8, having a spin on the first lap, preparing his car in Paddock Bend. Moved down the inside there, trying his best, Laurent McVeigh to hold it, but a better overall racing line from Adam Churchek, who retakes the place to hold on to P6. And Thomas Jackson is into the lead as well, seeing a move down there through the couple of hairpins, so using those straights to good effect and hooking it up on the inside. Charlie Very then dropping down to 2nd. The ST Racing Awning really impressed with Charlie's racing this year, particularly in other club championships as well. And Thomas Jackson getting into this one, finding his way and feeling his way around. Looks like he's got a very good feel for it out there, though, this weekend at the moment. And taking a different line to Charlie Very behind, hugging the apex, because he probably could afford to. Didn't have to worry defending behind too much. Look at them trying to lean on the outside tyre to try and hook their axle round the corner in these conditions, using all of the steering lock you can as much as possible, rather than sort of just letting it blend and fall into the corner a little bit more. And everyone's still kind of being very cautious, find their way around here. Ewan House got ahead of Charlie Very, that's for 2nd, so full Coles Racing up onto the inside. Charlie Very's going to try and fight it back, and he does. Found some traction on the inside curb, and brake as late as you dare. Get a tank slapper of the rear axle. Obviously rear braking completely on our go-karts. No front brakes as you might have obviously in other vehicles or in car racing. Only brakes at the rear. Got to control the rear as much as you can. You and House have now fallen back down. And Ewan House in 4th because Blair Smith has got ahead of him. So it's Jackson, Very and Blair Smith, with Ewan House down into 4th with 4 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock. And Ewan be frustrated by this point. I mean, I'm not too sure how much he likes the... Oh, wet conditions, get it all out of shape there was Charlie Very. Doesn't want to be getting on the grass too much. Finding himself there. You can see our race director in the middle of the circuit as well, the clerk of the course for this weekend of Drew Hornsey. He's taken over the baton from Dan Ashton, who's got commitments in Europe. Obviously wish Dan all the best with the rest of the 2026 season. He's done a valiant job in the first 3 rounds, and Drew is taking the mantle to try and keep all of our drivers safe and make sure they're behaving out there, all the racing standards this weekend. So that's why you might be seeing a new figure in the centre of the circuit, keeping an eye on proceedings through the Stuart S's over the curbs, taking plenty of curb, as I said before, in the wet conditions. There's plenty of grip for them out there at the moment compared to the dry conditions, and using still all the runoff. They use that runoff in the dry conditions to try and obviously straight line and use as much of the track as they can to maximise their lap time. It's being allowed obviously by race control, the stewards, all drivers allowed to do it here at Rowrah. Maximise their time difference. Thomas Jackson then setting the pace out front. He's only a handful of drivers, only 1 of 2 drivers into the 58s in our wet running at the moment. The fastest lap of the race, Karthik Kometa trying to recover. Down in P8 at the moment. And the next fastest lap is our front runner, only a 1/10.5 slower of Thomas Jackson with that A plate out front. But here's a battle for 2nd, it's shaping up. Thomas Jackson's sort of going into the distance a little bit here as 2nd and 3rd try to battle between their own doings. Charlie Very and Blair Smith. There is Very on your screen. And Charlie, his performances so far this year in the club championship at Trent Valley has been performing really well. In TKC, in the Kart Championship, it has been sort of a steady progression for Charlie Very. P13, a penalty that penalised him in the first round at Warden Law. P9 last time out at in the second round of PF International. Last time out of Whilton Mill, P7. So he's gone, 13th, 9th, P7 in the finals. That is at the end of his weekend. Finds himself here in second to take as many points and try and get through to our finals later on for Junior Road Tax of our busiest grid here at the Kart Championship at Rowrah, and always across the country. It is with so much talent in this age category. Our Junior Road Tax runners running on their chassis with a minute left on the clock for our Junior Road Tax runners. Our class for the 12 to 16 year olds, minimum combined weight of 145 kilos, and Senior Road Tax goes up to 162, so there's a little bit of a jump there. And it'll be 15 years jumping into Senior Road Tax. But here in Junior Road Tax, plenty of talent in all of our age ranges and abilities out there. So here we are, not too long left on the clock. Starting to get a lot of focus and concentration in this one. Thomas Jackson is probably going to hold on to this race lead and onto the win. 2.1 seconds ahead of his nearest rival, Vary, behind. But Vary's got to keep his wits about him, doesn't make any mistakes into the final few sectors of this race. And look at there, Jackson mastering the conditions around here. Kart doing what he wants to do. Getting real good grip, it seems, even in these greasy conditions. Coming through Paddock Bend, we're able to put the power down a lot sooner than some of the other drivers here. And I've been noticing actually into the chicane this week, and even in the dry conditions, some drivers are able to keep a lot more flat than others. They will take a lift during the chicane corner, but others have to take a little lift as they reach the crest and they pivot to the left as they've done the right-hander before. But a 2-second gap looks a bit insurmountable for Vary at the moment for Smith. Teddy Cooper setting the fastest lap, recovering from the spin he had on the formation. I think he's found himself, he was starting P8 when he was in the tram lines, and found himself up to P4 now. And setting the pace out there. Can Teddy Cooper jump onto the podium of this superheat in this very final lap? Thomas Jackson takes the final lap board, and he has just over 1,000 metres to get under his belt to take victory here in this superheat. Here's Ewan House down in 5th now. Has tumbled down the order in this one. Not the race he would have wanted, starting in P3. But we're still in the superheats mode, and the conditions can change a lot during the day. If he favours sort of the drier conditions, we could be finding that a bit sooner than we were thinking. We thought the rain was going to come down a lot more this weekend, particularly today until about the lunch break in the first session of the morning. However, we're looking good. We're looking like obviously the rubber's been laid down there. Our driver's going around. It's going to dry the track out and prefer those drivers that want the drier conditions. You can see that dry line forming as well now on the inside there as they just come through Sunny Bend. And to take the checkered flag, Thomas Jackson does a nice little flick across the start-finish line and takes victory here in this superheat in this group. For our Junior Road Tax runners, Charlie Vary will be, I think, pretty impressed and pleased that he got the gap down to 1.6 seconds by the end of that one. Blair Smith 1.9 seconds back in 3rd. Teddy Cooper recovering with the fastest lap pace, 2.3 back in 4th. Ewan House, Laurie McVeigh, Turacek, Kometa and Stansmore Wilson. Impressive display from her, up a few places into the top 10 in P9, and Larry Price rounding off your top 10. So all of our runners across the start-finish line. And down to the rest of our runners, JJ Plowman, Noah Clare, Lewis Gilbert, Noah Moulton. In P14, confirmation of your results on screen there. 25 seconds back to Noah, as is the spread of the field, obviously made worse in wet conditions for all of our drivers there. But Shea Hilton, nice progress through the field there in P15. Matt Scott We caught up with him on the paddock show yesterday as well. Down to 16th, 17th, Samuel Eden, and Elijah Hazelwood, Harry Ward, Alfie Forrester rounding off your top 20 in that one. A 5-second penalty for Cameron Tipping, though, down in P22. Doesn't look like it's going to affect his race too much, but that's all our junior road tax runners for now. They can take a sigh of relief, and we'll go on to our next dual grid race of the day. So you see some of the marshals just clearing up some of the wood chip into Airedales, into the second hairpin, rather, here at Rowrah. And we'll find our first dual grid race of the weekend. Our Micromaxes and Mighty Cadets. They set obviously our Micromaxes off first, and our Mighty Cadets will then follow on behind. So the first grid you'll see is our Micromax runners. Sebastian Crawford starting on pole for this one. Arthur Bowers, followed by Jensen Darlow, who we're also catching up on the paddock show with later on. We'll be happy there. In P3, I think Freddie Baker as well, leading the championship in Micromax at the moment. Jensen Drummond in P5, Benjamin Finley in P6. Logan Edwards, now that's a name we're very excited to see back here in the paddock for the RCE team. He's been out of action in the first few races, has had a successful operation to get him back to good health and back on the grid for this one. Really great to see him in P7. Milo Taylor, P8, straight back to it. Will Hatton, Ralph Ewer in P10, Lucas Seabright and Lani Eden down in P12. And Seth State Mackey, your last runner in the Micromaxes, on pole for our Mighty Cadets, the formidable Ansel Murray, racing in the British Kart Championship and various other ones this year, has got Freddie Diver coming in, Harry Stinson. Usually it's Ansel by Stinson as the trend has followed in this season. You've got Ansel and Freddie Dye, and then Harry Stinson in third, Heath Smith Jr. right below them, followed by Henry Hales and Elliot Hitch. Jacob Amos we also catch up with on the paddock show later. You'll see his dad Ronnie as well. Jack Swong, Arthur Thompson and Frank Pearson further down the order. And then Arthur Bath, Pierce Gauntlet and Emily Christie as our final position on our Mighty Cadets. So of course we'll do our best to keep across all of the action as our dual grids. They're finding themselves in different positions round the circuit at any time. But Freddie Baker starting in third for this one, leading the championship. But Sebastian Crawford starting up near the top as well, has got a win to his name. And, oh, a yellow flag. Who's off there? On the, I think that's right. I think that's in the Mighty Cadets. Junior Wright, yeah, Junior Wright is off for the RCE team on the formation lap. So, not sure he's going to be able to do anything now in this one. But here's our Micromax runners forming for the start of the grid. Our Mighty Cadets will follow on behind in just a moment. Are we going racing and go into the tram lines? And looks like we're happy to go. We are away and racing into turn one, and a sweep round the outside and a retaining of the position for Arthur Bowers into the first one. It looks like our Mighty Cadets though wanting to go round again because some issues. I'm not sure how that's going to work with our Micromax runners. So a false start for our Mighty Cadets. Our Micromaxes, are they still racing? I'm trying to just catch and see if they are going around. It looks like they're in racing conditions, or they're doing a bit of a warming of the tyres. Not too sure if they... Yeah, they are. They're false flagging. So the full grids, both of the grids are a false start. So I was going to say, you can't have one grid going round at full speed and then they'll be on the Mighty Cadets in no time at all going, oh, hang on, what's going on here? So Freddie Baker got a win to his name in the last round, which is why he's top of the Micromax Championship. But Sebastian Crawford, you can see on the left of your screen there, also a win to his name in the first round. Missed out the action at Whilton Mill, so it's great to have Crawford back in the number 8 on the inside. And hopefully we can get going and racing now for both our grids as the challenge is for our marshals to get going. We are away, and this time Sebastian Crawford leads into turn 1 and finds his way over the chicane, over the crest of the hill, down into the first hairpin, into McRae's for the first time, and taking plenty of the apex there. And a spin round for Ralph Ewer in the 23. Going to set his progress back, obviously, the start of this one. The red lights go out for our mighty cadets as well. We're away into this one. And a great start for Freddie Dye out front, who looks like he got ahead of Ansel Murray. So yes, that's Freddie Dye in the lead there. Oh, and he tried to get on the brakes though, and it's just locked on him and spun round. And then equally at the same time, Jacob Amis in the 171 machine got spooked behind, had nowhere to go. Had to whack on the anchors, and another spinner there. Goodness, it's all happening. That's for Elliot. No, is that Elliot Hitch? No, that's not. That's in the other race. That was Milo Taylor. Milo Taylor in the Micromax is spinning around there into the infamous wood chips at Airtails here in the second hairpin of Rowrah. There's nothing you could do. You always need help from the marshals there. You get banked very easily in that part of the circuit. So Milo Taylor at the back of the field here for Micromaxes. He's obviously not involved in the Mighty Cadets. The Mighty Cadets just finding their way around now. Here's the front of the Micromax grid, and a Mighty Cadet there in front of Emily Christie. Hopefully not going to cause too much traffic. Who's gone wide there, spinning off? You can hear the screeches of the tyres. Again, trying to get on the brakes. It is so treacherous out there for all of our drivers at the moment. And who is that out? Just trying to see. That's Arthur Bowers out, who is leading at the front of the race, very close to the start of Sebastian Crawford. Definitely up in the top 3, and just got all of his braking wrong. One tiny mistake here around Rowrah, and it's going to punish you. And it's so punishing for all our drivers. Look at our Mighty Cadets spinning round as well. Frank Pearson, you can see at the front of our screen there. And also Arthur Bath finding their way into the gravel and the wood chips of Airedales, proving so difficult up there. They've got to be so careful onto the brakes. We were jumping on board with our Micromaxes. Here's Lani Eden in P6 right now, with Freddie Baker in P7, and Freddie Baker has tumbled right down the order in this one. Oh, look how slippery it is on the outside. You can see some of the wood chips actually onto the track. Don't want to be touching them if you're trying to make a move round the outside. Freddie Baker making some good progress and trying to recover up to near the front of the field. Here's our Mighty Cadets, and the front of our race at the moment being led by the prolific Ansel Murray, who doesn't need a second invitation as to how to lead a race, whether it's in the Kart Championship, whether it's in other championships across the country. And it's been a fierce battle between Ansel Murray and Harry Stinson. Nothing to choose between them so far this year. And here they find themselves again in first and second. And here we find once again someone else in the gravel, getting themselves going again. And another spin for Arthur Bath. It is not going to be a happy Park Ferme for Arthur once he gets back in the Mighty Cadets. Oh, there's just no grip in his tyres. He's gone off once again. He doesn't understand what is happening with his car. He's not quite feeling at one with his machinery. That's going to bring out a yellow flag in that part of the track. Hopefully racing can still continue onwards. But you see Will Hatton in third there for Micromax, coming round Paddock Bend, finding their way through amongst everyone. Oh, and who's off to the side here? There's another driver out. Emily Christie, that is. Are the wet conditions playing havoc with the all-electric karts here at Rowrah? They shouldn't, to that extent, but hopefully we will be able to learn some of the misfortunes, the reasons why drivers are struggling around here at the moment. That's Henry Hales on your screen right now, who I believe is in that class, sort of sitting in P5, P6 at the moment, ahead of Elliot Hitch. Here's Freddie Baker on your screen. Really cool visor. Love the gold tin. Rocking and rolling around all of these Rowrah returns. Out of Paddock Bend then. That is Jensen Darlow, who's sitting in first place now. Looked like he wasn't anywhere near Sebastian Crawford. I don't know what happened to Crawford and Will Hatton, but Jensen Darlow up into first, and he is another driver like Zach Turner is in Junior Rotax within our Micromax class. Jensen Darlow knows how to win and put a race together in all conditions. He is mastering these greasy conditions we've sort of turned into now here at Rowrah, into, as bravely as he can, into the Stuart S's and through the rest of Sector 2. And weave their way, bring the kart to the left-hand side, back towards the apex of St John's, and now coming into the final sector towards Sunny Bend. A move up the inside there in our Mighty Cadets, now getting a bit caught up with our Micromax runners. Inevitable it was going to be like this in the wet running, and 5 minutes and 1 lap on the clock. Seems like the race has been going on a lot longer than that, but as for our stoppages and neutralisers of the race and our false starts, plenty of time left on the clock still. And Jensen Darlow there trying to pick his way through the traffic of our Mighty Cadets runners, trying to find his way past there. Of the back marker of Lucas Seabright, actually in the same field. So that was another Micromax runner, thinking that he was approaching, looked like, because he was going so slow, looked like he was in the Mighty Cadets, the speed differential, but it was actually a back marker in the Micromax race. So that will do all the world of good and confidence for Jensen Darlow out there now. Has built sort of a 1 second gap, 1.13 seconds out ahead of nearest challenger in Sebastian Crawford. And spinning at the final turn again, Emily Christie, who looks like she did get going again. Looks like she's pulling off to the one side of the race when we last picked her up. Is albeit 3 laps down, but some very valuable track time. Even if you spin round and it's not going to be your superheat in these races, still valuable to stay out there on the circuit and try and grasp as much as you can of how the track conditions are always changing and evolving. It's free testing almost when you get yourself into position there. And someone went wide once again at Airedale's. That is the suspect number 1 at Rowrah this weekend. On your screen right now, Benjamin Finley down in P4 with Jensen Drummond behind. Jensen Drummond so far this season, very consistent P9s in the first couple of rounds. Wasn't at Whilton Mill, but welcomes back here to Rowrah for round 4, and is now sitting in P5 in this one with Freddie Baker trying to charge fast in P6, but a lot of work to do. 12 seconds back to Jensen Darlow. The gap's increased at the front as well. Darlow to Crawford from 1.1 to 1.6 seconds. So Darlow feeling very comfortable out there at the moment. What's race control saying with our penalties? Arthur Boas in the 99, who was at the front of this one, right down towards the back of the grid. A 5-second penalty, always to rub salt in the wounds. On top of that for this one, and a 5-second penalty also for Logan Edwards in the 21. Has seen him fall back to the back of the grid. He is down there actually on track position, down with the likes of Boas towards the back, 4 laps down. A 5-second penalty won't make too much of a difference to that one. Benjamin Finley on your screen there, the 77 then for Craft Motorsport. Solid consistency from Benjamin Finley this season, finishing P8 in every single final at Warden Law, PF International and Whilton Mill. We're going to have the same consistency here this weekend as we come across the line, and the race finished just like that for our Micromax runners then. And what happened to Jensen Darlow? What happened to Darlow? Sebastian Crawford has taken the victory. I completely missed that on our camera points, although that might be incorrect. Might be a transponder issue. So Jensen Darlow, I would have thought, would have taken victory there, but we might be having some issues with our transponders on some of our go-karts out there. So we will confirm those provisional results for you when we get into the other stages of this race. By the way, Harry Stinson, it looks like, has taken victory and taken the checkered flag in the Mighty Cadets as well. And there you see Jensen Darlow has gone to the top of the times ahead of Sebastian Crawford. I was going to say, that would have been so unfortunate for Darlow, having put in such an impressive display in that stage of the race. So Darlow followed by Crawford, Will Hatton, Finley, Jensen Drummond to 5th. A recovery drive from Baker, 13 seconds back in P6. Lonnie Eden in P7. And then Ralph Ewer next in line for the Micromaxes. But top of the Mighty Cadets, Harry Stinson wins the battle of Stinson and Murray in this bout. Ansel Murray sitting there in 2nd. Heath Smith down in 3rd. Nice jump up for him in that race. And Elliot Hitch down in 4th. Milo Taylor further down in the Micromax order there. Having had a couple of spins. Junior Wrights down in 15th as the track finished. Henry Hales, Arthur Thompson, Freddie Dye was the front, wasn't he? And unfortunate again, spins for him in that one. Jack Swong, Jacob Amos, Lucas Seabright, Frank Pearson, Arthur Bath, Emily Christie, and our final Micromax runners towards the back with 5-second penalties to add insult to injury of Logan Edwards and Arthur Bowers. So that's our first dual grid of the day, and if anything is to go by for what we had the racing action at Whilton Mill in our Honda Cadets, we are going to be looking forward to see how it pans out this Sunday, and that's what we're going to be catching right now. So here we are at Rowrah. If you just joined us on Alpha Live and our YouTube channel, thank you so much for watching. It's myself, Jake Beach here, commentating with some mild hay fever to go with it as well. I don't know why. It's like the pollen of Cumbria does not agree with me. Prefers Essex somewhat. But we'll put that to one side. I know lots of the paddock have been suffering with it this weekend. Our Honda Cadets for Super Heat 1 hopefully can keep the hay fever and the pollen out with their helmets down and their visors all in gear. Archie Loveridge leading us away for pole, who's been putting a great performance in here at Rowrah this weekend of a very competitive Honda Cadet field. Archie Cannon has moved over teams this weekend out of the Apollo awning. You'll see Apollo liveries on his kart, but he is going in a different team this weekend, I think with Tim Parrott Motorsport. So different support this weekend, good to see. But Cannon there going off in the front row. The second row, Mason Becker and Delaney. Murfitt followed by Bukocki. Jensen Culler is on row 4 with Ben Bower, Soy Anderson, Marcus Cooper, Bradley Sutton and Alistair Saunders down to row 6. Henry Colborne, Phoebe Shelton, Nathan Grech, Sebastian McCarthy down in P16. Luke Hamill and Alfie Keeling in P18. Reggie Duversey in P19. Jensen Fathers 20th. Freddie Drury down in P21 for the Apollo team as well. Ralph Ryder Birch, Philly Firstfield and Austin Dowell in P24. Oliver Bullock in P25 ahead of Eric Grisbeck, Maximilian Makowski, Tommy Burgoyne, Alfie Love and Edward Charlton. And your final two runners of Jacob Jones and Jensen Drummond. So yeah, if you saw the conclusion with myself and David Sullivan at Whilton Mill of the Honda Cadet race involving the likes of Mason Becker, Bukocki, Archie Cannon, we have a spinner there on our formation lap for Jensen Fathers. It was quite a conclusion at Whilton Mill. But there is an emphasis here this weekend as we have our first standing start, grid start for our Honda Cadets. Remember, different for them compared to our other classes here this weekend. Yeah, we had an almighty end to our final for our Honda Cadets. However, there's been an emphasis on driving standards for the whole paddock, just to remind them that, you know, they're putting each other in danger and they need to be careful how they're going racing and affecting other people's races. It is just racing at the end of the day, but we also want there to be clean racing. There's been an emphasis here this weekend as well. Here at the Kart Championship, we've got Darren Beavers trying his best to keep the driving standards up. We look to the red lights for our Honda Cadets. They rev their engines up, and we are away here at Rowrah. The first time our Honda Cadets are off the line and into the lead and retaining the lead off of pole position. Archie Loveridge ahead of Cannon Becker. How did Becker get off the line? Yeah, looking well. Looked like the front three got away all cleanly and not too much to worry about. And our first time our Honda Cadets are feeling the grip out there, and not much grip for Luke Hamill in the Apollo machine, as he found out spinning into McRae's at hairpin 1, and plenty of spinners into this second hairpin as well. And it's Loveridge followed by Cannon. Can Cannon chuck it up the inside? What a move, finding the grip on the inside, almost chancing his arm a little bit, and it was there for him. Archie Cannon goes to the lead early in this first Honda Cadet Super Heat of the day, ahead of Archie Loveridge now, and Jensen Culler will be wanting to put the pressure on straight away to Loveridge and try and take as much inside line and curb as he can to find the grip. So Cannon jumps Loveridge on this first lap. Becker, Delaney, Sawyer Henderson, Henry Colborne, Phoebe Shelton, Culler, Saunders and Bowers. Your top 10 as they come over the crest of the chicane here at Rowrah. Beautiful shot there showing sort of the undulation that we have here in this old quarry in this part of the United Kingdom. Very unique, built here in the 60s and provided some incredible action over the years, and doing so here in 2026. Race control just seen for our third place man right now of Mason Becker for Project 1 Racing. He's got a 5-second penalty being dished out by the stewards because of the notice he was having before the race started. I don't think he found his grid spot in time, and that's landed in with a 5-second penalty. So at the moment, sitting in P3 as we see a move, an attempt of a move running outside there, Colborne on Sawyer Henderson, but nothing doing. Henderson holding on to P5 there. You can see the pink helmet and the 27 coming through there for MJR Racing. Colborne thinking about a dive up the inside though, had a half look. Might not affect his racing line too much as they come out here in the wet, but want to be careful of this tightly packed grid, because in the wet there could be a chance of a dive on up the inside. Ben Bowes was thinking about it. He does go for it. Up the inside of Jensen Culler. Culler tries to make the switchback. He'll use all of the track available to defend, and Culler will have a much tighter apex going into there now, and great defensive driving from Ben Bowes to hold on to 9th position. So looking at the back, back to Mason Becker, looking at the gap at the moment, 5 seconds is going to drop him down almost to P11, where his teammate Marcus Cooper is at the moment for Project 1 Racing. And is not the race that he was hoping for. Ben Bowers fending off the challenge, I think, from Jensen Culler there. I think Culler jumped Saunders in those last few corners. So we've got 4 minutes 20 on the clock. Bowers trying to make some progress up through the field. There is Sawyer Henderson, but then getting dive bombed up the inside by a fast charging Phoebe Shelton, who's got ahead of Sawyer Henderson now. So Phoebe Shelton up into P6, Sawyer Henderson now in P7, Henry Colborne in P5. So is your race leader picking them up, Archie Cannon, with just around about a second or so's gap now. Fascinating discussion in the Apollo awning yesterday. So I've learned more and more about karting every single race that we have going on. If you're not too familiar to karting, you're still getting to grips with this level of karting, especially of our Honda Cadets. the way they fine-tune the setups on the certain clicks on the camber that they'll use and how they set their ride heights, all so important, so sensitive to the setups, particularly if you're going to have wet running. You want to ride the karts a little bit higher so they've got a lot more stability to work with. Might sacrifice time in the dry conditions, but in the wet, that's what our drivers want, a predictable rear. They can feel it underneath them exactly what their kart is doing. And I think Archie Cannon quite comfortable with his machine at the moment, although Archie Loveridge is starting to find some pace out there right now. Closed the gap down from nearly a second to almost 7 tenths. So found 3 tenths in that one. Fastest lap at the moment from Loveridge, about 3 tenths of a second. So there you go, showing on the timing boards as well. Meanwhile, Ben Bowers down in P9, who was making some brave moves in down towards P9 and P10. Has got a 5-second penalty for his trouble, so that's not going to be one that he wants to see flash up on the board. And on track now, falls down to P10. We jump on board here with a real mix in the grid, down into the first hairpin. And a nice battle going on between these two. Ben Bowers trying to reclaim the position on Jensen Culler. Jensen Culler diving ahead though of Ben Bowers. They're side by side into the Stuart S's. Is there a move around the outside doing that? That is a beautiful move from Ben Bowers. Trying to put that penalty to the back of his head and just progress as much as he can. Control what he can control in this one. And holding on to P10 then, of those point-paying positions, of a nice haul to take into the intermediate classification, which will then decide where they'll be starting in our later races, in our final later through some of our superheats. Ben Bowes on your screen here with that white helmet just over the crest of the barriers, with Jensen Culler trying to reclaim a position over there. And feeling the brakes into Airedales, really feeling the brakes into Airedales into the second hairpin. They know how slippery and treacherous it can be up into there. As we go throughout all our races, by the way, make sure you keep your love and support coming in for all of our drivers. Natella Adventures on the live chat says, come on Mason Becker in P3. Meanwhile, Loveridge is up into first on Archie Cannon. Don't know when that happened, but I think it happened possibly on the straight. A nice move, and Loveridge has had the pace, to be fair. We're doing it justice as the skies are starting to brighten up here at Rowrah. Maybe coming into Loveridge's conditions and less into the setup that Cannon's got out now. So the conditions changing all the time here at Rowrah for all of our drivers, but in this race more so. And you can see the sunshine now actually basking onto our drivers, and now there'll be a new dynamic because you can see they're on the grooved wet tyres, running for obvious reasons as we started off in much wetter conditions, but it's really starting to dry out there now, and that'll be the next dynamic they've got to contend with. Using all of the runoff, plenty of grip out there now, as there wasn't so earlier on in our first races with our junior road taxis in their first groups. But Archie Loveridge then, a second ahead of Archie Cannon, and it's really come towards him in this part of the race for Loveridge. 5 tenths a lap quicker in terms of fastest lap, Loveridge ahead of Archie Cannon for Ambition Motorsport out front. And that is the sight that Loveridge will be wanting to see out there right now. They haven't got really worry about Mason Becker behind, with the 3.7 seconds or so back on track, and then even more so with the 5-second penalty that's going to drop him further down the order. But Loveridge then on this final lap then, and finding his way through paddock bends. He's going to take the checkered flag and finish ahead of Archie Cannon in that one. So a fantastic drive, great patience from Loveridge throughout the early stages of that race. The conditions may be coming towards him somewhat in the final stages. It's Loveridge followed by Cannon, Becker, Delaney, Colborne, Shelton, Marcus Cooper, Sawyer Henderson and Saunders down in P9. Ben Bowers rounding off your top 10 on track. As you'll see, confirmation of our results there, but Bowers going to drop down because of a penalty in that race as well. So then you're below your top 10. It's Colour, Sebastian McCarthy. Nice gain of positions for McCarthy up there to P12. Reggie Duffy in P13. Nathan Grech in P14. And then further down to P15 we'll go with Finney Firstfield, Sutton, Drury, P17. Not making too much progress. Want to correct that in the next races. Ryder Birch, James Murfitt, Luca Bicocchi, much lower down than he wants to be. He is definitely able to mix it at the front, finishing that one in P21. How can he progress this weekend? Austin Dow, Alfie Keeling, Jacob Jones, Tommy McGoyne, Alfie Loven, Mikowski down to P27. And our final runners of Oliver Bullock, Edward Charlton, Jensen Favers, who had a spin, I think, on the opening lap, which hammered his race, and Luke Hamill in the final stages of the classification there. So we are 4 races down into this one, and we had our junior road taxes earlier, and now it's the first time to be seeing our senior road taxes. So crowds all around here allow plenty of amazing viewing points for our coverage, but also for our supporters here in Cumbria this weekend. And thank you for joining us here on Alpha Live. And we go into our next race of the day of Senior Road Tax. Our first time we're seeing them this weekend. Kai Newman pips the championship leader Harrison Crowell onto pole for this one. On the front row of the grid, Elliot Dalton Ayres, Melissa Adrian had a easing into the first stages of this season of the Kart Championship. She'll be very, very impressed and should be up there on the second row of the grid. Starting P4 in this one, ahead of Joshua Smith and Riley Bishop in P6. Lewis Sumner, Rory Hinkley also had a great first round at Warden Law, as finding his way into this Kart Championship with each round now into the 4th round. Starting P8, Ross Tyler, Connor Tubby, Ollie Miller and James Kell, I think, had some misfortunes in the heats yesterday in P12. Stephen Napier with the S-plate not too far over the border here towards Scotland in P13. Christopher Hughes, Marcus King, George Cole, Lewis Holt and Michael Ambler. Elliot Surtees in the Origin Motorsport awnings will be trying to do his best in this one. Going off row 10 in P19, Jamie Kirkbride, Zach Kane, Sam Kelbrick, Eddie King and Joseph Yor down at P24. And Scott McDowell, Oliver Lomax, Jack Gillicuddy, Cassidy Saldor and Taylor England, followed by Max Sheldon Hayward to P30. Thomas Ambler, Dylan Tracy and Benjamin Lee P33. And just stay on this shot, because I don't think is this guy aware that he's being beamed now live around the world here from Rowrah. What's he doing? Is he surfing the web there on Instagram? I don't want to be too invasive of his personal space. But I didn't realise he was on the live stream. Someone just sent him a message going, "Mate, you're all over the camera." He didn't do like a little thumbs up or anything. So wait for our senior road tax runners there to come out. You can tell that the friendship and the morale in this paddock of the Kart Championship is a special one. And it's being displayed here on the live chat by Jasper Oakes. Good luck, Kai Newman, my bookie. So the love is real. The bromance is real here at the Kart Championship. We're just waiting for our senior road tax runners to come out. I say that. As soon as I say that, it's like a commentator's curse for that, because as soon as I said it, they turn their engines on and out they come for the very first time. Great to see Stephanie Smith as well, cheering on Oliver Bullock in the previous races as well. Great to have all of your support on the live chat this weekend. Myself, Jake Peach here, bringing you the action from the hills of Cumbria at Rowrah for round 4. And there he is again, look, he loves it. He can't get enough of being in the camera shot. Maybe I'm going to go and try and find out who that is later on and see if he's enjoying his 5 minutes of fame on our camera point there as we point down towards the second hairpin here at Airedales, which has been one for our drivers to contend with. I still think, if you look very closely on their tyres, it still looks like they're running on the wets, yeah, because of the groove. So drivers out there not feeling confident enough yet to run onto our field. Oh, I don't think Harrison Crowder really wants to be going over the grass too much there, as he was finding his way into formation and coming round into the tram lines. But here we go, probably for the most sunniest race of the day. How's it going to end this one for our senior road tax runners? And we've got a false start. Always happens, doesn't it? We get very excited to go racing, and then just like that, we fall back in line and we'll go round again to get our formation together. Our senior road tax drivers this weekend, a shout out to some of our new drivers joining us for round 4 here in Cumbria. Marcus King in the 56, you'll see him brand new for the Kart Championship this weekend, as well as Taylor England down towards the back of the field, and Ollie Miller as well, who is not down towards the back of the field. He's up in the mid-pack, will be going off within the top 10 as this one, so not a bad way to start your Kart Championship campaign here at round 4. Very interesting though there in the Stuart S's at the moment, because of all of that standing water. They'll have to stay well off of that and not try and get punted out. There you go. There is the confirmation of the wet tyres. Nice and close there. Brilliant job from our Alpha Live team here this weekend. Our cameramen getting all the perspectives here. So those groove tyres still out on our drivers. Don't want to be taking the risk of going onto those full slicks yet. Some of our drivers may be getting feedback from our other classes, or maybe junior road tax runners earlier, giving some feedback, maybe in the Coles Racing awning, in the others. Oh, and our drivers being completely stopped there. Red flag. Not too sure what that's for. And they've just come to a halt. So obviously our clerk of the course there, Drew, not too happy. Maybe about the order of our drivers or on an issue going on. So less than ideal preparation for our senior road tax runners for the first one of the day. And they're just taking a look at the moment at the 32 of Riley Bishop in the X-Kart. So I don't know if it's something they weren't happy with the rear bumper, or through scrutineering they're not happy with how someone's car is. Maybe transponders maybe mixed up. I'm not too sure what's going on here. Look at Drew. So Drew's our clerk of the course for the very first time this weekend, and also a fellow Drew, and Andrew beside him, who helps with the pre-grid preparation, makes sure our drivers are all in position to go forward. And climbing out the cart there is Michael Ambler, privateer. So he's just trying to fathom what's happening here, but they're trying to just obviously doing some checks on certain carts, and whether they're looking at it, I feel like they're looking for the transponder issue, or maybe something they're not happy with someone's rear bumper. But you would think it would be that. Yeah, our Alpha Live team probably think it is a transponder thing, and we've got a little bit mixed up, or it's fallen off somewhere. They're trying to figure out which ones has fallen off. Meanwhile, on the live chat, Grandma, or say Grandmama, I shouldn't miss out the mamas. like Lady Gaga and Poker Face. Good luck to Kai, the number 28, eventually going off pole in this one. But this is very strange. In all the Kart Championship this year, I've not seen us go on formation laps. Oh, here we go. So you can hear brilliantly picked up there by iAlpha Live team. Amazing work from our production crew. Drew bellowing out to some of the mechanics watching their fellow drivers and looking down to, obviously, Parc Ferme. Not just one transponder not picking up, but many transponders having an issue. And there's absolutely no point going racing if loads of your transponders are not going to be working and knowing all the gaps where everyone is on track and vice versa. So I would imagine our senior Rotax drivers are going to come back in to the grid, but this is going to affect all of the preparation for our drivers that are coming through for the next race for Junior Primo. So the Junior Primo runners will be preparing in Parc Ferme in the dummy grids at the moment. And yeah, you can see they're attending to Riley Bishop of the X-Kart. Looks like he is enemy number 1 at the moment. And a chance to take a breather. A rare breather in the Kart Championship action there. So they pull off the transponder, kept in by cable ties. I don't know whether it's the wet conditions that are really playing havoc with the signal, with the way the transponders are working, but they'll be on sort of just under the rear bumper, hence why they were looking there. You can see our marshals doing that, and I said we've got a nice view. That's all I can say. Of our drivers. All of our team out from race control, doing their best to get this all sorted. So they can't really do this on the dummy grid, as I said, because of all the Junior Primo drivers that will be coming in. So they're almost made another pre-grid out there on the circuit at the moment, just before they get round the final corner on Paddock Bend. An opportunity to say that I didn't get to do a track walk this weekend. I normally do, but it was absolutely raining cats and dogs with drizzle when I got here today, and I was like, I'm going to stick in the commentary position this morning. But from what we've seen, the perspective of our drivers, so much undulation here to contend with around Rowrah in Cumbria, and one of the most technical circuits you'll find, not just on the Kart Championship calendar, but in the whole of the country. You'll drive hours from all different parts of the country to find this gem in the Cumbrian countryside. Yeah, some of you voicing your thoughts about this stoppage on the live chat, and it's fair to say this isn't too common, but the best thing is they didn't let this go racing, get it into a mess, and then not know where people were tracking ahead. So even some of our officials from the Kart Championship in race control out there to try and help matters at the moment. So that's their kart being changed at the moment. James Kells' kart going off in P12. Their transponder's not working too well, so they've got to change. And this is quite the task, because they've got to try and pinpoint every single driver that they think transponder isn't working. However, I don't want to tempt fate here, but we might be going racing, and then other people's transponders might not work. Hopefully, they have pinpointed the ones that aren't working, and others' transponders behave for all the other drivers, but they'll be wanting to get this done in once, because they want to be stopping this race obviously twice with a red flag. Some revving going on in our dummy grid area, I think, from our Junior Primos, getting themselves together. And this is kind of a rare opportunity before the race to do a bit of a whistle-stop tour on the championship standings at the moment. So Harrison Crowther is your championship leader right now. Has had in the finals, a impressive victory at the first round in Warden Law, and finished third at PF International and then took home the win at Whilton Mill as well. So just got to keep that momentum at the front of the senior Rotax grid this season. Joshua Smith also picking up a win at PF International ahead of Harrison last time. So Harrison Crowther always one to watch in this one, but so is Joshua Smith in the Kiddix UK awning. But also got to watch out for the likes of Kai Newman, because didn't have a great start to the season. Kai, who's going off of pole. He started his campaign finishing P7 in Sunderland at Warden Law. He then got a penalty that hampered his final position, dropping him down to P12 at PF International, and then second place at Whilton Mill last time out. So that kind of really fits in with maybe a real change of fortune for Kai in this Kart Championship specifically. But also, you can't count out other drivers as well. The likes of Lewis Sumner in the X-Kart had a P6, a P10 and a P4. So a kind of good average so far this season. As you can see, Michael Ambler saying, oh, it looks like he wants to pull his car off to one side. Don't know what he's doing there. But yes, a very unique stoppage here. And well pointed out that for some reason Rowrah has a history with transponder issues sometimes, as is the conditions and the geography of it, and trying to push the car up the hill, which around these parts of the UK, a hill is not just kind of a hill. It's a hill by definition. It's one that you want to have help with if you can. But great to see all your support on the live chat, always coming through. Keep it coming in. So Ambler choosing to pull off into Parc Ferme. He'll then form round the back. So our senior road tax drivers got going again then, after all of those transponder issues. And now Drew, our clerk of the course, letting them go round for a formation lap. I do assume they'll have a formation lap. Yeah, of course, they'll have another chance to get their karts going again, get some heat in the tyres if they can, and perfect those dry lines even more. Mark Flyer saying best circuit in the UK on our YouTube live stream at the moment. Brought to you live by Alpha Live. We've really enjoyed following the Kart Championship so far this season, and I'm sure that will continue into the rest of 2026. And look at this really interesting tactic from Harrison Crowther, deliberately getting grass on his tyres. I don't know if that's for more grip, or whether he's trying to clean or get water in the tyres, of course, because they're still on wet tyres and there is no water left apart from there in the Stuart S's at the moment. But talking of Rowrah, what's some of your favourite memories of Rowrah then? I know it's a fan favourite amongst a lot of you, a lot of drivers' favourites as well. If you can conquer this, you can kind of conquer anything. As Harrison Crowther and many other drivers taking the extremes of trying to get some water onto their tyres. Yeah, let us know your Rowrah thoughts and memories over the last few years, and some of the races you might have seen here in other championships, in this one. Drop those in the live chat, and it'll be great to reminisce a little bit as we are about then finally to get underway with our senior road tax drivers. And are we going racing? It looks like we are going green, and we are. Oh, we are in the way, but then there's a right mess in the middle of the pack there. No idea what happened as Harrison Crowther gets really affected in that one. We are still green. We'll have a yellow flag in Sector 1 at the start-finish line. But that is a dream start and situation for Kai Newman, who would have expected Harrison Crowther to go up on the inside, but plenty of drivers finding themselves out of sorts on the start-finish straight. It's almost like one of the karts almost didn't get going, and then you had that Constantina effect where the driver didn't expect the kart to be going so slow in front, everyone sort of knee-jerk reacts to it, and that can send other drivers spinning round. It's been clear very quickly though. We are green flag racing, they've got that all out of the way. So is that Harrison Crowther? I don't know if he got going again, but our championship leader could be possibly out of this one. Unless I can spot him down towards the rear of the field. He's down in P27 now, starting second. So, I mean, stranger things have happened. 6 minutes 40 on the clock is probably not enough time to make enough progress up to where he started this one. But let's see how much Harrison Crowther can recover in this one, and maybe let's get a replay of that start and see what went on here. So everyone's trying to jostle position, and yeah, look, Harrison Crowther got really slow on the inside. That forced, I think, Ollie Miller to kind of almost take avoiding action onto the right hand side of the grid. That cut across a load of drivers in the mid-pack, and that is all she wrote for those drivers in all of that chaos and carnage at the start. So Clark, of course, was happy for the race to carry on because, you know, everyone was in the tram lines for long enough and they'd got past the timing lines to carry on. And here we are now, then have a fierce battle for first place. Joshua Smith finds a gap up the inside. What a move. Where did the grip come from there? He got so much lock out of his senior road tax machine to get the slimmest of gaps up on the inside of Kai Newman, and now finds himself up into the lead of this race with 5 minutes on the clock. And Elliot Dalton Ayres and Lewis Sumner and Stephen Napier down into P5. So new race leader, fastest lap of the race, as you'd imagine. You can see the lap times tumbling down here at Rowrah now. We, of course, had a pole of a 45 in the 45s yesterday. Oh, and who's that off? Is that a problem with the engine? Trying to see, I think that was the 58, I believe, of Jack McGillicuddy. Yeah, so Jack McGillicuddy off to the side there. And didn't look like he'd be able to get that kart going again, but we'll see if he can get into the rear of this race and try and recover a little bit. Where's Harrison Crowther? Still down towards the front of the field. He's made up about 4 places from where he fell from, though. So Harrison Crowther recovering slightly into this race. That's a slight hint of a move up the inside. Thinks better of it, does Elliot Dalton Ayres on Kai Newman. Ultimate, our teammates as well don't want to be taking each other out at this part of the race, when you've got Stephen Napier in that S-plate, hunting them down, waiting for any opportunity. And look at the grip out there, plenty of grip, still on the wet tyres, not as much as you'd have on the slick tyres. But off to the side, trying to get the engine going again, is Jack McGillicuddy. Will he have any success? Stephen Napier, look at that opportunist move. Up into third, on the inside. He's saying he was sensing and smelling blood. And he does just that. Takes third onto the podium and jumps Elliot Dalton Ayres in the 84 kart. Look at Joshua Smith though, the gap he's been able to build out front, whilst these 2 and 3 and 4 have been scrapping behind. He's now built a 1.8 second gap ahead of Kai Newman with 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock here. Oh, getting out very wide. The Ultimate R teammates not helping each other out. Kai Newman trying to stay out the way. He's now got company from Lewis Sumner, fast charging behind in the X-Kart. Stephen Napier chasing after the front pack up into the first hairpin. Just a slight incline, can help with your braking a little bit, but still got to be very careful in these conditions. And they're using all of that runoff on the outside as they come through Sunny Bend. Anything but, at the moment, I'd call it overcast. Overcast Bend. Joshua Smith in the lead. Sailed off into the distance. 2.5 seconds ahead now. So it's sort of best of the rest with Napier, Dalton Ayres, Kai Newman, Sumner, Tubby, Riley Bishop down to P7. Ross Tynham, is Lissa Adrian started P4 in this one. Not a great getaway for her. Down in P9 now. James Kell, though, up from P12. into P10 at the moment. Jump on the brakes as much as you dare into there. They were taking the puddle beforehand, but they don't want to go on the racing line like it's Formula E and get any boost. They're not going to get any extra time out there at the moment. They're taking the racing line, having to put up with the lack of moisture for their wet tyres to be running in. So trying to control the temperatures as well, because in these grooved tyres, the temperatures will, of course, run higher if they don't have that much standing water underneath. They need that water to work with them as they go into this race. Might be, though, in the next race we have after our senior road tax runners into Junior Primo, will they take the risk to go onto the slicks for the very first time? Might be still too soon, too greasy to take a chance on that. It's definitely getting to that kind of state of play now in the conditions. As Sumner's all over the back of Kai Newman. Kai Newman dropped right down all the way to P4 in this one, who had a bit of a gift from Crowther when his start, but hasn't taken that opportunity and now finds himself 4.3 seconds off the lead of Joshua Smith, who is sitting nice and comfortable out there at the moment, trying to add another win to his own. It would be another win after his final win at PF International. Oh, what a dive down the inside there. Opportunist on the brakes, through the spray, on the inside. Lewis Sumner up into Airedales. That was a beautiful move to take a couple of drivers in one and almost to defend and not get re-attacked on the exit of the corner as well. Fantastic move from Lewis Sumner, who is now holding on to that 5th place, although he did have an attempt to Connor Tubby up the inside. Sumner in 3rd, but not for much longer, because Tubby goes up to 3rd now. Dalton Ayres is in 5th, Bishop 6th, Newman is falling down the order even more, down to P7. Ross Tyler, P8, James Kell in 9th, Melissa Adrian in your top 10 at the moment. To find a way through Airedales now. And this sort of group of, well, 3rd, almost back to 9th, within about a second of each other at the moment. Fantastic close racing here, whilst our front two sail even further onto the distance. Elliot Dalton Ayres, you can see on your screen, leading the charge in 5th. But this is 3rd and 4th. This is Tubby, followed by Sumner. As they come across the line, you'll see the switch of position. But a move up the inside. Sumner doesn't want to make that the case for much longer. It looked like there was grip around the outside. He soon found out there wasn't any grip to be had. And Tubby chanced that, but he goes very wide. Sumner knows there's grip in certain places of the track. He knows there's grip on the inside there, though. He knows he can charge around the outside. What a defensive drive from Tubby. He was trying to put up there, but Sumner had all the answers to go round the outside. They tag each other, but they just about get through before the Stewart-esses find themselves upon each other. We are on the final lap. We're in the final sector, and Joshua Smith is going to take the victory of this one. But we want to stay on board and see. Oh, and our runners in the background. Who's those off going off between the two? Ross Tyler down in P9, finding the grass, but Joshua Smith takes the win. Stephen Napier, Connor Tubby. Is it going to finish that way? It has. Tubby followed by Sumner, just about coming out on top in the end. Sumner thought he'd got it up the inside, but not quite enough. Dalton Ayres in 5th. Kai Newman dropping all the way down to P6 in that one. Melissa Adrian finishing in 6th, which is a good result for her, considering these seasons finishing positions, but did start in 4th, so we'll be disappointed on that result in general, standalone. James Kell, nice drive from him though, up 4 places in that one to P8. George Cole, Riley Bishop, Harrison Crowther, fantastic recovery drive. You can see Harrison Crowther getting all out of shapes at the very start of the start-finish straight, dropped right down to P27 and has recovered to P11. Well done to Harrison there. That'll be a great recovery of points for him in this championship. Benjamin Lee, Elliot Surtees, Max Sheldon, Hayward. Then down to P15, Lewis Holt, Eddie King, Oliver Lomax, Jamie Kirkbride, Ross Tyler, Marcus King, Rory Hinkley finished in P21. Also has a 5-second penalty to his name as well, which will effectively render him last. Sam Kelbrick, Christopher Hughes, Ollie Miller, Michael Ambler and Taylor England rounding off all of your runners. So that was our Senior Rotax first superheat of the day. Eventually, after some issues with the transponders, hopefully they can be rectified by the time we get to our next Senior Rotax race, which will be only about an hour and 20's time, which it will be. And we go from Senior Rotax now, ready and waiting patiently for our Junior Primos. And Junior Primos have provided some fantastic battles, racing action right through this season. The Primos right from the first round at Warden Law, with everyone sort of finding their feet in this Junior Primo category. Obviously it's drivers getting into this kind of speed of class for the very first time at Junior Rotax speed. It always provides great racing and has been getting cleaner as we've been going out through the season and drivers really finding their discipline. Bertie Hodgson here though on pole position. Lucas Esser is second. Jude Pudderfoot is on the second row of the grid for the X-Kart team. Liam Dooling, who also has a win to his name this season, in P4. Jackson Heath, Harry Meyer Waldron in P6. On the third row of the grid, Joshua Robinson in P7, Zane Perry followed by Toby Wortley, Odysseus Hull, Shay Laird and Archie Thoman Evans. Gets you to there. Hakeem Bart, Jacob Underhill took the first win of the year at Warden Law by 5 seconds of a gap at the front. Not having it quite the same way right now in this heat. Down in 14th. Morgan Cooney, Ruben Jenkins, Elliot Dimolo and Jerry Jafissi down in P18. Charlie Hellwood, Oscar Dolinek and Linny Cantillon, Harvey Everett, saw bumped into in the paddock yesterday, in good spirits as always. In P22, Rebecca Reestall, Alfie Skitz in P24, Jack Smith, Logan Nixon, Ashton Bailey, Cora Moore down in P28. See the back of your shot here, Harry Stinson, the Mighties, who came out on top earlier in the Mighty Cadets. Just having a chat with Dad, waiting between races. Their next back on track in kind of 4 or 5 races time. Some debrief going on this camera, you can hear.
Last sector, but yeah, it wasn't fast because last sector I got
So, I mean, yeah, the usual racing driver talking's on what's going on here. But look at the spectators, might be miserable weather, but still great spectation going on. That's not even a word. Great viewing, spectation. The spectators are spectationing along all of today throughout all of the action. In this Junior Primo Championship, though, you can see Jude Pudderfoot starting down on the second row of the grid, is leading this championship mainly on consistency, really. Hasn't had wins all along. He had the win last time out, though. The hard work that's been paying off, and he's really taken advantage of the X-Kart scholarship that has helped him integrate more into professional owner-driver karting, and has got quite the plaudits from a few names watching his every move and driving out there all over the country, but here at Cumbria in Rowrah today. Two P2s, 2 second places in the finals of Warden Law in the first round and PF International, and then made that hard work count at Whilton Mill last time out, taking the win. Can we get a little bit closer once again to the win today, where he's going off for this superheat at least a little bit further back from the front. This shot kind of as well does really nice, kind of really nice justice for the undulation of the track. That so as well, the levels and the different kind of heights of this track is proving quite a challenge always for our drivers. Our junior primos in the tram lines, no, they're not going racing. I thought we were going to have a full start because we had one of the marshals and the race starters dart across paddock bend as quick as they could towards the start-finish line. They didn't look very happy about what was going on there, so we'll go round again. Bertie Hodgson will have another opportunity to get some heat in his tyres, as well as Lucas Esser. And then Jude Pudderfoot, you can see there going round off the second row of the grid. Also a great opportunity to say, whilst we're waiting for our racing action to get underway again, we wouldn't be able to bring you coverage of the Kart Championship and make this happen for our young drivers without our sponsors. Thank you to KKC for all of your karting needs, on-track marketing for helping you see all of our drivers' lives and personalities as they're here in the paddock. Race Cloud AI, simplifying all of your racing weekend performances and preparation as well, and all of our sponsors. And Victory Shine too, helping us go racing here at the Kart Championship. Are we away for Junior Primo? No, there's another false start. So, I mean, they're still batting at the front. I don't think they've realised that we've gone for another false start. I think they've just twigged out. Yeah, they have. The visor's down, the adrenaline's kicking in. You expect there to be one false start, and you want to just get going again and lay the power down on the tarmac. Then you go around for another false start. Need to be careful, as we know in the Kart Championship, in the world of karting. We know that our marshals and race control are strict, as we got a spinner there right at the back of the field for Lily Cantillon. Hopefully she can get going again and recover her position before we get to the tram lines. But yes, very strict are our race officials. They want the racing to be as clean and as regimented as possible going into the tram lines. They must be together. They can't be too far apart, because it's just not fair for all of the drivers getting away and all of those things, as you know. If we have another full start, it could prove trouble for our Junior Primo drivers. But are we going racing? I think we are. We're into turn one. Who's getting to the chicane first? It is Bertie Hodgson, ahead of Lucas Esser. Not sure if Jude Pudderfoot jumped ahead at the start there. No, still looks like he's into P3. So he's retained his starting position at least, and found his way into the start of this race. Very well for the X-Kart team, but so has Bertie Hodgson, Lucas Esser and Jude Pudderfoot. Jude Pudderfoot, I've just been told, I don't know why, if this is a personal choice, but Jude Pudderfoot is the only driver out there on wet tyres in third, and you can see, I'm not sure if that's going to pay off for him, because he's getting absolutely hounded from behind of all the other slick runners out there at the moment. Liam Doolin being the one that is doing the hounding at the moment. So Bertie Hodgson and Lucas Esser building a gap ahead of Jude Pudderfoot, and Jude must have thought now he must be retching his decision, unless they're expecting rain in the next 5-10 minutes, which I highly doubt from looking outside of our commentary position here at Rowrah this weekend. I think it would be very unlikely that that choice is going to benefit him and come towards him in the race. So he's going to have it all to do to hold on to these front two with less grip underneath him than his drivers around him, because Bertie Hodgson is setting a 50.6 on the first time they came across the line. He sets a 49.1, and now you can see Jude Pudderfoot has fallen down the order as a result as we came through Paddock Bend. Harry Meyer Waldron has gone and jumped right up 4 places onto the podium. Fantastic start for Dave Edwards Racing out there. And now the complexion of this race looks very different indeed. So there you go, Jude is sort of the best of the rest, holding up this pack. And now it's sort of like a rescue mission for Jude, and how many points he can hold on to in this race and save on from tumbling down the field. So a 49.1 for our front runner, a 50.7 for Jude Pudderfoot, who gets a tank snapper out wide there. Can't hold on to the superior grip that Liam Dooling has up the inside and is broken free. And Jude's now trying to hold on to all of these positions. It's going to be so difficult. He lets another driver through. Lets Jacob Underhill through, our round 1 winner in Junior Primo. And it's just about how much can Jude Putterfoot hold on and get his muscles out here a little bit. He punts another driver off to the inside through a racing incident. And now Jude Putterfoot's got company from Ruben Jenkins, who was down in P9 the last time he came across the line. Look at how much he's holding up the field here as our other drivers find their way through. And there he goes. What a move up the inside. I feel like Jude is kind of at this point conceding the fact it's just too much to be able to hold on to the positions he wants to stay into, and tumbling down the order a bit more. They'll be ruining this decision at the start of this race. We've got a driver off on the inside there towards the end of Sector 3. And here is Jude. God knows where Jude is now. I'm trying my best to keep up with it, but he must be down towards the top 10 and getting towards that at the moment. Although he is trying to find his way up the inside, he's have to really get his elbows out as a result, because he's got way less grip available to him. Look at the run that Archie Foreman Evans got off of that corner compared to Jude Putterfoot. And this is a fall from grace for Jude, the championship leader in Junior Primo at the moment, giving up valuable points in this first superheat of the day. And he must be gutted underneath that visor at the moment. And where is Jude going to come across here? He crosses the line now. He's down in 12th, and he's still got company from more drivers behind. This could get bad to worse and ugly, and plenty of water in that radiator of the machine of our 99 of Alfie Skip. It's the last thing he wants to be doing. And you can see the steam and the smoke from his junior primo machine, not finding it very friendly going over that. One of our drivers there just waiting for this race to finish, I think, before they can get back to normal things. But I think we're pretty much at dry conditions now. The sun is kind of shining all the more throughout our races. Oh, and that's a big crash, big incident there. And I think I'm not sure if we've got a red flag. We're still green, but I can see, yeah, we've gone red flag. We've slowed down, we've neutralised the race. Our marshal's doing a fantastic job as quick as they can to get as close into that. I'm not sure who was involved in that one. We kind of cut to it as it was happening, but then obviously we were trying to see what was going on at the rest of the field, and now the race has neutralised. Bertie Hodgson 2.5 seconds ahead. Harry Mike Waldron in P3, and I have to say it didn't look like a very nice incident, but we'll obviously do our best to find out that the drivers are all okay. And of course, safety is paramount at any of our races throughout the season in 2026. And there we are. Plenty of karts involved in it, that one. The barriers really taking a hit and absorbing all of that impact. I'm not sure if we can possibly cut back to see who was involved with that, but I think everyone is okay. But you could just see that, most of the drivers, I think all of our drivers were standing up and all okay. But probably about 5-6 karts involved there, and that's towards the back of the circuit, so probably up towards where the Stuart S's are at the end of Sector 2 in this Junior Primo race. At the front, it was all going pretty well for Bertie Hodgson, setting a fastest lap at a 47.7. He's 2 seconds faster than Lucas Esser. So we've got about just about 2 minutes left on the clock. There you go, 2 minutes and 9 according to our official race control. and we'll try and see if it gets back running. And that is a less than desirable machine for Elliot Dimolo than he would want. The rear axle doing a bit of well, kart twerking, as you might see it. I'm pretty sure that the 28 of Shay Laird there wasn't involved in that incident. Had an issue earlier on in the race, but just trying to see what is happening here.
He was training, because that kid were up. He couldn't really get the kids out of the way as well. That kid were up, so he was sacrificing.
I've just been told by some of our observers out on track there that what happened as a result, we're starting to learn more about the incident now. So those 6 or 7 or 8 karts involved in all of those, and let's get a replay actually now. We did have a camera on this. So what happened is that one of the karts got into one of the areas that threw up all that water there, and that was obviously less than desirable for Alfie Skit of Dave Evers Racing. And I think as a result of all of that water, you could then see the drivers behind. Yeah, you just saw at the back of that shot one of the drivers going into the barriers, because then obviously all the drivers are on slick tyres apart from Jude Pudderfoot in this race, who was struggling. If Jude was in that situation, it would have helped him a lot, but all of our other drivers just aquaplaned into the barriers because all this standing water had been kicked onto the track. So that makes so much more sense now into that certain chicane. So this is what mixed conditions and the weather can throw up. But as you can understand, when we do have these kind of incidents, we go to a red flag straight away. We make sure that all of the drivers are okay, they're safe and well. And you just watch at the back here on this shot as Elliot gets away again. Look at his car. Look, it's not great, is it? There's a lot of vibrations going on there. Don't think he'll be able to continue racing that one, but hopefully getting it back to Park Fermate. Jumping back in his machine is Zane Perry for Jack Dex Racing. He is in 5th position at the moment, but just stopped a little bit further around the track. Restarts his car. Oh, and they're all coming into the pits. So, not sure if they need to do some scrutineering or if the race is going to finish as it's finished now, because 2 minutes 12 maybe not safe, or they need to do some more checks on some of those karts to make sure they're safe. They might be declaring the result as finished there, because with the schedule we've got here for the rest of the races today and how some of the drivers won't be able to take part, go further in that race. Not sure that sort of just over 2 minutes of racing would be worth having, although that is down to race control. We're still waiting to get some clarification from our clerk of the course, Drew, who's here with us for the first time in charge this weekend. And see the Thistle and Rose Racing machine being pushback of Shay Laird's. The long old walk back to the paddock, and then the big push up the hill. It's kind of unlike, you know, PF International. Pretty flat around the paddock area. Warden Law, pretty flat around the paddock area. Whilton Mill, pretty flat around the paddock area. Rowrah, not so much. You'll be getting your steps in. Your incline on your Fitbit or whatever you use to track your fitness, we'd be giving you props, wouldn't it, at the end of this? You get all your steps in. You've climbed about 20 flights of stairs in all of this time. But there's going to be quite a delay here, as you can see. So these karts are not finding their way back, because a lot of the axles, especially that one there, you can see of the number 48, way worse for wear than you'd like to see with our runners. That's Charlie Halewood, who is one of our first time entrants this weekend. And there you go, there's Shay Laird pushing that car up the hill past our medical team, also on hand here to do a fantastic job this weekend. It's our Kart Championship officials out on track trying to explain to some of our drivers what it means for them being involved in instant stipulation That's Oscar Dolinet getting a chat. The 61 kart of Coles Racing. And I'd like to think, I'm not too sure, but I'm thinking there that maybe they've decided that they're not going to take part further in this race, or the race control were not happy with maybe the condition the kart might be in. Wouldn't be safe to let it out on track. And the long walk down to the hill. They're pointing over there, just discussing how the incident went. Up on the jacks. And a number of wounded karts. So the mechanics will be furiously working on those karts that were involved in all of those incidents and getting all kicked up. And look at how many karts have still got to be cleared off. There is Drew, the clerk, of course, I was mentioning, trying to coordinate this as quick as they can. Whilst we do this, whilst we wait for this to be cleared off, we'll just spend a couple of minutes on these pictures or so to see how that's all going to go. Look, front bumpers off and everything, and we'll show you the cleanup, and we'll come back to you in just a moment. So, hello to everyone watching on Alpha Live's YouTube channel. We are bringing you live coverage of the Kart Championship. You can see that we are in a red flag situation at the moment. It's myself, Jake Peach, bringing you coverage of the Kart Championship here from Rowrah in the heart of Cumbria. And in our Junior Primo race, you can see plenty of karts affected. That of Jacob Underhills, who won our first round of the season at the final. Liam Dooling was involved as well. Certainly getting his kart stopped. I'm not sure he was involved. Well, he was definitely stopped out on track. And whether these karts, when they did stop, they couldn't get going again because the engines got clogged up and they need the help of the mechanics to come back. Well, your thoughts on this on our live chat. Motorsport Magpie says, that was only the superheat. Wait for the finals. I hope you're not tempting fate. But yes, the Junior Primo races always very fruity indeed. We have Gina Coleman, though, who was wishing luck to Joshua Robinson, the 49, racing in this Junior Primo categories. Ewan Charman there on the left-hand side, just having a bit of a chat with his fellow drivers in the paddock. He's going to be coaching some of the drivers. He's been a fixture of obviously the karting scene for a little while and is going to be coaching those other drivers in other awnings as well. There's Dave Edwards for Dave Edwards Racing, who actually one of his drivers was involved in kicking up some of that water that did cause all of those events. And you can't really apportion blame. If you go wide over that track and a stand in water, it is just sort of what happens with racing and cause all the aquaplaning to go on the edge for our drivers, especially on slick tyres. There's no way you're going to have the grip that you thought you had previously. Plenty to talk about, though, up there on the viewing gantry and viewing area here at Rowrah. And you're talking about a lot here. Lee Hurst is sort of asking why they're not going out on wets or why not going out again. I'm actually not sure. We're still obviously in a red flag condition. We're just trying to get a better picture of when we would be going race again, whether we have declared the result. We're still trying to get that news falling through. They're just taking care at the moment to get the safety obviously back to where it needs to be before we go racing again. Make sure the barriers are in a good place, that there's no hazards out there for the rest of our drivers. Taking this opportunity now before they can then restart a race, and then they have to stop a race again, or they can cause another danger for our drivers. And there is sort of the main HQ here at Rowrah, Cumbria Kart Racing Club, of course, here in sort of the northwest of the UK. Teams driving all the way from all over the UK. Lots of our production team actually down from Scotland here for Alpha Live today. Lots down from the southeast, the Midlands, around the home counties as well. All flocking to this part of the UK for a fantastic track, a fantastic circuit. Grace Juriel says, good luck to Harry Ward in the Junior Rotax, which I think he was pretty much thereabouts in the mid-pack earlier on, if my memory serves me right. So we're just waiting to see what happens with Junior Primos. The race control still got it on the red flag. Bambinos are going to be racing in their all-electric Mighties after the conclusion of this. And there might still be a bit of racing to go here. Then we're going to have our Intermax with fantastic talent throughout that field, as well the likes of Abrahart, Jensen Sale pitting against themselves, each other as well. Eddie Duncan joining the grid this weekend as well. And then our finals today, the top 34 drivers from our Junior Rotax finishers will make it to the final. There will be a repechage though before we get into our main finals this afternoon to decide those final point paying positions, who is going to get through. So it started off as a very drizzly day here at Rowrah in Cumbria, and this kind of weather climate around here in the valleys, it can be so unique. It can change so much in an instant. You kind of get that sometimes as well at PF, but in a very similar way. But let's go to what seems like going to our next race now, and we're on to see who's coming out next. And I have doubt in my voice because I had not a Scooby what was happening next. It looks like the race results have been declared and finished for Primo. So it's finished with Hodgson, Esser and Harriet Myatt Waldron, which means then we now move on to our mighty Bambinos and we get on to racing. Yeah, so there was no point going racing again with all of the damage to those karts. The race finished like that, and we go to our starting grid then here on row 1. Luca Pede and Eli Parkhouse. Luca Pede leading the championship at the moment and being in the place he wants to be. Rafe Verdi also up there as well, challenging. He's got all the pedigree he would want to be challenging for the championship this year. Max Tetlow, Aidan Castleman and Oliver Reynolds down to P6. Jules Nash as well took the first win of the season at Warden Law in the final. He starts on P7. P8, Presley Knight, Teddy Smith. Oh! Before they've even got... Oh, that's such a shame. Sorry, I'll carry on with the grid. Teddy Smith, EJ Dira is in P10. Arthur Everington is in P11. George Miller in P12. Such a shame coming out of Park Ferme there and you spin straight away. Ayrton Ujla in P13. Morella Stevens really finding her feet in this championship, and spoke to Dad on the paddock show, which you'll see during the session break today. Jensen Paris, Stanley Thurston, Max West and Sadie Cartmill, who joined the championship a couple of rounds ago as well. Rounds off all of your Bambino runners. She's with Ambition Motorsport, and yes, joined the grid with us at PF International. Is that a P17, a P18 is going to be trying to find her way through up to the top of the field if she can. But here we go then, after what seems like it's been an age of since we've had karting action, because of trying to take care of what was going on before. Our Bambinos come round to form on our next standing start grid of the weekend. And there is Barella Stevens, his dad, right here, just on the left of your picture at about 9 o'clock. And Barella stops on her grid spot there. Brilliant helmet. Was chatting about the support, obviously, that F1 Academy is giving now. And not just the visibility of F1 Academy. You're seeing these amazing academy programs allowing drivers like Barella to have an opportunity to be in the position to progress up through the levels of karting and getting new opportunities to learn, have more track time, get that experience. But we are looking like we're ready to go here for Mighty Bambinos. The lights are red and they will go out. Anticlimax of the year. Why are they doing this to me? Extinguish the lights. Now they're going. Right, we are away. Luca Pete is away from pole position. And Eli Parkhouse is off the second place. Oh dear. Ray Furdy is third, Max Tetlow, and Oliver Reynolds is fifth. Right, come on, straight face, Jake. There's some serious racing action to unfold over the next 8 minutes, plus one lap here at Rowrah. Oh, so I jumped the gun a bit there, didn't I? Just a tad. I'm sure it was interesting for our drivers as well. They probably felt the same. They're like, come on, I just want to get racing now. There is a bit of a heat haze forming, though, on the circuit. You can see the track temperature's probably ramping up quite a bit over the chicane. We had a nice shot there that we just left to focus on our leaders on the start of this one. You can just hear the rolling resistance of the tyres hopping over the curb through the Stuart S's. No such a move's been really made in this first stage of the race, but Luca Pede will be, as he always does and has throughout the season, easing into this one, building a gap, and it looks like sailing off into the distance already. There's Ray Furdy in third, fourth and fifth, already getting pretty close to each other. Tetlow and Knight side by side into the chicane, and I think that was Tetlow that came out. No, it was Knight who came out in front. So that's Presley Knight up into fourth at the chicane and has jumped that position there. Obviously all electric karts, as you're getting more familiar with them, particularly with the Kart Championship and throughout the Motorsport UK offerings that there are up and down the UK. Their power delivery is a real challenge for the drivers, but it gives them great training and a sort of feel for how to deal with power and torque, because the power of these all-electric Mighties will give you instant power, 0 to 100. There's no sort of in-between. There's a dive down the inside there. Beautiful move from Eli Parkhouse. Retaking his spot. Oh, I thought it was Eli Parkhouse. It wasn't. I can't quite see his number. You can now see the 40 of Presley Knight making fantastic progress in this one. So Knight, not too long ago, went up the inside of Tetlow, and he now finds himself all the way up into second and now takes the lead ahead of Luca Pede. So where's this pace come from? Fantastic charge through the field from Presley Knight. Keep an eye on the 40 for this one, who I don't think we have seen too much of in the Kart Championship in 2026. So it's come straight in here and has put the marker down ahead of a driver that's been dominating things in the Kart Championship for much of 2026 so far. Luca Pede has now got his hands full with the challenge of Presley Knight, who's had some amazing pace to start this race, and easing into this one, comfortably charging through the field. He's kind of done his driving out in Dubai. He's an O-Play IAMI Bambino champion in 2026. He's only 7, very young, as all of our Bambinos are in the name. He's also been racing in the British Kart Championship as well. Been recently at Lark Hall, and now jumping into the Kart Championship here at Rowrah this weekend. So Plenty of talent on display throughout all of our classes, and Luca Pete's got a brand new challenge really to contend with. He's been putting up with Eli Parkhouse and Ray Furdy, and just as he's sort of learning them, he's trying to learn how Presley Knight in this Kart Championship finds himself. A spin round there for Ray Furdy, you could see it. He tried to catch it. I don't think he really knew that it was creeping up on him and he was going to lose the back end. And round she goes as there's 3 wide now on the start-finish straight between, I'm trying to see who that was, Reynolds and Jules Nash and Teddy Smith. That was for P5 down to P7 into chicane, 3 wide into chicane. You have to be pretty brave to go through there and find yourself coming out on top. But it's Oliver Reynolds ahead of Jules Nash, just ahead. We've got the RCE team side by side here. The S-plate of Teddy Smith just across the border here in Cumbria, in Rowrah. Will like this track, I'm sure, over the years to come as it's nearby compared to our other tracks on the calendar. So Presley Knight, in the grand scheme of things, out in the lead at the moment of a 2/10 gap because of how equal all of these machines are. Pretty impressive at the moment, but Luca Pede is holding on to Presley Knight as we have 2.5 minutes, and I say he's holding on to the lead. Luca Pede, I think as they were crossing the start-finish line, dived down the inside, and Luca Pede retakes the lead. And we're always interested to see how our drivers and our karts are being set up, whether it's going to be set up for the tyre pressure to come more towards them. The latter stages of the race, Luca has had a trend in the Kart Championship so far this year, from memory, to be out in the lead at the front, dropping a little bit back in the midpoint of the race, and then coming back towards the end of it. But look at this, side by side, up towards the Stuart S's, and Presley Knight retakes the lead. It's a give and take of first place, and Presley Knight holds on to it for now at the moment. And a little bump draft there that Luca Pede was pushing him along, saying, "You're not going fast enough, please. Can you carry on? Can you find your way forward, please? Because I want to be at the front. I want to be in this position where I have been all in 2026, and now you've rocked up, and now you're in my way." Presley Knight is doing his best to ruffle the feathers here of this mighty Bambino grid in this first superheat of the day for our Bambinos. And staying defensive on the inside. Luca Pede could have had a dive down the inside there, but thought better of it. And you can see our drivers on slicks in this one. It's a dry enough line out there now for our drivers to pick up the grip, stay off the wet stuff, particularly out there to the right hand side. You wouldn't be going that wide anyway, but in case you did get out there for some reason or another, you want to be sticking on this racing line, which has really dried up now, which has really formed. And look at the asphalt there, and look at the gap between those two now. Almost around about, I would say, at least 2.5 seconds between them. 25 seconds on the clock, which means we're going to get 2 more laps here around Rowrah and up into the chicane. Presley Knight still holding on. Look at this for 3rd and 4th, though. Parkhouse and Tetlow going against each other. And further back even still, battling going on between Jules Nash and Oliver Reynolds and Teddy Smith with the S-plate at the moment. So it's kind of like 2 groups of 2, and then back to Jules Nash. You kind of got a group of 5 or 6 with our Bambinos. And Teddy Smith thinking about having a dive up the inside there on Oliver Reynolds, but thinking much better of it. Hugging that inside, then taking the wide line over to the left to then give you much better apex turn-in and maximise your lap time around the 1,000 or so metres here at Rowrah. This is the gap at the front. Presley Knight has managed to fend off the challenge he had from Luca in the last lap or so. And talking of last laps, we are on to the last lap. He's built half a second out of paddock bends there, and on the last few corners had a really strong sector 3, and is setting the pace out there by at least 1.5 tenths. And as I said, in machines that are equalised and all electric like this, it's really impressive. It's much more on driver skill and ability than it is on maybe the machinery they've got underneath them. But a couple of sectors to go then for Presley Knight, who has been impressing on the national circuit in the British Kart Championships. He's come back for some more national action here this weekend at the Kart Championship at Rowrah, and that gap looks like it's extending even more now. Luca Pede has no answer to the consistent driving of Presley out front here. There's a couple of corners to go, and Presley has got this one in the bag ahead of Luca Pede. We'll have some work to do in the next few races. Presley Knight takes the win, but who is going to take third? It's so close on the line. Oh, it's very tight, but Eli Barkhouse, Max Tetlow and Jules Nash, Oliver Reynolds and Teddy Smith all finish in the positions they were in the run-up to that line. EJ Deera, Etherington, George Miller rounding off your top 10. Down to Castleman, Brella Stevens, confirmation of provisional results here on screen for you as well. Ayrton Ujla as well, who had a helmet signed by the one and only Sir Lewis Hamilton recently. And I think it was the weekend before he went on to then claim his first victory in ages. Obviously taking an impressive victory in Formula 1 for the first time in a while. And Ayrton maybe was a good luck charm. Ray Furdy then in 14th position. Down towards our final runners. In 15th of Stanley Thurston, Max West, Sadie Cartmill and Jensen Paris. About 33 or so seconds back. So we just had our Bambinos for the first time today, and the first offering and the last first offering of the day will come from our Intermax drivers. So as part of the Cadet Kart Championship, the family that we have here of the Kart Championship, we have our Bambino Kart Championship, our cadets, our juniors and our senior Kart Championship, all in one happy family for the Kart Championship. And we have our final class of the first super heats of the day, at least, right now for Intermax, as you have the Stuart S's in the background here at beautiful Rowrah circuit. Eddie Duncan is going off of pole to mix it with the likes of Max Abrahart, Jay Birmingham and Jensen Sale. Jensen Sale, Abrahart, Duncan, all names to watch. Birmingham doing a great job to be up there in P3. Drew Davison and Aaron Rigg in P6. Adam Bartz is in P7, Alfie Phillipson, Freddie Blackshaw, Hamish Gordon, Lewis Herbertson and Jensen Skeff, who we bumped into on the paddock show you'll see during the break. Getting some driver coaching from Matty Hinchley at the Ultimate Art team. Lewis Cacaldi is 13th. Logan Stanley Jones is P14. Row 8 will be Ethan Lloyd, Zach Andrew, Eli Owen and Sam Fleming rounding off row 9. Down to P19 for William Moore, Finley Rhodes, Sam Dixon, Ayrton Goldsworthy, Dexter Petty and Ethan Manzi in P24, followed by Isaac Garth, Carter Jackson, Jamie Walsh, Dagger Thor Sigerson and Felix Sheldon Hayward. Rounding off all of you runners for this one in Intermax. And there you can see still some more of a debrief of our drivers going on outside the JWR awning. And just this debrief between friends, between races, is actually more important than you think. I wonder what they're talking about. Do you reckon they're actually talking about the racing action out circuit though, or are they talking about their favourite Fortnite skin or something? I don't know. It could be anything. Probably the racing action though. Oh, I'm being joined by, look, they know the camera's on them. Are we gonna get a fourth person? I reckon they're talking about the coverage and how obviously amazing it is here for Alpha Live today. We know we're humble. We do our very best to bring you all the best coverage of our action here of the Kart Championship across 2026, and we really hope you've enjoyed it so far. By the way, it's been great to go up and down the UK with the fellow circus of the Kart Championship as it is. Racing on all these amazing circuits. You can see Luca Bacocchi coming into the left of your screen there for the Honda Cadets, who had a very busy end to his last race at Whilton Mill. It'll be interesting to see how it all unfolds and finishes here for him at Rowrah. Plenty of your support still coming in on the live chat though. Got Grandmama back up again saying good luck to Jensen. Skeff Racing is part of the Ultimate R Racing Development Team. And great to see Matty Hinchy, as I mentioned before, getting the coaching and trying to help those younger drivers into the fold and pass on that wisdom, that experience, as we might have seen. So here we go. A little bit of a delay for our Intermax drivers to come out, but they're finally ready. They've got themselves in gear. And an opportunity now, of course, to warm the tyres, form up. You can see the clouds, almost like the cloud following them, and as they come then back towards hairpin 2, the cloud will fall away and the sunshine will reveal itself and bask in the glory of all of the slick tyres, which will be, you know, welcome news to the drivers trying to get heat in their tyres at the moment as they find their way through one of the trickier spots here at Rowrah at a weekend, especially when it was wet earlier on in the day. I would say pretty much full driving today, full wet driving at the start of the day. You could almost say it was wet, but it's now dry. So we are good to go for our Intermax drivers, and I think they'll be a big fan of it coming forward into their first race today, and glad that it's all cleared up for them, because some drivers obviously thrive in these conditions, some thrive in the wet, lots thrive whatever conditions it will be. How is our first Intermax race of the day going to go? They're into the tram lines and we're away and racing into the first turn. You can see here the acceleration up into this chicane off the power and furiously into the first turn. It's probably going to be the quickest race of the day as the conditions do improve out there and drivers get more and more confident where their machines are going, and getting all out of sorts there. Further back down the field was that blue liveried car. Trying to make out who that was. I think that might have been the machine of maybe Hamish Gordon or Alfie Phillipson down towards there. Kind of got slightly tagged at the back of one of the edges of the go-karts and found himself really wide and then giving up a couple of other positions. But they come across the line for the first time, and that is quick. 50.7 for the fastest lap. Full throttle now for all of these karts, which you haven't really been seeing throughout most of our meeting today. But Eddie Duncan leads Abrahart, who has been doing well in other championships and series this season, in the Ultimate Kart Championship, in the British Kart Championship as well. Jensen Sale has been consistent, patient, mature, sitting there in fourth place at the moment throughout this season. And I'd say Abrahart has kind of, when he's been able to be at the Kart Championship, has had it all his own way for a lot of the races. But so has Jensen Sale when he's been able to sniff out that opportunity in the final few laps, especially in the finals of the day, where it counts the most, and having that real race vision in his head, the strategy to go, okay, if I'm going to leave it till 2 laps to go, I'm going to build up my performance to now, I'm going to make a move at this point of the track, and I'm going to secure the victory. He's looking very racy here though, on the back of Jay Birmingham right now, and further back towards 5th, Aaron Rigg and Alfie Phillipson in the Coles Racing machine. Different helmets on from some of our drivers this weekend, especially in the first part of this weekend, because they didn't want to be getting their shiny normal helmets dirty in the rain and the dirt for one. Also different helmets, different specifications, better suited for the wet and those kind of things out there with tear-offs and all of those various combinations that they can have. But there's Eddie Duncan, there's Abrahart, and in all of the action of the first sector, Jensen Sale has gone up the inside of Jay Birmingham. So here's this sort of mature approach I'm talking about. He kind of did it so smoothly, you almost didn't notice that he jumped up into third. There's Eddie Duncan followed by Abrahart, and now Jensen Sale. Jay Birmingham in fourth, and Aaron Rigg in fifth. Jensen Sale leading the championship in Intermax at the moment, mainly again because of that consistency. We were talking about that with Jude Puddifoot in the Junior Primos earlier on today. And Jensen took victory at Warden Law. He had to settle for a podium at PF International, but also took victory at Whilton Mill. So he's sitting in P3 at the moment, as Max Abrahart's car didn't like how much curb and runoff he took there. Really shook the axle underneath him and the suspension, using all of the runoff in that part of the circuit. And Jensen Sale will be sensing that opportunity there on your screen right now, with the distinctive green helmet and the good green karts. The question is, will he just sail past, or is he going to be held up? Is there going to be a closed port at sea for Jensen Sale? And that ocean in between him and second place right now is Max Abrahart, which is his next challenge and victim ahead of him. 3 minutes 30 on the clock, plus 1 lap. We're hurtling through the time here in this race. Jensen takes the opportunity to look over his shoulder to see where Jay Birmingham is, and again, it's that maturity of knowing how much he's got to play with, how much space he's got to play with. If he can throw a move up on the inside, as we're seeing there into the Stuart S's further down the order, and almost down to P14. That's William Moore involved, the likes of Jensen Skeff down there. They cross the line, 3 minutes ticking down. We're into the 49s, and the fastest lap down in P9 just set by Lewis Herbertson, just pipping Eddie Duncan for the fastest lap by 0.003 of a second out front with that pace. This field so closely matched and tight with the pace they have out there, so they can't be afforded to be making any mistakes. The slipstream, as we were finding out in qualifying yesterday here at Rowrah, where all of our drivers were trying to find track positions as if it was like Monza in Formula 1, trying to take advantage of the slipstream, especially down those long back straights up towards the Stuart S's, and staying in the slipstream as much as you can to let the kart in front do more of the work. Max Abrahart punching a hole in the air for Jensen Sale at the moment. Another minute tick down, 2 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock. Max knows how to defend this kind of position though. He's a wily old racer, picking up wins in the Ultimate Kart Championship this year, which of course has got the Rotax prize attached to it of the grand finals. Has got plenty of competition and talent that he's been racing in 2026. But Sale also has been in plenty of championship as well. And these two, sort of the battle of Goliaths, facing off at the moment. Don't want to battle too hard though, because again, they kind of got to work together. Be aware that Eddie Duncan doesn't just go off into the distance with a half a second gap that they have, over about 1 minute and 18 seconds to go as they cross the line. The change of direction you can see there over the chicane. Beautiful shot of our Intermax machines working as hard as they can. Sale not going for the dive bomb yet up the inside. He can think about it. He's definitely close enough to chance his arm up the inside. He's probably thinking maybe to settle for P2 in this one, but also as we're only in the first superheat of the day, and a couple of points difference, is it worth risking it and dropping a big load of points, which could really affect your championship total by the end of the season? No move up the inside there, on the inside, not really the space to do it with the momentum that they're carrying, and not close enough to chuck it up the inside of the chicane either. So time is running out though for Max Abrahart and Jensen Sale to make a dent in Eddie Duncan's race, who has extended his lead by 1.5 tenths in this one. Still battles going on further back as they come through the first hairpin. Further back down towards the likes of Logan Stanley Jones in P15, the 173 you can see towards the back of that group there now, side by side with Lewis Cacaldi. Is he going to throw it up the inside into the stewardesses? That's a fabulous move. I'm so glad we caught that. That was a great move. You could see that being poised and put together as a racing move. Even further down the order, fantastic racing, no matter what position you're in this Intermax field at the moment. But this is a position that we care about, because when did that happen? Jensen Sale has got ahead into second. He has got up the inside of Abrahart, and also Jay Birmingham has got ahead of Abrahart as well. He's fallen down the order. He'll try and get the switchback and the cutback, but Birmingham goes very defensive. As you can understand, now Sale is going to try and secure and hold on to second place. Has he gone too wide? Has he got it stopped? He just about get it stopped on the anchors, does Birmingham, to hold off Abrahart, which has allowed Duncan to go into the lead. And look at the, actually, just thinking, look at the front there. The dent on the nose cone is that a front fairing it's going to be for Jay Birmingham. He comes across the line in third. Eddie Duncan takes the win in this one, followed by Jensen Sale. But yeah, there was, I just literally, as he was coming through the final sector, you could see a real indent in the bumper of Jay Birmingham, who did get up the inside and obviously get ahead of Max Abrahart. But as they come into scrutineering, you know that there's a slam dunk penalty if that front fairing has dropped and there's been too much contact. Look, yeah, look, I mean, you just was able to see that. I think that's pretty conclusive that he's going to have a penalty, but it's all in that fairing. If it's dropped properly, you can't argue with the stewards. An automatic 5-second penalty. But that's your provisional results right now. Eddie Duncan, Birmingham, followed by Abrahart, who had an unfortunate end to his race there, down to 4th. Alfie Phillipson in 5th, Aaron Riggs 6th, Davidson, Herbertson, Adam Bart and Ethan Lloyd rounding off your top 10. Hamish Gordon, William Moore and Jensen Skeff down to Logan Stanley Jones, and then Lewis Cacaldi at the top of your screen right now in P15. Fleming, Blackshaw, Jamie Walsh, Sheldon Hayward, Garth Petty and Finley Rhodes and Ethan Manzi, Goldsworthy, Carter Jackson, Sam Dixon and Zach Andrew. Now P27. And just being told by race control that because of the stoppages that we had with our junior primo runners early on, our superheats in the afternoon, they're all normally all 8 minutes plus 1 lap, but they're now only going to be 7 minutes plus 1 lap. So they're losing a minute of racing action to be able to do the business that they need to do, which means they need to be keeping hold of their positions for not as long, but they need to make their positions count and their overtaking count and not waste any opportunities going forward. So that is all of our first group of superheats done, at least anyway. All of our classes have at least raced once now. Our junior road taxis, given the size of the grid, has raced twice. But from our Intermaxes of Eddie Duncan taking victory in that one ahead of Jensen Sale, we'll wait to see confirmation of Jay Birmingham's front fairing, which looked like it had a almighty shunt in the front of his bumper. In the meantime, whilst we're getting ready for that, we'll go from Road Tax into our second group of superheats for the afternoon for Junior Road Tax. And you can hear them roaring out to the Rowrah circuits. Let's get straight into your starting grid for this one as they come out of Parc Ferme and warm the tyres through the first couple of hairpins. There's a name you've seen a lot in the Kart Championship so far in 2026, and at the front with groups B and C facing off against each other this time. Ryan Rapini up against Charlie Very. Jackson Lane is on the second row of the grid alongside Teddy Cooper, who will be wanting to have a better start than he did in his first heat. Finley Smith, Maximilian Braskov is on row 3. Kumeta, Waddle, Churchek, Brown, Plowman and Dealey down to P12. Larry Price, Jameson, Hilton, James Tate and Matt Scott and Arthur Murphy down to P18, followed by Samuel Yeadon, Farthing, Noah Clare, Noah Stamp, Clark, Quinn and Jasper Oakes down to the 12th row of the grid. Harry Ward, Chloe Waddle, Louis Brown and George Ralston rounded off by Alex Roach in P29. We'll get going for this one. They've wasted no time coming round this Rowrah circuit. And you can see at the front, going to be leading us away, Ryan Rapini. Charlie Very has been really building into the season with the ST Racing awning. It's great to catch them and get their thoughts on the paddock show, which you'll see later on today. Are we away in racing? We are. And Very gets squeezed into turn one. He normally has company also from Jackson Lane that he nearly had round the outside. But Rapini for the Kinnick's UK team holds into the lead. Oh, that's not a great start though for the 238 machine. Down towards the rear of the field. And rather that might have been Samuel Eden, 2-3. It might be the 228. Maybe I misread that completely. It might be Samuel Eden as a privateer this weekend. Unfortunately not getting in the start he wanted. But our drivers, of course, carry on and find their way through. Although, just hearing it was a crash at the start. And we will get a replay of that in a second. But meanwhile, you've got Ryan Rapini leading Charlie Very, Jackson Lane, Teddy Cooper, Finley Smith, Cometa joining onto the Kart Championship grid for the first time this weekend. Very gets put out really wide by Rapini and the others involved in there. And now it's Lane also getting in on the act. Look at the, where on earth did he send it from there? Teddy Cooper up the inside. Looks like he came all the way from Liverpool. How far he sent that up into that first hairpin. But I think he made it stick just about. Rapini hustling his junior road tax machine through the third sector. Out now on using the runoff onto Sunny Bend, which is now living up to its name as we make our way through the day here at the Kart Championship. Teammates 1 by 2 by 3. Rapini, Lane, Cooper, Finley Smith now. And Cometa, your top 5. Very has fallen down to P6 as a result of getting onto the grass on the last lap, using all of the runoff that they can on the outside. Spot your braking point, does Rapini. Gets it in nice and gently, balances his car really well on the axle, meets the apex and comes down towards the Stuart S's. On the brakes as late as he dares, trying to control the car under braking and sort of the wake that almost gets generated. Coming into St John's now through Sunny Bend once again. We are hurtling through the laps here. Although that person, it certainly isn't. Louis Brown, he's out of this race if he can't get that kart going some more. There's a yellow flag as a result. Is that because of where Louis has stopped out on track? There's double wave yellows. That will neutralise the race. You can see our drivers still coming through there really, really fast. Taking avoiding action though, going around the outside. Let's get that replay now of the start, which saw some of our drivers. And look at the back of the field here and what happens towards the back. There you go. We were focused on the front, but 2 spinners at the rear, which meant our drivers had some issues and pulling off to the side towards the back there. Great job from our Alpha Live team for spotting all of what's going on here right up and down the field. You can see a mechanical flag for Toby Farthing from race control of the rear bumper, which means he's going to have to mandatorily come into the pits. Can't take any further part in this race. Rapini though with Cooper ahead. Where's Jackson Lane fallen down to? There he is in 5th. He's fallen all the way down from the top 3. Didn't have a great couple of laps there whilst we were looking at the replay of the start. So Rapini and Cooper now can work together, you'd like to think, for the Kinnick's UK team. There's Very though, there's the recovery. What a move up the inside of Jackson Lane. So Jackson Lane falling down the order at the expense of Charlie Very, jumping up into P5 to try and hold on to any progress that was made early in this one. And Lane though tried to chuck it back up the inside of Very. He's got the inside for the chicane, although Very will now have the inside for the chicane, and chucks him to the outside. They're racing so close together. Fantastic action here at Rowrah. They rotate the axle, get all of the grip they could want from their Rotax machine. And good teamwork there, or at least trying to be. Jackson Lane letting through what looked like a teammate. I'm not sure that actually ended up too good for him there. On board there, you can see Fletcher Jameson down in P8 at the moment. Shea Hilton, JJ Plowman down to P10. And Teddy Cooper, meanwhile, also been catching the action there. Teddy Cooper has taken the lead ahead of Rapini. So these two teammates looking to work together to extend the lead of Finley Smith, who's setting the pace out there at the moment. They know they need to keep the pace on at the moment. They're going to hold off Finley Smith. Finley's trying to put the pressure on our front two of Cooper, of Rapini. Cooper having a much better race this time out in the drier conditions, had a much better start. He's got to the front. Toby Farthing hasn't seen the mechanical flags that he has been issued. He's now got a black flag, and the stewards are not going to be happy with that he hasn't come into the pits yet. If he sees a black flag now, he's certainly going to get a talking to. Trying to see where Farthing is on the circuit at the moment. He is down in P21, so the marshal should have a good opportunity to spot him and pull him to one side. But he's not going to be taking further part in this race. Not too sure about the rest of the race as well, because the stewards don't like flags, of course, being ignored, especially when it involves safety of the other drivers around them. But here we are, meanwhile on board, Finley Smith in P3. This is your second group, and you've got Kometa further back, jumping into the Kart Championship this weekend, putting the pressure on, trying to get onto the podium here. Meanwhile, Rapini and Cooper out in the front and finding their way through. Here's Jameson. Jameson down the inside. What a way and then time to cut on board, because Jameson goes up the inside of Braskov for P6 before they get to the chicane, and that is how you make your move stick into the first turn, over the crest of the hill, gain the inside and take the momentum forward. So mechanical flag, it's a chain guard issue for Louis Brown as well. So Louis Brown's got to heed the advice of race control and, well, the mandatory advice. He's going to have to come into the pits, and that will be the end of his race. As we know, can't be racing without that chain guard. Another mechanical flag for Louis Brown. He's got to be careful he doesn't get more than 3. He's going to get another black flag like Toby Farthing did further down. But we are on our final lap. There's nothing to choose between Cooper and Rapini. Let's maybe try and stick and see what happens with our two front runners and maybe the top 4. There is Rapini, there is Cooper, there is Finley Smith in P3. Looks like they've got too much of a gap to contend with to go out towards our top 2. Is Cooper going to launch a charge on Rapini into the final stages of this race? You'd like to think maybe as it's a superheat, they would behave themselves, they would stay line astern. If this was the final, it might feel a bit different, but I think it's going to finish the way it's seeing at the moment. But Rapini might have a run. Is he going to cut back to the line? It looks like it's going to stay. It will. It's Cooper across the line to take the checkered flag ahead of Finley Smith. Kometa, very unfortunately, drops down to P5 him, although in doing so sets the fastest lap of the race. Jameson, great move on the last couple of laps ahead of Braskov to secure P6 in that one. JJ Plowman P8, Jackson Lane P9, and Shea Hilton in P10. There we are, our Junior Rotax Superheats done and dusted for that one. And there's your provisional results. Cooper, Rapini, Smith, Kometa. Best performance from him so far this weekend. Up in 4th, Charlie Very, Fletcher Jameson, Braskov, Plowman, Lane, and Shea Hilton. Zach Waddle and James Tate in P12. Aston Brown and Matt Scott down to P14. And then P15, Adam Churchek for the Kidditch UK team. Not as high as his teammates in Rapini and Cooper at the front of the field. Larry Price, Dealey, Noah Clare, Harry Ward, Charlie Quinn, and Noah Stamp Clark, Jasper Oak, Samuel Yeadon, George Ralston, and Louis Brown. Louis Brown had that mechanical flag issue. And obviously, our other drivers Chloe Waddle and Alex Roach and Toby Farthing, who was unfortunately black flagged out of that race in the end for ignoring mechanical flags. So plenty of your support and love still coming in on the live chat. Great racing by Intermax drivers earlier on, says Grandmama. And still looking for some of your Rowrah memories. How often have you come here over the years? Do you like the circuit? Is it up there as one of your favourites? How about the sort of the drivers, friends and family that you've helped over the years? What do you particularly like about it here? In an old quarry, it was here in the 60s and it has stayed ever since, right here to 2026. To host all of our racing action, keep your thoughts and comments coming in on the live chat on our Alpha Live broadcast. Right now, we go from that Junior Road Tax heat to our next group of drivers. You can see all our flags of our different Kart Championship families here all as one this weekend with some great racing that we've had on show. And look who is in this one against each other. This is going to be a great heat when it involves the likes of Zach Turner. He starts on pole with Ewan House in second place. Charlie Wolfett followed by Thomas Jackson on the second row of the grid. Kevin Ivanov as a privateer up there in fifth. Really doing a great job here at Rowrah this weekend and was, I think, finished fourth in the last one. Blair Smith in P6. Row 4 is Cooper Campbell-Lees, Noah Moulton, Max Douthwaite, Laurie McVeigh and Harrison Bishop on row 6 with Isabella Stansmore-Wilson again wanting to progress further up the grid and grow even more into this season's Kart Championship. Isaac Jameson is on row 7 alongside Alfie Forrester, Jack Bowie, Elijah Hazelwood, Elijah Hartley and Sam Flynn on row 9. Row 10 is Nathaniel Gray, Lewis Gilbert, Oliver Barton, Thomas Butcher, Leighton Kelly and Alexander Lazecki finishes off row 12. Zach Jennings be wanting to improve his position, I think, up from row 13 and P25. Cameron Tipping, Riches, Gardiner, Jake Walker and Clark Naylor is P30 and the one runner on row 16 of Thomas Welsford. So the Junior Rotax Heat and Championships so far in 2026, it's that man, Zach Turner, out on top at the moment. And when he's gone through the superheats and he's gone through race weekends, you could argue it's been less than easy and less than desirable, but by the end of a race weekend he has somehow still found his way to be at the front of the field and really made hard work for it, but he's earned it. So it feels even more impressive to find the position that Zach Turner is in for Coles Racing for the Kart Championship here in 2026. Gracie Mitchell, who's been on our Kart Championship socials. You can follow the Kart Championship on Instagram as well as Alpha Live with all of our racing action. Caught up with Zach, how he feels like he's doing, leading the championship at the moment. And Zach Turner in the Coles Racing awning alongside Ewan House as well. Both very formidable, capable drivers that we've seen so far in this season. I think Ewan House, though, will be wanting to make his earlier performances count in the heats and the super heats. In our 3 rounds we've had so far this season, Ewan House has been winning races. He's been up there on the podium, but when it's come to the finals, hasn't quite gone the way he's wanted. The first round he finished P6 after coming off track because of a penalty. P4 and P4 again in PF International and Whilton Mill. He's got lots to contend with. He's certainly got the pace, though. He knows how to win, and he just needs to go toe-to-toe with his teammate Zach Turner a little bit more. But Zach is a formidable opponent, knows what he's doing, and is always the challenge, not just in the Coles Racing awning, but amongst all of our drivers out there vying for the Kart Championship this season and taking home the trophy, doing what he needs to do for Coles Racing. And the thing that's really flipped it for Zach, he had a 5th place finish at the end of the Warden Law race. However, he did come through and win at PF International. He managed to get onto the podium at Whilton Mill despite having to go through lots of repostages and making a rod for his own back. He has come back here at Rowrah with quite a gap between our last races, and he's starting on pole for this one alongside his teammate Ewan House. On the left-hand side of your screen, he's on the right, is Zach Turner. And we are going racing in the tram lines. He tries to peel across ahead of Zach Turner to pinch him into the chicane, but that was not happening. We had someone going over the curb of the chicane there. Less than ideal for the suspension you'd want there. I think they managed to get through, but an uncomfortable ride through the first turn. Zach Turner's gone defensive straight away on Ewan House. Ewan, as I was just speaking about, needs to be a bit more elbows out with his teammate. However, Zach Turner's just had enough momentum to shut the door in these early stages, with Charlie Wolfett behind, who's really growing into this Kart Championship season as well. They're your top 3 at the moment, as you were off of the start. Thomas Jackson in P4. Is Ivanov still in P5? It looks like he is, although there's a change for second. Ewan House drops down to third as they cross the line. Charlie Wolfett now into second place, and Ewan House has got to be careful here that this doesn't become a trend throughout the rest of his Rowrah race weekend, as we're only of course in this superheat as well. A tough field with this group. Zach Turner going defensive, hucking the apex, making it really difficult for Charlie Wolfett behind, but then Ewan House as a result was able to take advantage of that, retake second place, and now into the Stuart S's. I think Ewan House is pointing ahead to Zach Turner and wants to either work together with Zach or is saying to other people, oh, as he gets right out wide, and Zach Turner somehow retains the lead, having used all of the runoff. But Ewan House looks like he was going to retain the lead there, and you can't choose anything between these two. As a half look up the inside there, does Ewan across the apex and over the curbs into the chicane. But they have to be so mindful they don't battle too much here. We say it time and time again in the world of karting. The field is so close. You've got Charlie Wolfett on the inside, and look, that's exactly what he's doing. Turner has to take avoiding action. He's not happy with his teammate Ewan House behind, or maybe with Charlie Wolfett. Look at Ewan House, so he chucks it up the inside, and that's going to make Zach Turner vulnerable, and Wolfett. And now they're dropping right down the order. Look at where Zach Turner's found himself. Less than ideal. He's dropped right down the order. Ewan House, as I was saying, looking to get his elbows out, has done just that. He's got a gap. Will Race Control agree that that was fine? Cooper Campbell, he's fixed his fine. No, he's up into second place, up from 4th on the grid for Kato Motorsport. They'll be happy in the KMS awning, mixing it with the likes of Coles and Ambition and Jax and Dan Holland racing out there, and Project One diving into the inside now, taking avoiding action was the Jax Racing car there, and I think that was Laurie McVeigh that chucked it up the inside. It was Laurie McVeigh. However, he loses back out to Harrison Bishop, who retakes 5th place. Nice racing action up the inside. And of course, Ewan House, I should say, I kind of got used to my knowings of teams this season. Ewan House now, formerly of Coles Racing, Ewan House racing away from Coles now, and against his former teammate of Zach Turner. Zach Turner is now down towards, down in 10th. Zach Turner's all the way down to 10th. So there he is on your screen, finding his way through, trying to find his way through the traffic. Ewan House out front, meanwhile, has got a 1.1 second gap. Oh, gets tagged on the outside there. Does Stansmore Wilson on Moulton, and that is a rally you don't want to be doing here. That's not something we do at Rowrah Circuit. We go kart racing, and it's not what that driver wanted to be doing as well in the 219. And positions changing all the time round here. at Rowrah. Isaac Jameson that was going across the grass earlier on. This Fast and Furious though, right through the midfield. All changing, left, right, and here, there and everywhere, as it does in a kart race. All up and down the field, so competitive. Side by side into the Stewart-S's. Look at that dive move up the inside there. A lovely late on the brakes move from Lewis Gilbert on Sam Flynn up to P13. And there is Zach Turner then. We know that Zach makes hard work for himself. Jameson off again and is completely off. Oh, he's look at he's absolutely incensed. He is furious at how he got taken off onto the grass on the left-hand side. That is not a driver I would want to be dealing with. Whoever comes into next, look at the fists are clenched, and that is definitely not what you want to be seeing. An unhappy driver coming back into the X-Kart awning. I'm sure some words will be said towards the end of that one. He's out of this race. The kart has given up on him after that earlier off onto the grass. And Jameson hoping to come back for more in the next races if he can. If he's got enough points to take him into the intermediate classification. But yeah, here is Zach Turner. Down in P8 and now up to P7 as he crosses the start-finish line. Unfortunately, you could say Ewan House did put an ambitious move on him up the inside, but all seemed fine as the stewards and race control were concerned. He's finding himself in the positions where he makes such hard work for himself, and it makes it interesting for us on the coverage, for you watching at home and for you possibly watching here at Rowrah. But for his championship battle and the stress levels for Zach, it's never plain sailing for Zach Turner, and he's got it all to do to still catch up with the rest of the field. He's 6.4 seconds off the lead though, so it's going to be a very obviously tall order to get anywhere near the front of the field. He is setting the fastest lap though, just to show you by about 2.5 tenths that he does have the pace out there at the front. He should be out at the front where he was earlier on in this race. So it's Ewan House followed by Wolfit, 1.6 seconds back. Then a couple of attempts back from that is Cooper Campbell Lees, Harrison Bishop, Laurie McVeigh, and then Stansmore Wilson. Fantastic race so far for Isabella, up in P6 at the moment, and that is more like it, holding on to her positions, not falling down through the order as she's had real bad luck with in some of the races in this Kart Championship season. Coming across the line then to take the final lap board, Ewan House. Looks like he's got this one signed, sealed and delivered, and a licking of the stamp as well to take full points into the rest of his race weekend. So Ewan House out your picture, is on your picture right now though, is a battle for second and third. Wolfit and Cooper Campbell Lees heading down as fast as they can into the Stewart-S's. Brake as late as you dare to try and gain a few tenths on your rival behind. Campbell Lees seems wise to it though. The gap seems to be coming down ever so slightly for the Kato Motorsport machine. But here is Ewan House to take victory at the front of the field. An opportunist move earlier on in the race. And here is where it gets interesting, because I did think that would be contested, maybe the move that Ewan House made on Zach Turner. So here we are, 5-second penalty for Ewan House. So that is going to drop him down into P5, which will then have him, even P6, sorry. And Zach Turner also picking up a 5-second penalty. I'm not sure Zach's going to be very happy about that. But Ewan and Zach getting 5-second penalties for their stages of the race. And there is Isaac Jameson coming back. He's had to cool off, so much so he's taken off his race suit. Not happy with how that race went. And you can see absolutely gutted. You know the emotions run so high when you've got it all on the line, especially in a championship like this. And I wouldn't want to be going over to chat to him anytime soon. But let's get our provisional results. This is not how it's going to finish, because Ewan House has got a 5-second penalty, which means that Charlie Wolfit will take victory off track. Cooper Campbell-Lees will be next. Laurie McVeigh, Harrison Bishop and Zach Turner also has a 5-second penalty. Won't finish where he's finishing. That's good news for Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and the likes of Ivanov and Moulton. Nathaniel Gray down to P10. Hazelwood, Blair Smith, Lewis Gilbert and Douthwaite down to P14. And then from P14 further on to P15 is Leighton Kelly, Forrester, Elijah Hartley, Jake Walker and Welsford, Sam Flynn, Thomas Butcher, Jamie Richards, Thomas Jackson. Where has Thomas Jackson fallen down to in that one? He was much further down. Started 4th, unfortunately finished in P23. Dana Cameron tipping, Zach Jennings, Jack Bowie, Barton Gardner, Lazecki, Naylor, and as we could see on our screens, very frustrated, Isaac Jameson in the X-Kart machine. Well, that's our Junior Road Tax Superheats then. Until we get to our repechage later, it'll be one final chance for some of our drivers and the top 4 to get into our Junior Road Tax final later on. Let's go from our Junior Road Taxes though and back to our next dual grid race of the day. So here we go then into our second superheat for our dual grid of our Micromaxes and our mighty cadets. Jensen Darlow taking victory in the last one with an impressive fight up to the front in the mixed conditions. It's going to be a lot drier in this one though. Sebastian Crawford is on pole instead for this. Arthur Bowers. Jensen Darlow is third to try and make his way up. Freddie Baker starts in 4th. Will be wanting to be a lot higher than he finished in the last race. Jensen Drummond and Benjamin Finley rounds off row 3. Logan Edwards, Milo Taylor is in P8. He came off to the side of the track in the last race, didn't he, after going off a couple of times. Really affected his race from there on in and gets off row 4 for this one. Will Hatton, Ralph Ewer in P10. Seabright and Lani Eden in P12. Seth State Mackey is on row 7 there for P13. The front of your mighty cadets will be Ansel Murray, Freddie Dye and Harry Stinson. Heath Smith, who finished 3rd last time out, will be there on row 9 with Junior Wright alongside. Henry Hales, Elliot Hitch, Jacob Amos, Jack Swong, Arthur Thompson and Frank Pearson is in P24 with Arthur Bath, Pierce Gauntlet and Emily Christie in P27. So there's our 2 grids making their way around using the 4,000 or so metres we have here at Rowrah to make our racing more efficient here. And remember, all of these superheats, you're probably thinking, oh, why is it going to be 7 minutes in a lap on the clock? We'll do some interruptions we had earlier with our junior primos and the red flags who had race control, wanting to make sure the race schedule sticks to its running and we can get all these races in and keep the session break for all of our mechanics later on, which means 7 minutes plus 1 lap for our Micromaxes. We are underway and racing into turn 1. All gets very close around the outside there. Did Crawford and Bowers, but I think Bowers just about decided that was going to be too risky on the outside. So Crawford has got away well. Let's see how our mighty cadets get away. Looks like they're going away pretty slow. And are they racing? I'm not sure if they didn't look like they were racing at full speed there, but I think they've got away well. They're up to full speed now at least. And Ansel Murray, who needs no introduction in the electric classes in the last couple of seasons, is laying his claim early on in this race with, I think, Harry Stinson, who's immediately got up into second. Yeah, of course he has. It's Ansel Murray and Stinson. It's the usual suspects out front vying for the lead of this mighty cadet race. And I'm always interested to see how the dynamic between these two plays out. When they're this close to each other and there's nothing to choose between them, you know that it's going to be a mega final couple of laps. But Whilst our mighty cadet runners are finding their way into this race, let's try and see and catch up with how our micro max runners are finding each other out there right now. And there is, in a second, we'll jump to that. I can see on your time screens Crawford still ahead of Bowers and Baker. We'll stick with our mighty cadets for now. You can see in the mid-pack, Elliot Hitch further back down into P5 in the grid. There's a yellow flag waving into the chicane as they come into turn 1. Not too sure what that's for and what class that relates to, as in our Micromax class, one of the drivers goes incredibly wide and loses out there. There was Crawford on your screen, our race leader at the moment. Move around the outside from Ralph Ewer on Jensen Drummond, I think made that stick for 8th position. And there is Crawford there into the distance and picking him up as we wait for them to come round to the start finish. There's Crawford in the KR Sport livery of Bowers, followed by Freddie Baker having a much better race this time. In 3rd, Jensen Darlow, not as near the front as he was in the first race though, in the drier conditions. Has got a lot of work to do with less time to do it as well in this superheat. Nearly thought about a move up the inside there. And here is our mighty cadets. Here is Stinson and Murray, and the complexion of this race has changed completely because it's not just these two now. They've got company behind them from Freddie Dye. It's a 3-horse race, and so much so this season in mighty cadets it has just been all about Murray and Stinson. It's now Freddie Dye. It's now 4th place of Elliot Hitch getting in on the act as well, as is all of the squabbling out front going on between each other. They need to work together to try and grab onto each other. It's now the top 3 within each other. Stinson dives to the inside and takes the lead back off of Ansel Murray. Stinson with the beautiful racecraft here at Rowrah. He points behind, does Ansel Murray to Freddie Baker to work together. We've seen that hand signal many a time in the Kart Championship, and it is not going to be the last of it, I'm sure, that we see in the 2 minutes and 54 seconds plus 1 lap that we've got around Rowrah here in the heart of Cumbria for the rest of today. Using all the runoff, going defensive is Stinson with Murray behind, although Murray not really trying to throw it up the inside. Back to our Micromax runners. There's Crawford who's building the gap over Bowers, and on 3rd and 4th place we've got Freddie Baker. Jensen Darlow back to P4 over the crest of the chicane. Coming through your shot there was Benjamin Finley as well, down to P5. There's Baker, there's Darlow. This is an interesting, intriguing battle. Darlow taking victory in the last one. Is he going to be able to mark any dent on this race and try and get ahead of Freddie Baker in front of him for the RCE team? Darlow for the Jax Motorsport team at his awning, overlooking onto the track this weekend is Jensen's. Got great perspective between races, seeing who he could be facing in the next classes over the next few years. And we don't need to tell you how promising a talent is Jensen Darlow. Here's your mighty cadet runners though here, and Stinson all the while building out the gap a little bit. Ansel Murray trying to stay in the slipstream as much as he can. And in 3rd, Freddie Dye trying to stick with them as much as he can as well. Lightning quick pace always being set by Murray, by Stinson. But don't write off Freddie Dye. If there's a opportunity towards the end of this race where Murray and Stinson can famously come so close together whilst they're worrying about each other, the likes of Freddie Dye, Elliot Hitch could all still be in this race. Elliot Hitch just about in touching distance with these top 3 right now in our mighty cadet runners into Airedales. Hugging the apex does Jensen Darlow, but look at the time that Ansel Murray gained there. I don't know what racing line he took, but it certainly worked for him into the Stuart S's, and he was going so fast he caught the back of Harry Stinson. Hopefully he didn't knock the front fairing, which will give him that 5-second penalty. Meanwhile, in the Micromax race, Lani Eden's got a mechanical flag. We'll need to be careful of that. And I think, there you go, popping into the pits to the inside there, getting out of the way just in time of our mighty cadet runners. There is Harry Stinson, holds onto the lead for now, soaking up the pressure from Ansel Murray behind. It's the penultimate lap here at Rowrah for our mighty cadets and our Micromaxes. There is a beautiful shot close up of our drivers coming into the first hairpin into Airedales. This race is really hotting up. It's the final lap now for Sebastian Crawford in our Micromaxes, but we're staying on board with Harry Stinson. They're on their penultimate lap. They haven't seen the last lap board yet, or the checkered flag board. Stinson comes through for Murray. There is your Micromaxes. There's third place. There's Freddie Baker and Darlow coming through, trying to chase after. But look at the gap that Sebastian Crawford has built himself out front, even ahead of Boas. A 2-second lead. You'd like to think that he's got this one in the bag. That's Jensen Drummond down there for P6, being chased by Will Hatton through the Stuart S's now over the crest of the curb, gaining all the time that they can. Further back in second, that's Arthur Boas, but he's got absolutely no answer to Sebastian Crawford. There he is, coming across the start-finish line. And there's your top four finishing down to Darlow and Benjamin Finley. How is our mighty cadets going to finish? How close is it between Stinson and Murray? Is that the front of our mighty cadets? Has it completely changed? No, I think there's further back. Here's the front of them. And Stinson's ahead. Murray is ahead. But Stinson's got all the answers to Ansel Murray. He takes victory in the mighty cadets ahead of Freddie Dye. And another valuable haul of points and bragging rights for Stinson in the scrap between Murray in that duel this season. In this latest Super Heat, we tried to keep across all of the action on our dual grid, and we certainly did just that. Sebastian Crawford takes the win in Micromax. An impressive display of dominance with a 2.6 second lead ahead of the rest of the field in second, and further back way down towards Milo Taylor and Lucas Seabright. Stinson takes victory meanwhile in the mighty cadets of Ansel Murray. In the end, around about 4 or 5 attempts to choose between first and second. Freddie Dye in third. Hitch, Smith, Wright, Jack Swong, Henry Hales, Jacob Amos, Thompson, Frank Pearson and Arthur Bath down towards the latter of your runners in the mighty cadets. Lani Eden involved in the Micromaxes peeling off in the pits because of that mechanical flag, a radiator issue that forced Lani into the pits. And Emily Christie really not enjoying good fortune here, having to settle towards the back of the grid once again here at Rowrah. Beautiful day here now. The weather's changed and flipped completely on its head from when we first arrived here this morning at Rowrah, with drizzle, with overcast clouds. Now beautiful sunny skies for our drivers on those slicks to make the most of the grip that they can. So we just had our dual grid there of our Micromaxes and our Mighties, and if the Honda Cadet race of the last few rounds and the last race here at Rowrah is anything to go by, we're in for a treat next. And here we are then, back to our Honda Cadets for their second Super. You can hear the Honda engines roar out of Parc Ferme and making their way down the start-finish straight once again. Off of pole will be Archie Loveridge. Second, Archie Cannon. Mason Becker will be on the second row of the grid. Delaney, Murphy and Luca Bicocchi. More like to see him where we're used to seeing him, up on the third row of the grid in sixth. How much can he do from there? On the third row of the grid, Jensen Culler, meanwhile, is on row 4. Boas had some great moves going on in the last Super Heat, be wanting to make it count actually when it comes to the positions rather than the toing and froing of progress in his race. Sawyer and Henderson, Marcus Cooper will be lining up there alongside Bradley Sutton, Alistair Saunders and Henry Colborne will be on row 7. Shelton, Grech, McCarthy, Hamill and Keeling down to row 9. Reggie Tafisi down to 10 and Jensen Favers on P20. Row 11 is Drury, Ryder Birch, Fursfield and Austin Dow, followed by Bullock, Grisbeck, Mikowski, Burgoyne, Love and Charlton down to row 15. And your final Honda Cadet runners will be Jacob Jones and Jensen Drummond. But remember, they come round to take a standing start in front of our clerk of the course, Drew Hornsey. And just being told that one of the drivers that was trying to come round for our Honda Cadets there has not made it round because they spun on the first lap. I'm not sure if they've found their way, but they had a bent axle at the rear also, which is why they've been asked to leave the circus. They must have a really big off at the start of the race. And we rev the engines of the Honda Cadets and the lights go out and we are away here at Rowrah for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Great start from Loveridge, retains the lead ahead of a always opportunistic Archie Cannon, ahead of Mason Becker for Project 1 Racing. I don't know what happened there in the background, but oh, there's more spinners. Carts coming together and finding their way round each other. That's the 88 of James Murfitt getting tagged on the outside. Looks like he's okay. We'll get going once again, trying to all find their way round each other. And Loveridge feels the braking and the grip underneath him into the Stuart S's, and is leading this race ahead of Cannon, who has, you might have noticed, still got the Apollo livery, has left the Apollo karts awning this weekend and is running as a privateer with some support from the Tim Parrott Racing team. But it's all in the driver out there, knows what he needs to do to stay towards the top of this championship, because he is leading the championship after a second place in the first round, P6 at PF International, and taking the win at Whilton Mill after the, well, fractious end to the Honda Cadets final in Daventry, with about 5 or 6 drivers coming together at the final chicane, and Archie Cannon coming on through saying, "Don't mind if I do." That would be very nice indeed, thank you very much. And very nice indeed for Archie Cannon, sitting in second place in this one at the moment. He has plenty of company for Mason Becker, who was unfortunately a victim of those final race skirmishes at Whilton Mill. Was running up in second, and as a result getting tagged round, ended up finishing somewhere down in 5th. So Mason Becker's got more than a point to prove here this weekend, that he deserves to be winning these races out towards the front of these Honda Cadet fields, which we know are so close and competitive. But Mason, with his Project 1 team, showing that he deserves to be there. But plenty of time still on the clock here to size up a move and learning the race style of Cannon. Although he's got company on the inside, whilst he's too busy worrying about Cannon, he's also got Bukocki up the inside. Is Bukocki going to try it? No, he thinks better of it, although he gets a nice little kiss of the bumper to Mason Becker as they come through the Stuart S's, as they scrub off speed and momentum through those sectors. Look at the soaring of the wheel from Archie Cannon, trying to keep his kart in one line and chase after Archie Loveridge. 4 temps up the road. The group of 3 together, or even 4 behind now of Loveridge. Half a second as they come over the timing line for Loveridge, followed by Cannon, Becker, Bukocki setting the pace of the fastest lap of 4:54.08. 2.5 temps quicker than our race leader of Archie Loveridge right now. And going defensive was Loveridge, I think, into their first part, and he's needing to go defensive because here comes Cannon. Is Cannon going to try it round the outside, try and switch back up the inside? Meanwhile, Mason Becker is dropping down the order because Luca Bukocki has found a way forward, and he's pointing ahead that he wants to chase after the front 2 of Cannon of Loveridge into Sunny Bend, using all of the runoff on the outside here at Rowrah. It's Cannon followed by Luca Bicocchi and his now former teammate. So there won't be any team orders going on here. Luca Bicocchi won't mind. He'll chuck it up the inside if he feels like there'll be an opportunity. And it looks like he's going to try and do that. And he does. Into second place. Ahead of Archie Cannon, who's falling down the order now. And Loveridge is being able to get ahead. Cannon, though, will come back at him. Up the inside. Puts him onto the grass on the left-hand side as they come out the second hairpin. Bicocchi. No team orders or friendships going on there at the moment in the same mornings now. Has got it all to do as a privateer. And Cannon and Bicocchi even falling further down the order. So it's now Loveridge, followed by Cannon, followed by Mason Becker, and out of nowhere, Jensen Culler up to P4, which I'll tell you on the timelines. There you go, Luca Bicocchi now 2 seconds back from the lead. He was making such great progress in that stage of the race. Went for a move around the outside. There was no space for him on the grass. Out of Airedale's and into the second hairpin, and he's paid the price. With 2 minutes and a lap on the clock. Loveridge trying to use as least drag as possible, ducking his head into his Honda Cadet car and try and pull away as much as he can from Archie Cannon. Mason Becker not giving an inch though to Archie in front as they come through the fast right left-hander out onto the runoff of Sunny Bend towards Paddock Bend now. Can Mason Becker sense an opportunity on the inside? No, nothing doing. Up into the chicane. Doesn't look like there's going to be an opportunity or a move to happen here. And now these three seem to be working together up the inside, but staying put. And Mason Becker pointing to Cannon to push ahead. He wants to be ahead. He thinks that he's got the pace over Archie Cannon to chase after Loveridge. Don't be worrying about defending against me. We need to get on the back of Loveridge because he's pulling away. Although the gap has dropped to around about 4/10 of a second. I'd say that's just about thereabouts. It's even possibly getting closer as they come into the third sector. Cannon being pushed along by Becker, by Culler. Further back, Bicocchi is the chasing pack to the best of the rest. Sawyer Henderson, Ben Bowers setting the fastest lap of the race. Under investigation is James Murfitt. Meanwhile, further down the order towards the back of the grid, he won't mind too much about that because he's pretty much out of this race as it is now. Loveridge has not got that luxury of the gap anymore. He's closed right down into the second hairpin. Archie Cannon is going to bide his time, wait for the door to open on the inside there, possibly, but nothing doing. At the moment, Loveridge looks over his shoulder. He goes defensive, covers off the outside line to stop any of a sweeping move around his Honda Cadet car into Sector 3. Look at the straight line speed, though, that Cannon's able to carry through there over Loveridge. Maybe Loveridge has got the kart set up for more of the technical sections in the midfield. And now Cannon can use his pace here, right up on the back in the slipstream, into the first chicane, and we are on to our last lap. So he's got to make it count here, has Cannon, and Loveridge will know it. Loveridge knows it. He's going defensive initially on the inside. He opened the door to then take the racing line back, and Cannon's just about holding off the challenge that he's got from behind now from Mason Becker. And Culler falls down the order to Luca Bicocchi. Luca Bicocchi's up into 4th place. How is this race going to finish? Anyone can call it. You'd be brave to do so. You probably think that Loveridge is going to finish on the top step of the podium for this superheat. But Cannon now trying to close the gap. The gap's eked out again once more. And Loveridge with Cannon now looking like they've got this one in the bag. It's going to be Loveridge to take the win here at the second superheat, followed by Mason Becker. Bicocchi recovers to P4, Sawyer Henderson to P5, Jensen Culler goes to P6, and Ben Bowers go to P7. Cooper brought by Bradley Sutton and Phoebe Shelton down to P10. There you are then for Honda Cadets. And Ralph Ryder Birch down towards the further parts of the grid. So there you are, our provisional results there. Cannon, Becker, Bukocki, Henderson, Culler, Ben Bowers, Marcus Cooper, Bradley Sutton, Phoebe Shelton, Sebastian McCarthy, Nathan Greck, Henry Colborne and Reggie Tafisi down to P14. And then 15th is rounded off by Alistair Saunders whilst we wait for the next race. Okay, so welcome back to our racing action here, the Kart Championship at Rowrah in Cumbria. If you've just joined us on Alpha Live's YouTube channel, thank you so much for watching. Let's go through our grid quickly for Senior Road Tax. We're back onto the second two beat for them. Kai Newman on pole again. Harrison Crowther wants to have a better start in this one. Dalton Ayres is third. Melissa Adrian in fourth. Joshua Smith, Riley Bishop down to sixth. Sumner, Hinkley, Tyler, Tubby and Miller and James Kell down to P12, followed by Napier, who had a great race last time, Christopher Hughes, Marcus King, George Cole, Lewis Holt and Michael Ambler. Elliot Surtees, Kirkbride, Zach Kane, Kelbrick, Eddie King and Joseph Yor down to P24 with McDowell, Lomax, McGillicuddy, Sowell, England and Max Sheldon Hayward, followed by Ambler, Tracy and Benjamin Lee. So we all got back just about for senior, for junior, yes, no, senior road tax. Don't kid yourself, Jake. It is senior road tax. We're just waiting for some of our carts to be cleared up from the last race. And now our seniors can unleash all of the horsepower underneath them. They're in the tram lines here at Rowrah, and they go racing into turn 1 for the first time in this superheat. And Kai Newman retains the lead there into the first turn. That's not been a great start for your number 12 of Rory Hinckley down there with the JWR livery on his kart. And hurtling into the second hairpin, some of the X-karts trying to find their way on the brakes onto the inside. And Harrison Crowther, though, has got into the lead at the start of this one and found his way to correct the wrongs of the start of the last race. An absolute nightmare start he had, pitched up on the left side in the change conditions, and you'd like to think that that is more like it for Harrison Crowther. So he got ahead of Kai Newman in the first sector and is now wanting to make that pay and keep it that way, and doesn't want to be finding himself in any of the lower positions he was earlier on in this weekend. It's Crowther followed by Newman, Dalton Ayres, Melissa Adrian. Still looks like she's holding on to 4th place. Great start for her. It's been amazing to see how from Warden Law she was awarded the top privateer of the weekend, and one of the top privateers of the weekend alongside Rory Hinckley for the first round. And now she's mixing it with the likes of Newman, Joshua Smith, Bishop and Crowther out front and up there in 4th place. What can Melissa Adrian do? 8 or so attempts back off of the lead for this one. So as they come down here into Airedales, plenty of grip out there now not to get caught out into the wood chips and find yourself, well, beached in sort of the runoff there, because it's going to basically just, well, put any chance of winning or coming through to get the biggest haul of points. That's going to put an end to your race and really dent your campaign at Rowrah this weekend. Thinking about a move up the inside there was the Project One, or so the Guy Cunnington Racing, I think, of Marcus King was looking to go up the inside. Oh no, it was Melissa Adrian. Melissa Adrian running a very similar livery of kart. So there's Melissa Adrian, who was going to try a dive up the inside of Elliot Dalton Ayres. However, there just wasn't really enough space and the door opening for her at the right time. There's the door opening, though, for Elliot Dalton Ayres on Kai Newman. That's beautiful move between the two teammates. I don't know if that was particularly planned, but it looked like it was. That's how smooth it was from Elliot Dalton Ayres on the inside of Kai Newman. And as they come across the line, there you go. Harrison Crowther, though, still out in the lead, a second ahead. And maybe if we get a chance to watch that one back later on in this stage of the race. That dive up the inside, a textbook move. That was a beautiful overtake of how you do it here at Rowrah. But that's also how you do it. Melissa Adrian, she's not messing about here at Rowrah this weekend. She goes up into 3rd place onto the podium. What can she do from here? I said that she was really finding her feet in the Kart Championship, and that is proof of it. Actions speak louder than words. And now there is nothing stopping her, no reason why she can't go after 2nd and also 1st. Harrison Crowther, though, a formidable opponent. How much of a challenge, though, will Elliot Dalton Ayres be further up the field? It's now Crowther, Dalton Ayres, Adrian, Riley Bishop. Kai Newman has fallen all the way down to P5 in this one. It's been another bad start for Kai Newman at the start of a race. And there's Melissa Adrian, though. She was doing well up in 3rd. She's just lost out to the fast-charging Riley Bishop coming through, and also that of Kai Newman coming back through. And just like that, it can change in an instant, as we say so many times. If we had £1 every time we said that on a karting commentary, we would be very rich indeed. And whilst we see all of the field working themselves out here. Let's just catch a few of some of the overtakes that have been going on around the rest of the field. So here we are. Look at that move there from Dalton Ayres. That's how you go up the inside of your teammate. And then coming back on the inside here, this was Melissa Adrian actually on Kai Newman, not Dalton Ayres. Got confused between the two Ultimate R's. And that was a beautiful moves. Both there using the hairpins to their advantage to get on to the brakes. Lovely race car, lovely driving round here at Rowrah, but unfortunately wasn't able to hold on to that particular phase of the race was Melissa Adrian. However, here she is back in fourth still in a very strong position. It's Crowther with a 1.3 second gap that he's built out for himself now, ahead of Dalton Ayres, ahead of Kai Newman, Adrian Smith, Riley Bishop, then back to James Kell, who's up into 7th. His progress throughout this weekend has been great after some misfortune and bad luck in some of the races yesterday. He's also letting you know about it by setting the fastest lap of the race, a 10th quicker than our race leader, Harrison Crowther, at the moment. Lewis Sumner in the X-Kart then is in P8, followed by Napier and Connor Tubby in P10. A minute and a lap on the clock. Look at all of the runoff they're using, and Adrian will use it too. Alongside Kai Newman and Dalton Ayres are making the most of that too. It looks like first and second is pretty much decided in this race now. Getting great grip over the crest. Look at the heat haze that's coming off of the track. Lots of track temperature for our drivers to play with now. Even in Cumbria, where you feel like it might have been colder this morning, there's plenty of sunshine to work with now, as they'll dive into that first hairpin and now down into the Stewardesses. This is the battle for third. It's Newman, Melissa Adrian putting the pressure on him all of the time, trying to force him into a mistake. The clock is ticking down. We've got one less minute in these superheats. She tries to dive down the inside. She wants to duck back on the inside, although Kai Newman is wise to it. This fantastic racing here with the Kart Championship. Melissa Adrian is not letting anything rest here till she sees the checkered flag. How is she going to get on? Is she going to get onto the podium? Is it going to be her first podium of the year in the Kart Championship? She's got to be careful she doesn't let in other drivers on the inside. She was so close there to taking off James Kell, who's coming at her behind inside now through the Stewardesses. This is a fantastic battle. We've got a group of 6 or 7 here now at the moment. I didn't mean to do that. It's literally 6 or 7 go-karts. Anyway, don't think about that. Think about the racing on your screen right now. We're on to our final lap. Crowther looks like he's got this one in the bag. 1.8 seconds ahead of Elliot Dalton Ayres. There they come through the crest. There's Adrian chasing after Kai Newman. Can he hold on to this one? Does she dive down the inside? No, there's nothing doing there. Has she jeopardised her line out of the second hairpin? No, she hasn't. Through into here now. She's going to need an almighty run on Kai Newman if she's going to mount any challenge into the Stewardesses. I think it's going to be a tall order to take it in. There's a move, though, happening from Riley Bishop on James Kell. Bishop wants to come up through the order as well. There's the gap, though. Look at the dominance from Crowther and Dalton Ayres. There's Kai Newman coming through. There's Crowther. There's your race winner, Dalton Ayres, followed by Kai Newman. Wow, and Melissa Adrian. Really unfortunate that she didn't come onto the podium for that one. However, fantastic showing of how far Melissa has grown into this championship, into her senior road tax machine. And I think that's a performance that she can be really, really proud of from definitely the first race of the season at Warden Law, finishing up in the top 10. Now finishing in the top 4 for this one. It's Crowther, followed by Dalton Ayres, Newman, Melissa Adrian, Riley Bishop, James Kell in the end finishing in 6th. Bishop did get ahead of James Kell before the checkered flag. Joshua Smith, Stephen Napier, Sumner and Tyler round off your top 10 down to Miller, Tubby, King and Cole. Connor Tubby not as high up in this one as the previous heat, finishing there in P12. And then our rest of our runners further down, Michael Ambler in P15, down to Zach Kane. Rory Hinkley, unfortunately for him, finishing in the end down to 17th. McDowell, Sheldon Hayward, Surtees, Kelbrick, Yor, Hughes, Lee, Lewis Holt, and England and Cassidy Southall in P27, followed by Eddie King, Lomax, Tracy, Kirkbride, and Jack McGillicuddy. So that's our senior Rotax runners, and the last Junior Primo race we had to finish it early, and thankfully all the drivers we think we heard were all okay. Can we go to full length for this final super heat for the Junior Primos this time? Well, there's only one way to find out. And no, I'm not coining Harry Hill's TV burp and fighting. I'm on about racing. Racing out there on track. Because that's how we do it here at the Kart Championship. Bertie Hodgson, Lucas Esser will start on the front row. Jude Putterfoot, your championship leader in Junior Primo, is going off the second row of the grid. Liam Dooling, race winner this season as well, alongside Jude Putterfoot, also a race winner. Both race winners there on row 2. Jackson Heath, Harry Meyer Waldron is on row 3. Joshua Robinson, Zayed and Archie Thoman Evans is on row 6. Row 7, Hakeem Bart, Jacob Underhill, Morgan Cooney, Ruben Jenkins, Elliot Dimolo, who had a shaky rear bumper in the last race. Hopefully they got that fixed and all sorted now. Down to P18 for Jerry Dufacy. Charlie Halewood, Oscar Donanek, Lily Cantillon, Harvey Everett in P22, Rebecca Reestall and Alfie Skitz, followed by Jack Smith, Logan Nixon, Ashton Bailey and Cora Moore, rounding off your 28 runners for Junior Primo. So if I can remember, if my memory serves me right, of the last Junior Primo race, we had a lot of standing water in the chicane. One of our go-karts chucked up a load of the standing water in the, I think it was the Stuart S's around there. And then everyone just went into, on the second sector. Oh, just here, just over the chicane, yeah, in sector 1 rather. Good over the chicane, over the curb in sector 1. Load of standing water on the track. Everyone had dry tyres on. It was a bit wet where they went, and off you go off the track. And there's no grip that your kart desires. Hence why we had quite a few incidents and people off in the last one. But how is a full dry running of Junior Primo going to pan out here? We're in the tram lines and we go racing. No, we don't. Oh, I was feeling good about that one. I was. I felt like, you know, the wrongs had been righted at previous times. We were going to get going, and our race officials not happy with how we went to start things off there. Line astern into the tram lines. Gives me a chance to catch up with your live chat comments as well on our YouTube stream at the moment. And lots of you still talking about the Honda Cadet race. We're focusing on the Junior Primo stuff, but yeah, lots of things to still be decided off of there. Good luck to Kai Newman for Ultimate Art in this one, says Grandmama. And what happened with Jake Anders' kart? Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know about what happened with Jake Anders in the previous one, but we will try and turn our focus back to Junior Primo because it looks like we're going racing again here. We are underway and into the first chicane, and that is a hold of the lead from Bertie Hodgson. Makes that position stick out there, and there's the X-Kart of Lucas Esser behind, trying to find the braking point and the traction into the first hairpin. Oh, there's a bit of a coming together Constantina effect and dominoes between a few of those karts at the back, and someone coming off particularly badly at the back there was Cora Moore, with about 3 or 4 karts coming together. But look at this, Bertie Hodgson already sailing away at the front. That at least looks like a half a second gap already between those two. But I'm sure our drivers behind will have something to say about it. And I'm saying that's Lucas Esser in second. It's actually Jude Putterfoot, isn't it, in the X-Car into second. So up there you go, confirmation. Hodgson, Putterfoot, Liam Dooling down in P3 now. Jackson Heath, Harry Mike Waldron, Zane Perry, Joshua Robinson, Hakeem Bart, Lucas Esser and Shay Laird down to P10. And look at using all of the track space, going very defensive and shutting the door on the inside as much as you can. Joshua Robinson shutting the door on Hakeem Bart. And that is a huge overspeed into the S's there from Zane Perry on Harriet Marriott Waldron. But I think just about made it stick and got on the brakes just in time. There was Harry Marriott Waldron coming through your screen. And onto our next lap across the timing lines. Liam Doolin sets the fastest lap considerably by a good 0.4 of a second. And here we come down into the braking zone, tough braking zone of Hairpin 1. Beautiful shot there of seeing all of our karts and all of the heat coming off of the Rotax engines. And then in the background, two of our back runners trying to catch up with the field once again. The front of the pack there was Zane Perry. So this is the front of the group for 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Back down towards the likes of Bart, Esser, and Laird. And here at the front though it is Hodgson, followed by your championship leader, Jude Pudderfoot, being chased by Liam Dooling at the moment. And coming through into turn 1, we pick up back there with 4th place. That was Jackson Heath coming through on your screen there. And there he is once again. Harry Marriott Waldron chasing down for 4th. He fancies a taste of the top 5 and further on. Great braking into the top there, but Jude Pudderfoot now, he's under some pressure. We'll cut to it because Liam Dooling dives down the inside, and that teamwork that might have been existing for the last couple of laps is over because Liam, you know, Jude Pudderfoot's been talked about in the championship as one to watch, but Liam needs to be one to watch as well in this championship. He's had some bad luck, misfortune in some of the races, particularly in the last round if I remember rightly. He had a strong end at PF International, but he needs to be in these positions more often to show to the likes of Jude, to show to the likes of Hodgson that he deserves to be up there in this incredibly packed field. And the likes of Jacob Underhill took the very first Junior Primo final victory of the year at Warden Law, down in 10th at the moment. You need to take these opportunities whilst the likes of Underhill are nowhere to be seen and not capitalising on other sessions of the weekend. 3 minutes 15 on the clock. And Hodgson now is getting a lot of pressure from Liam Dooling, more so than he's had so far in this race. And Pudderfoot just taking a bit of a backseat now, choosing to think that this is probably the best way to go. They look like they're really racy, and I may be able to come through in the final lap and take advantage of their battling right here. Dooling thinks about and falls the driver in front around a move around the outside, but Hodgson is wise to it. Hugs the inside, goes defensive into the Stuart S's. There's a yellow flag waving there as they come into Sector 2. Not too sure what that was for, whether that was out of shot. Looks like it's okay at the moment, but no overtaking through double yellows. But Hodgson now have to worry about Dooling. They're out of that area, and Dooling is right back on the bumper of him. He wants to take victory here, is Dooling. He's in the mood for this one. He's got the grip underneath him. He's got the opportunity to pick up as many points as he can. Does he dive to the inside? He does. He makes the pressure count, and that is where Jude Pudderfoot can capitalise as well. Is Jude going to go around the outside of both of them? Surely not. There's no grip there, is there? Oh my goodness, he's done it. Jude Pudderfoot round the outside of Dooling. He went round the outside of Hodgson as well. Is Dooling going to let him through though? No, Dooling holds on. You thought that Pudderfoot had made the move stick and held round the outside. My goodness, it was audacious. I said it on my commentary thinking that it wouldn't happen, but he gave it a go and it nearly paid off. But it's earned him back into second place. And he's now right in the mix to challenge once again ahead for Liam Dooling. Liam Dooling can chase down after the lead. It's one thing now trying to keep the lead and becoming the hunted from behind. Pudderfoot is in a place where he wants to be, that patience, that maturity that we've talked about with some of our other drivers in other classes. It's starting to show here. Has he got a run up the inside? Could he duck to the inside of the Stuart S's? No, he thinks about it. But there's still potentially Another 3 laps to go in this one. And Dooling knows that he can't put a foot wrong. Pardon the pun. He can't put a foot wrong because he's got Jude Putterfoot behind him. In second, roaring down into the chicane. We are going to get 2 more laps, 30 seconds and a lap on the clock. Meanwhile, further back in the field, it's all going on there as well. Down to your number 12 of Harry Meyer, Waldron down to P8. The spread is so vast as the dominance out front with Liam Dooling and Putterfoot. Look at the scraps going on here between these guys. Look at the move round the outside there. Just about avoiding the front left there was the kart of Archie Foreman Evans going round the outside of Toby Wortley. Here at Rowrah, it's really ramped up. Everyone is feeling really confident about this circuit. I would say the best racing action we've had of the day across the field so far that we have seen here on Alpha Live. And we're on to the final lap. Liam Dooling is in the lead with Jude Putterfoot chasing after. What's happening with Liam Dooling? He is holding off Jude Putterfoot for now. They come into the second hairpin into Airedales. He finds a braking point well. Putterfoot brakes as late as he can. Is he going to catch any slipstream? How is he going to finish between these two? Into the Stuart S's. Great lines from both of them. Getting it. Both stopped really well. Not letting an inch go. I'd even say Dooling pulled a bit of time on Putterfoot there. Into the third and final sector. Out of Sunny Bend. It looks like time is running out for Jude Putterfoot because Liam hasn't done that. He hasn't put a foot wrong because he's going to win the race ahead of Jude. For second, Bertie Hodgson finishes on the podium for third. Lucas Esser in fourth, setting the fastest lap of the race whilst he does it. Zane Perry in fifth. Harry Meyer Waldron with an eventful race for him as well in seventh. Shay Laird, Jacob Underhill and Hakeem Barr. And who is this out of the race late? Robinson, Joshua Robinson down there, finishing in the classification at least for 25th. And there's your confirmation results as we see a longing look into the ground from Robinson out of that one behind the provisional results of Dooling, Putterfoot, Hodgson, Esser, Heath, Zane Perry, Harry White Waldron, Laird, Jacob Underhill making a great drive up to P9, maximising that race as much as he could. Hakeem Bart, Archie Thoman Evans, Odysseus Hull, Morgan Cooney and Toby Wortley down to P15. Elliot Dimolo, much better race for him this time, albeit in the mid-pack. Rebecca Reestall, Ashton Bailey, Oscar Dolinek, Jerry DeFissy, Harvey Everett up to P20, Alfie Skit, Lily Cantignon, Nixon Smith, Robinson and Cora Moore rounding off your last runners in that one. Well, that was fun. Junior Primo does get its stick sometimes for how people go racing, but I think that was a very exciting, very eventful race. You can see Josh's kart there for the Dave Edwards racing team. Potentially going to be wheeled all the way back to Parc Ferme. And what's this? In the valleys of Cumbria, blue sky. We haven't seen this, well, for the last 24 hours at least. We had this on Friday, and everyone using the sunshine to enjoy their lunch. And what's that you got there, mate? What you got? You got just a portion of chips? I'm talking, yeah, can he hear me? The one on the right. I'm not sure he can. No, there's no PA. That's fine. That's all good. Does he know? You might know he's been being filmed. Are you enjoying your chips, sir? Yes, he's very much enjoying that. He's got some curry sauce with that. Lovely stuff. Anyway, we'll let him just carry on with his lunch. I think he heard me. Oh, actually, I can see him out of our commentary box. I was just talking about him. I don't know if he's getting tweet. He's probably going, "What are they doing, waving at us?" You just leave me in peace. I want to eat my lunch because it's a busy day of action. Yeah, he had no idea he was on camera. But there's Luca Bacocchi watching on from the Honda Cadets. And the Honda Cadets won't be in action until our finals later on, because now we're going into our Bambinos. We love a bit of people watching here whilst we're bringing you live coverage of the karting action, you know, in between races. Got to pass the time somehow, you know. Anyway, Mighty Bambinos, Luca Pede is going to be leading us off on pole position once again, although he's had quite the challenge this weekend from other drivers out there. Eli Parkhouse being one of them, Ray Furdy, Max Tetlow and Aidan Castleman and Oliver Reynolds is on row 3. Jules Nash is on row 4, and Presley Knight was the hero of the last Bambino heat. Came all the way from similarly where he's starting now in P8 to take the victory ahead of Luca Pede. All work to do for Luca Pede maybe in this one as well. Teddy Smith, EJ Dira is in your top 10, Arthur Errington and George Miller rounds off to row 6. Ayrton Ujla on row 7 alongside Barella Stevens, Jensen Paris, Stanley Thurston and Max West and Sadie Cartmill rounding off your 18 runners for this. And watch out for Barella Stevens in the paddock show, because they will be possibly being featured, and Barella's dad going to get a look in and during some of the qualifying the heats yesterday. And make sure you keep your comments coming in on the live chat. It would be great as always to get your thoughts on what you're thinking of the racing action. You know, we're living it as much as you are through this, on the edge of our seat, and I feel like it's going to possibly stay that way, well, at least till we get to the end of the session, because Bambino's here is a lot more of an equal field, but the battle between Luca Pede and on the formation lap. Oh, goodness. That's not what we wanted to see. Hopefully they're both right. These karts can take quite a bit. On the formation lap, I think one of the RCE drivers spun round. But they didn't see the other driver coming and went basically head on. But I think they're okay. And they're going to find their way around eventually to start this race. Nuneaton Jake says, let's go Aidan. I assume for Aidan Castleman. Is going to be finding their way in this one. And of course our Bambinos do come round to the start grid. There were those two karts that were involved on the formation lap. And yeah, there is one of them. And I did think there was one of them that was involved. And that's the 32 of Max West there that has pulled off to the side. So I'll clock the course there. Drew at the front of your picture wearing the official bib, orange bib over the side. He's just getting word of what's been happening and whether to delay this race to go round again, where to get all the drivers in position and wait for this standing start for all of our mighty Bambinos. And yeah, Presley Knight did a fantastic job in the last superheat, coming up right through the field. So Luca's probably thinking that maybe the same thing's going to happen again. He's going to have his wits about him for this one. So I think we're just going to wait to check and verify what's happened on the opening lap with the formation. Just make sure they get round all right. Support also from Hannah Stevens on the live chat as well. Good to see you getting involved with the live stream today. Shouting out for Eli Parkhouse. Definitely one of the front runners in this Bambino season so far. And not to be ignored is Eli Parkhouse. He's dreaming of driving. Most drivers, you know, on this F1, on this kart grid that you have here for the Kart Championship or across the UK, dreaming of F1. He wants to get into GT3 racing. That's sort of the main and first goal for Eli. Eli's being consistent though. You can't knock him. It'll be very good for any future racing series he does maybe fall into. P4 in every single final of the Kart Championship so far this season. So So Eli, always one to watch. Mr. Consistent, I would say, this season so far. But the same can be said for Luca Pede and the likes of Teddy Smith as well, the RCE team, who's picked up a couple of podiums, has Teddy, at Warden Law, at Whilton Mill, and of course at PF International. P3 followed by P2 and another third place. Luca Pede, though, leading the championship at the moment thanks to really strong finishes in P2 at Warden Law. Took the top 7 of the podium at PF International in Lincolnshire, and at Whilton Mill had another strong race result in second place. However, don't discount Oliver Reynolds, who it's his first year in the Kart Championship. He's starting in the mid-pack for this race. He's given up football to commit to go-karting, and Oliver Reynolds picking up his first win of the season. So 3 different race winners so far. The whistle sounds for our Bambino runners, and we're going to wait to see when they're going to get underway. The green flag is at the start. The clerk of the course points to the lights, and they will go out now, and we are underway. Luca Pede tries to jump his kart into top speed as soon as he can off of the grid, and he gets away well up into the first chicane for, remember, 7 minutes plus 1 lap. I say he gets away well, though. He's already got a lot of challenge round the outside there from the likes of Rafe Verdi, and in behind the fast charging and Mr. Consistent Eli Parkhouse, who's doing much better than his 4th places that we were referencing in the earlier part of the season. Luca Pede, I don't know if he's confident already in this race, or if he's already losing like quite tight grip or gripping the steering wheel, or it's just driving no hands there, just giving his hands a break down the straight into the hairpin before we get there. So the slight hum of rolling tyres in our almighty karts, with our Bambinos coming round Paddock Bend for the first time, and into the lead and staying there is Luca Pede from pole position. Parkhouse, Verdi, followed by Presley Knight, though. We talked about the charge of Presley Knight in the last race, came through to win the thing, and he's already gone up from 8th into P4. So keep your eye on Presley Knight out there. Lots of support as well for Jules Nash down in P9 from GAE7A on the live chat. A couple of the drivers coming together there, coming out of the hairpin, and look at the gap that Luca Pede has got in this one. And now look at where Presley Knight is. Look at, he's charging through the field like they're not even there. Presley Knight, in the course of 2 laps, has gone from 8th to 2nd. And Ray Verdi is probably thinking, well, I need to try and use a bit of this speed because I don't know where you're getting it from. I want to stay in your slipstream, and I want us 3 to be in the hunt for this. Max Tetlow, you can see now there behind in 4th place as they all come through Paddock Bend and across the line. And Presley Knight is taking the lead of the race. How is he doing it? It's incredible. It's almost like he's got a boost button ahead of Luca Pede. I'm not, assuming or suggesting anything, but as is the pace and speed for Presley Knight out there with so much confidence underneath him in that mighty Bambino, as Ray Verdi goes up the inside of Luca Pede, and Luca Pede will shut the door and come back at him for 2nd place. Presley Knight is absolutely scorching off into the distance. It's incredible. There's a little tap on the back there of Luca Pede from Ray Verdi as they go off there. Just extracting so much more out of his car is Presley Knight. And we'll see what his lap time is compared to Luca and Ray Verdi when they come across the line this time around. Contact warning for Ray Verdi, that you did see the little bump on Luca Pede there coming through the 2nd sector. But there is the pace being set by Presley Knight, and it's easily a 1/10.5 quicker than Luca Pede in 2nd. But as I was saying in the last race, it all depends on how the mechanics and the the dads and the teams and all of the awnings have set up their karts. Whether to come back to them more in the later parts of the race with all of their karts, putting in the tyre pressures and how much you sort of run the tyres into the ground and how much you want to hook it around, compared to having a great start and then possibly falling away as your tyres go through more race wear in the stage of a race. And in the course of 7 minutes plus 1 lap, Presley Knight in complete control of this, ahead of Luca Pede, who has been having it all his own way in the Mighty Bambinos this season amongst the other runners, and not really had a challenge quite like this up until now. And that has changed this weekend from Presley Knight, who is building his gap even more. On your screen there, that's the battle for 4th place, with Jules Nash and Teddy Smith behind, kind of creating a bit of a train in behind him of Tetlow, Castleman and EJ Deere as well, latching onto the back of them now, coming through Airedales and taking this very long straight down towards into the Stuart S's, and this gap extending all the more with Presley Knight. They've got something right with that setup. It's fantastic to see a driver so comfortable in their element, coming right through the field and then sustaining their position right out the front and not being phased by the possibility, thinking that they could drop a tyre into the grass or there's going to be a driver coming back at them very soon. It is an impressive drive from Presley Knight. He's now built nearly a second lead in an all-electric series like this. Very impressive indeed. Rafe Verdi is trying to keep Luca Pede honest out there, as well as these guys here of Castleman and Teddy Smith. And Castleman's got ahead of Teddy Smith there, with Max Tetlow behind and EJ Deere trying to take the opportunity as well. And here you go, this is sort of group of 5 coming down this back straight into the Stuart S's and hopping over the curb to straight line the corners as much as you can, as much as you want to between there. And there you go, this green line. Castleman had quite the speed there on Jules Nash for 4th, 5th and 6th. And into Paddock Bend, they're all going to try and find a way through. Is there any way up the inside there? It doesn't look like there is for Aidan Castleman. But here's Jules Nash though, getting challenged by Aidan Castleman. But Jules stays ahead just, but who's going to dive up the inside? It's Jules Nash going behind. There's Presley Knight, there's Luca Pede. And coming into the second hairpin, it's the latest of the breakers. Who's going to take victory of that? It is Aidan Castleman. Oh, nearly gets put to the one side because then Teddy Smith arrives on the scene. EJ Deere gets put onto the grass, just about collects it and doesn't spin round. Jules Nash coming back on the inside of Teddy Smith. But now Aidan Castleman out at the front of this pack here, and we don't have long to go now of this race. And there's the group that coming through. You can see Presley Knight then and Luca Pede coming through now to take the final lap board. And Presley Knight, I don't know what he had for breakfast today, but I want some of it because he knows how to drive fast around Rowrah here, and it looks like the gap is just going to extend even more. He looks over his shoulder, probably can't quite believe the gap that he's got. Is 1.5 seconds now coming into the second sector, and it is an absolute country mile between Presley Knight, Luca Pede, Rafe Verdi still trying to stick with Luca through the back there, as this is almost a coronation, a victory lap for Presley, as is the gap that he's got back to Luca here, further extending the gap throughout the lap, and he can just bring it home, ease it through the last turn, through Paddock Bend, and it's going to be another impressive victory here for Presley Knight, and he should take fists into the sky, because that is an impressive display from Presley Knight once again. That's how you dominate a mighty Bambino race. Luca P still seems pretty happy with finishing second. A good haul of points if he's not going to be lucky here this weekend, and Rowrah isn't just quite doing it for him this time. But that's how they finish. Presley Knight, followed by Luca Pede, Ray Furdy, Jules Nash, Aidan Castleman, Max Tetlow, Teddy Smith, and EJ Deere and Ayrton Ujla down to 10th place. So important performance there, an improvement of performance there from Barella Stevens in P10. Eli Parkhouse, George Miller in P12, Stanley Thurston, followed by Arthur Everington in P14, and then we'll finish with our final two runners of Jensen Paris, Kart Mill, and Max West wasn't able to take part in that one because of a broken rear axle at the start. Lots of support for Jules Nash in that one from Ver Nash on the live chat, and a great drive from Presley, from Lauren coming through there. I couldn't agree more. I don't understand where the pace is coming from compared to the rest of the field. I'd love to catch up with Presley at some point if he's going to be here for the next round. It'd be great to see him for that. Plenty of people we're catching up with on the Paddock Show as well in the not too distant future, because we've got one more race to go, and then we'll have our lunch break to catch up with the Paddock and see how they're doing here for round 4. Finally, before we get to that, it's our Rotax Intermax class. I get my words mixed up there. It happens sometimes, you know. We've been bringing you live coverage since the very start this morning, and I can confirm this is the Intermax Rotax final superheat of the day. Before we get to our finals, all important things to play for here. Every point matters, every position matters, as always in karting. Off of the front row though, and off of pole position, Eddie Duncan once again alongside Max Abrahart. Jay Birmingham, Jensen Sale there in P4. It's have to settle in for the second step of the podium last time out. With Drew Davison and Aaron Rigg in P6. Adam Bart is in P7, Alfie Phillipson, followed by Freddie Blackshaw, Hamish Gordon, Herbertson and Jensen Skeff in P12. Kirkcaldy, Logan Stanley Jones, Ethan Lloyd, Zach Andrew, Eli Owen and Sam Fleming down to P18, followed by William Moore, Finley Rhodes, Dixon, Goldsworthy, Petty and Manzi. Isaac Garth, followed by Carter Jackson, Jamie Walsh, Dagger, Thor Sigurdsson and Felix Sheldon Hayward on the final row of the grid. Ask on the live chat, when is the Honda Cadet? We've had it. Honda Cadets were a couple of races back. You obviously, of course, can rewind if you like to go and watch that if you missed the racing action. If you're intrigued about the Honda Cadet final, it'll be around about 2:30, just before that, when we get to our Honda Cadets. But that's not the sound of Honda Cadets, that's the sound of your Rotax Interclass coming round here for their final heat of the morning session before we get to the lunch break. And it's been great to be back with you here for the Kart Championship on Alpha Live this weekend. Brought to you by our partners KKC, helping all of your karting needs, parts, tyres, everything. On-track marketing, helping us tell you about the Kart Championship and what we're up to around the season and what all the drivers are up to. Race Cloud AI will be supporting us all throughout the rest of the season as well. And also Victory Shine, helping the Kart Championship come forward even more. So, we are around about right now at 1:10. So lunch break's going to be pushed back slightly more, but it'll be pushed back on the other side. But this is the final race before we get there to the lunch break. The lunch break. Intermax is going racing. We are underway and racing. Green flag is a go. And Eddie Duncan hurtles into the first turn and has instantly got Max Abrahart for cover. For company even, not for cover. Although they might want to work together out at the front. And finding their way through. Whoa, ambitious move and dive down the inside there from one of our drivers in the midfield. Meanwhile at the front, I think Max was very frustrated that he let Eddie Duncan sail away in that first race and couldn't really get close to him. Different story in this one. He is all over the back of Eddie Duncan in the full dry conditions now, and Max has shown so many times with his pedigree in 2026 so far that he knows how to put the pressure on his opponent out front and then convert that into a win. Wasn't able to do that last time, but he sure as will try this time around, especially if he can keep the likes of Jay Birmingham and Jensen Sale off of his tail. For the next 5 minutes and 40 seconds plus 1 lap around Rowrah here in Cumbria, in the northwest of the UK. Lots of drivers from Scotland or maybe Teesside, very familiar with this circuit and this area. For our other drivers coming round from the country, whether it's the South East, East Anglia, in the West Country, or maybe even down into Kent and around there, the trek to Rowrah is a long one, but it's worth it because we are blessed with racing that is unique and as great as we've got right now. These two, nose to tail. Abrahart goes for it. Eddie Duncan could sense that coming a mile off. And now Max Abrahart signals that he wants to push on up the road, work together, as Sale goes up the inside there for P3 on Jay Birmingham. Again, using that very patient, mature approach to find a way up through the field. And Sale wants to get on with it here, because if he doesn't get on with it soon enough, he's going to have Abrahart and Eddie Duncan going off into the distance, and going to get to a point where he can't catch him. He's already 7/10 off the lead of Abrahart, so needing to make sure that he doesn't lose the grasp of our front runners, or that he hopes that actually they have a bit of a scrap, and that can allow Jensen Sale to come in and show up, crash the party, and take victory maybe in this superheat at the moment. But it's Max Abrahart who is got the holds to that at the moment. And there they are, coming through into Sector 3, through St John's, through to Sunny Bend now, and down through to the paddock bend here, using all of the runoff on that left-hand side of your screen there. You're allowed here around, if all the drivers have been agreed with race control, they can run out wide there and use it and come back on, as long as they're not taking the mick here with obviously other track limits is one of the agreed ones. There's a couple of places like that, including here as well, out of McRae's and up to Airedale's. They're all allowed to use that extra runoff and gain some valuable lap time and also some track space as well. If you've got someone chucking it down the inside, the last thing you want is a reduced track to be able to play with. There is Lewis Herbertson down in P7 at the moment, trying to fend off Blackshaw Phillipson, and Adam Bart down to P10. So around through Paddock Bend once again. And you can hear them hurtle and crash through the first chicane over the crest of the hill. Completely unsighted when you are approaching there. You just got to trust all of your abilities underneath you first of all, and trusting your ability like that means you'll go further up the grid. Alfie Phillipson, lovely move ahead of Freddie Blackshaw. But yeah, into turn one specifically, trusting that your tyres are going to stick. You've got the abilities to stay on the power as much as you want, hold the kart where it needs to be, position it out to the right hand side to cut back for the left, and then hopefully by that point, but by the time you've already even thought about that, you're right through at the end. There's Abrahart though, hurtling through down the start-finish straight with Eddie Duncan still chasing him, building the gap out now towards half a second. It's slowly going up. Abrahart a 48.7 with Duncan around about half a tenth back on the fastest lap so far. And there is Philipson right now, who made the move on the previous lap on Blackshaw, looking to chase after Aaron Rigg Lewis Herbertson up at front in 7th position at the moment. So 1 minute 20 on the clock, plus 1 lap. Abrahart is looking very comfortable indeed out there, really getting into his stride now here at Rowrah this weekend. Jensen Sale, though, not forgetting him, because here we are. As I thought that Abrahart was starting to pull away a little bit in this last minute of the clock that we've got and a lap to go, Jensen Sale was definitely closing on Eddie Duncan, and I'd like to think that Abrahart's losing his gap, because there goes Sale up the inside. Has he got enough momentum that it's not going to hamper his progress up towards Abrahart too soon? Got 35 seconds and a lap to find out. I think we are definitely going to get 2 more laps, so that is great news for Jensen, because it gives him more time to try and chase after Max Abrahart in front, and he's seen the back of Abrahart's car a number of times in the Kart Championship, maybe in other ones as well. And further back as well is coming through for 4th and 5th, Jay Birmingham. Davidson, don't forget, strong points to be had down there in that part of the field. But Sale's also going to be very careful here, because he's got to defend from behind, that he doesn't let Eddie Duncan in, who had a fantastic start and a first great superheat here in Intermax. But they also want to work together here to have any chance of either of them closing down Max Abrahart, who is looking pretty formidable in this race at the moment, using all of that runoff. Make sure you do. Avoid the curbs. Not one driver's not using it, and so they shouldn't, well, apart from that one there, because they had a cart on their inside. Proved very valuable indeed. Let's get on our final lap here, because Abrahart, you'd like to think, has this one solid. So I reckon Duncan's decided that first is off the cards now, and he's going to try around the outside. Jensen Sale holds it off. Sale probably knows now, though, he's got to hold on to second as well. And at first is really out the question. Great defensive driving from Sale, parking the car on the apex. No way through for Eddie Duncan. Coming through St John's now and towards Sunny Bend. Jay Birmingham in the background, really struggling to keep up with these two. Is he going to try a duck and under? Is he going to try around the outside? Max Abrahart takes the victory. Sale just takes it by a whisker for second. Duncan is third. Jay Birmingham is fourth. Davidson's fifth. That's a close finish on the line as well, further down in P15 and 16. And also there, close all around. But Davidson, Rigg, Herbertson, Philipson, William Moore, Blackshaw down into your P10. They're your top 10 positions. And that is confirmation of your provisional results. Your top 10 there, and then Lewis Cacaldi in P11, Alan Barr in 12th, Ethan Lloyd, Logan Stanley Jones down there in P14, rounding off the top part of the Intermax grid. And then Dexter Petty, Finley Rhodes, Ethan Manzi, Isaac Garth, Jamie Walsh, Ayrton Galsworthy, Sheldon Hayward, Dixon Jackson, Dagglethorpe Sigurdsson, Sam Fleming, Hamish Gordon and Zach Andrew. And not forgetting Jensen Skeff towards the back of the grid. Well, that does it for our morning session. Slightly later than planned towards the end of running. But we, of course, will be back in around about half an hour's time. And we're going to be back for 1:55. So just around about 35 minutes until our next race is back. Thank you so much for all of you that have been watching the action this morning. See how it's all going to pan out for our finals here for round 4 of the Kart Championship. It's myself, Jake Peach, and I'll join you for our finals later on this afternoon. But next you'll see me with the Paddock Show. Hello and welcome to the Paddock Show for round 4 of the Kart Championship here at Rowrah in the heart of Cumbria. And this Paddock Show could basically just be 27, 28 minutes of just views. I mean, what is not to love about this circuit? You might have to make the effort to come out here into this part of the UK, but it is so worth it when you get here. Just under 1,000 metres in length, 12 very tricky technical turns, a long straight into the chicane up there, which gets called a sort of a mini Eau Rouge a lot of the time. It's definitely a driver's favourite. It's sometimes not a driver's favourite because it's really technical and challenging, but to conquer this circuit on the calendar, I'd say it's probably one of the most difficult that we have in our 6 rounds of the Kart Championship. We're going to start the Paddock Show today by talking about another YouTube video that you might have seen involving a certain Jensen Darlow here at Jack's Motorsport, who also happens to be doing very well in the respective championship. Hello, Jensen.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
Yeah. You were just out on circuit the last few races. The heats here at Rowrah, first of all. How's that been going?
Okay.
Yeah. Something to build on?
Definitely.
Okay. And the thing I'm more interested to talk to you about is this amazing YouTube video you've done with Whilton Mill, and he essentially, well, he tried to beat your time around PF International, which you've been obviously very quick at in the last few years. How did it all work?
So basically, I set a lap timer and he had to beat it, and I was a second faster than him.
A second faster, and he had obviously you had the same go-kart as him. Obviously, you're a lot lighter, but he's a lot heavier. So technically, you know, he should have been a bit closer to you, but this just shows how much of a good driver you are.
Yeah. Definitely.
And when are you going to be going back at you going to be back at PF International very soon?
Definitely.
Yeah. All good. Well, good luck with the rest of the weekend, and good to see you. Oh yeah, you went for a handshake. We'll go there. We'll go with that one, and we'll catch you in the rest of the Kart Championship. Going very well. So, well done to Jensen, who has been doing incredibly well. This is that's Joe, who's looking after the Kart Championship. He's just he's handed cameraman James a branded Kart Championship flask, because in hot conditions this is exactly what you need, a very hot piping latte to cool and refresh you. I don't really know what to do with this now, but I'll give it back to James. He can save it for later, and maybe some Horlicks at night for a nice little bedtime. Oh, that's cute, isn't it? Let's try and work our way around the paddock. Let's go up and round here and work our way in. And this awning here, Jensen Sale, I've mentioned him a few times in this season, but for good reason, because he is leading the championship in his respective class in Intermax, and it has been a fantastic performance from him so far. He's been such a patient driver throughout all of this. Let's grab Jacob as well whilst you're here in the Mighties. Jacob, how are you?
Good.
And your dad Ronnie and you have been going all around the country. This is your first year in the Kart Championship, isn't it? How much have you been enjoying it?
A lot, really. So, in the last session, 3 people in front of me spun, so that promoted me to 7th, and they didn't quite manage to catch up, so that secured me 7th.
Yeah. And from watching you for all of the rounds we've been to Warden Law, we've been to PF International, we've been to Whilton Mill. You seem like you're like really growing into it race by race. You feel like that confidence is starting to build for you?
Yeah.
What's your favourite part about driving these Mighties? Because there's power straight away.
Sending it up the inside.
That's what we like. Where is Dad? Where is Ronnie, by the way? Because he's raced around Brands Hatch a bit. Should we go and catch up with him as well?
Yeah.
Because obviously he's got his own perspective here and driving all up the UK. And this is a moment he either likes or doesn't like. Here we go. Ronnie, how are you?
I'm okay. You okay?
It's great to see you. Obviously, we've both come up from Essex.
Yes, 7 hours it was for me.
7. People keep saying it was long. I did it in sort of 6, so I don't know how I managed that.
We got there was a crash on the A1, so we had a little detour.
That'll do it.
Yes.
Hopefully they're well. We're all here in one piece, which is the most important thing. I was just chatting to Jacob, like he's really building into this season. It's the first year in the Kart Championship and diving into the all-electric. And what's it been like from your side?
I love it. Yeah, I love it. I love watching him progress. First time here as well, so times have been. All I can ask of him is he improves his times and he races, and he's been doing all right. Yeah, 7th in the last race, so within a few tenths now of the fastest lot. So yeah, he's doing all right. Yeah.
He was saying that to me. He's like sort of really finding his feet into it. And I've said you've raced a little bit, particularly around Brands Hatch. What's kind of the things that you try and pass on to him and instill in him?
Just confidence, really. Just have confidence in the kart. Keep it clean. Obviously, we want it clean, but keep it clean. But yeah, stick your nose up where you can. Stick your nose up the inside. Put them under pressure. Force them into a mistake. But yeah, the main thing is keep it clean. That's what we want. So.
He did say his favourite part, and the bit he's enjoying the most, is sending it up the inside. So
yeah, sending it. That's what they say, don't they? So yes, yeah.
It's worked very well. Ronnie, thanks so much for stopping for a chat. And Jacob, good luck for the rest of the weekend. And embarrassingly filming his dad. He loves it. Look at that. Do we get a 6-7 out of him? There we go. It's there. Oh dear. I am going to get a lot of put if you liked that, please in the comments put 6-7. And here's someone I want to grab. Do you have 30 seconds? Can I walk and talk with you?
Him or me?
Both of you. We'll start with you. Matty from Ultimate R, people recognise you in the senior road tax circles, but obviously we know that you on the spanners for the Kart Championship as well. Firstly, let's start with yourself in 2026. How's it been? I think it's been going pretty well.
Yeah, it's going really well, leading both British champs and UKC, so yeah, it's going as good as it can do, yeah.
And what's kind of been like the secret to the success this year and sort of finding your feet around? I know you've obviously in PF there's been some great performances, but getting yourself around the country, I know it's karting something you've been in for a little while, but what's the difference this year?
I think the difference this year is it's all kind of come together. I've kind of experienced a little bit more from last year and taken that on to this year, and then just the people around you makes a massive difference. Everything's everyone's working extremely hard, doing a really good job, and I've just got to make sure I'm consistent, and yeah, it's just all coming together.
And I know you're a big supporter of supporting the next talent as well. I know you were out in Genk recently with Jensen Skeff and sort of helping him with his racing. How is it to be doing those side of things and helping younger drivers as well?
Yeah, it's really good because you kind of remember back to when you were starting and when you were that young as well, and to see someone coming through that you may even think's better than you were at that age, it's really special and you feel like you can take them a long way. So yeah, it's really nice to see.
Scary though.
Yeah, very, yeah.
What did I not do? And talking of young drivers, we've got Jensen here with us right now. Jensen, hello. I was just mentioning you were out in Genk with Matty. How was it?
Good.
Yeah.
What's it like in Europe racing that kind of talent and those drivers? It must be really competitive.
Yeah, quite difficult as well. Yeah.
And what was the trip out there like? Did it take quite a while?
Not really. A few hours.
That's not too bad. It's probably shorter to get there than it was to here, right?
Yeah, probably.
Feels like we're in a different country. And I know at PF International in a couple of rounds ago that you were commended for the sportsmanship of getting out of the way of other drivers. Obviously, you don't want to be doing that every race weekend. You want to be up there. How have you felt being at Rowrah?
Good.
Yeah.
Pace is pretty good.
Um,
P5 in practice.
P5? That's not too bad.
Quality P12. The moves are pretty good. And yeah, it was all right.
Where do you enjoy overtaking around here the most? Not to give it all away to obviously other drivers, but...
The final corner or the back hairpin.
Yeah. Oh, the paddock bend.
Yeah.
Because you can get a nice long run around the outside, can't you? Yeah. Look, obviously, I feel like you've had some bad luck in this season so far, but I think you're building into it a little bit more. You said P5 in practice, so the only way is sort of up, really. Where are you hoping to be sort of in the next couple of rounds? We're going to Sheddington as well. How much are you looking forward to the next two races?
Pretty much, yeah. Excited.
But we carry on, we push on. I'm sure it's going to be a good one. Well, Jensen, thank you so much. Great to catch up with you. It's a bit windy, so I'll let you and Matty go, but appreciate you talking to us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Cheers, Matty. So, always great to see how, even though Matty's not racing in the Kart Championship in senior road tax, he's doing it in other forms, and he's helping younger drivers, younger talent in this series, them that experience, and as he was saying, you know, certain things that he was getting slightly scared about. Let's try and see if I've just seen Barella Stevens' dad pushing her car in the distance, and it looks like they're about to line up very shortly for the race. I don't want to bother him too much, but let's try and see if I can grab a quick word. Barella's got a helmet on here, as we'll just see. Looks fairly busy. Look, getting everything ready out the back of the RCE truck. Lots going on here. Trying to see. Hello, yeah, all good, thank you. You look busy. That's right. We'll try and walk and talk. It's all right. You're just putting cable ties. It's just, well, this is obviously the all-electric cart for Barella Stevens. Just explain to us what you're doing.
Yeah, it's just from experience. Sometimes when they're hitting the curb tiles, the connection can bounce out. So yeah, when you see your kid come off once, you try to do everything you can to stop it happening again. So we just put some cable ties down. You don't have to, but it's just like precautionary.
Yeah, because obviously we don't want these disconnecting, because this is giving you all of the power delivery. We can walk and talk in a minute. If you're obviously going off to the grid. Let's do that actually now, shall we? But I know that Barella's been performing incredibly. Who's over there on the left, getting ready, race helmet on, so I won't disturb her too much. But she's been growing into this season so much, and we're seeing such great support with the F1 Academy. But the Kart Championship really, celebrating getting all drivers onto the grid. How proud have you been of Barella this season?
Yeah, I've been really proud of her, especially this weekend, where our main problem is she starts slow and she builds into it, and by the time she's actually on pace is Sunday, where it's a bit too late. Where this weekend's been like a lot better. In practice, we finished P4 all throughout, battling it up there, looking like we deserve to be there. I messed up in qualifying because one of her tyres, I didn't put the rim on right, so we had to miss qualifying. But she's starting from the back now. First session, she went up 6 places, and we're just going to try again. This time we're trying to go up 10 places, so we're in a good position for tomorrow.
In a good position for tomorrow. I'll let you crack on because you're about to go into the grid. Thank you so much, Barella Stevens. Dad coming through, and Barella Stevens going into racing there and going into Bart Verme. Let's try and see if we can have a word with Andy. We are doing the paddock show here once again in Rowrah. I want to just grab a quick word with you. Andy, sorry to take you away from that. Obviously, you're looking after Zach Jennings' kart. How has it been watching him sort of grow into the season?
Do you know what? It's amazing. So people say about karting it's like a family experience. Well, it is. And to see these kids grow, they come along, they're quiet, they're nervous. The moment they put that helmet on, the moment they get on that track, the kid changes. And it's so good for their person. It teaches them resilience, how to win, how to lose. Karting is such a really important part of a young person's life, growing up and going through. Good old Anders there. But, it's just, with Zach, we're lucky. He's very calm, he's very relaxed. We win, we lose. As you know, we have bad luck most races. But it is what it is. And as long as he comes off that track safe and he comes off with a smile on his face, I don't care where he comes. P1, P30. At the end of the day, karting's all about getting there. He loves being in the seat like all kids do. They dream of it, they sleep with it. When your kid comes back from karting and they're not happy and they don't enjoy it, then it's time to think about it. But if your kid comes back, whether they're P1 or P30, and they're loving it still with a big smile on their face, then that's when just keep going.
And obviously, everyone in this paddock is an advocate for grassroots karting. You as well with Zenico Racing YouTube channel that documents Zach's journey and your journey as well as the family, the parents, the mechanic behind the scenes. What have you enjoyed most about sort of documenting the Kart Championship so far this season and being part of a real family atmosphere?
I think it's all about sharing with parents and grassroots. We still go grassroots. We go back and we support so many grassroots drivers through Zenico. Once you join our family, we will help you and support you. But it's all about explaining to grassroots that, all kids want to go national. They all want to be a Zach. They all want to be a Rapina. They all want to be a driver doing national racing. But to understand how to do that and the cost involved and how different it is to grassroots is why we vlog. And, you know, my phone goes at least twice a week from a parent phoning me up, asking me questions about certain things. You know, and I think our advice to any parent out there is don't rush. You know, whether you're doing Club 100, team sport, whatever it's going to be, don't rush in. You know, go to your local track, go and speak to your local race teams there, and just learn. It's all about seat time and just enjoying yourself and just getting on track. Don't rush and come and do this, because if you do it too early, you'll come out too early. Grassroots is where it is. Stick there, and when you're ready, come and enjoy National.
And taking it step by step, because the Kart Championship calendar, a challenging one, but particularly we're sort of midway through the season and we are here in the heart of Cumbria at Rowrah, one of the most technical tracks in the whole of the UK. How much do you like it from this perspective, and how much does Zach like it?
What, Rowrah? Well, it's got its own climate for starters. So yesterday it was melting, and then today it's been cold and a bit of rain this morning. Rowrah's a great track. You know, where we are, the environment, the scenery is absolutely beautiful. It's a fantastic track. What I like about Rowrah is it's quick, but you've got some really, really good overtakes you can do here. But, you know, in all the classes now, as we're coming through that season, the actual drivers are becoming so evenly matched, it's really hard. So, yes, you've got those top 5, but from 5 downwards, they're so evenly matched, you know, it's hard to call who's going to be where. You know, I think you're going to see, we're round 4 now, aren't we? So I think round 5 and round 6, you're going to see the top 1 to 5 probably sitting, you know, switching around. But I think from there downwards, you're going to see a lot of change. Andy, we'll let you get back to, sorry, we disturbed the end of that race for you, but we'll let you get back to the action. Thanks so much for talking to us. You're welcome. Cheers, mate. Thank you so much. And someone's very close on the race. Yeah, all good, thank you. You're helping part of Dave Edwards Racing.
Certainly am. We've had a good day. We're 253, Jake Anders. We qualified P4. We've had a 5th and a 7th. So we're going to go into the Zoo Peats tomorrow. We should be top 6. So we're looking forward to it. We're praying for rain. Our TB chassis likes rain. As soon as the sun comes out, we go a bit further back. So we want rain tomorrow.
It's not that common that you would hear that, no?
It is when you race on a TB chassis. You want rain or low grip. We don't want sunshine. So I'm predicting if we have rain or low grip conditions tomorrow, we'll be up there, top 6.
We'll just get a bit close to the fence because we might get in the way of some carts coming through into Parc Fermé. But for Rowrah particularly with the rain, but also the technical challenges we have round here, what do you make of this circuit?
My son's favourite circuit. This was the first circuit we did in Primo with Kart Champs. We pulled it on our first time here. So we got form here. We've been here quite a lot. We're about 2 hours away. So we've had a good 8-9 meetings here. So we've had no rain all weekend. And if it does rain tomorrow, we know exactly what to do. So we're praying for rain, like I said, again. But yeah, for me, best track in the country, bar none.
Well, when we're commentating, I'll remember that. Good luck to the Anders.
Thanks, and you're doing a great job as well, by the way.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Well, I'll take that on board and then some. Look at the traffic jam we've created here going into Parc Fermé. And this is the kart of Jensen's sales dad. And probably a very good opportunity to have a chat if he wants to chat to me. How proud are you of Jensen so far this season? He is doing wonders in his cars, and I think he's been racing really maturely.
Yeah, I'm always proud of Jensen. He's always drives really well. He's always got a mature head on his shoulders. He always thinks about the bigger picture than just that instant move. So yeah, he's a good lad.
And you can see when he's been getting to some positions this season, he's been up there sort of third, and he's been ready to pounce at the right time. Here at Rowrah, is he able to employ that same strategy?
Well, yeah, let's hope so. We didn't get it right in quali. We did a little jet change and made it wrong, so he's having to work for it. He got up to 4th in that last one with quickest lap. So hopefully, hopefully he can do it again.
And just a quick word I understand Jensen's come out, obviously being into a privateer this season. Just give us that perspective when, you know, you've got someone like Jensen doing really well and, you know, all the blood, sweat and tears from the families going into this. For so many families, not just obviously yourselves, but right in this paddock. What does it take to, you know, be able to support Jensen, to keep him up there and performing at his best?
Well, naturally, it is harder being a privateer. When you've got a team of other drivers, they can all throw different setups on the car on a test day, so they can achieve, say, 4 or 5 different things during one test session, where we can't do that. We can only do one thing at a time, so it takes longer. So it is harder being a privateer, but more rewarding maybe. Yeah.
All right, well, of course, we wish the best of luck to Jensen. Really sung his praises throughout this season, and hopefully he'll be able to deliver for the rest of it. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Amazing. So we'll leave our Intermax drivers lining up there to go out for the next race. All of the traffic jam through Parc Fermé here forms. We've got Sam Dixon for the KR Sport team, who's been enjoying himself here in the paddock this weekend. Lots of helmets on, trying to piece my way through. It's almost very Stig-like. Once the helmet is on, there is no personality. It is just fueled to the max. Shall we make our way, cameraman James, down this part of the paddock and not try and get in the way of anyone? We've got SD Racing coming through there, hoping for a good race. And there is Walsh looking to put his mark on the Kart Championship. Shall we? Let's try and go up this way through the paddock and just going past the RCE garage. Plenty of fun going on there. Oh, hang on, this is someone I want to chat to. Logan, you want to have a chat with us? Logan Edwards, welcome back to the Kart Championship. You want to come out here, yeah? How are you?
Good.
It's so great to see you back in the paddock. I know that you have done you'll be your third race back now, because I know you had operation to help you get better. How's that all been, and how excited are you to be back out on track?
Good, very excited and doing well so far. Hopefully my goal is to get top 3 in the final.
Well, it's a good goal for sure, and in this RCE garage, obviously you've got all your friends behind you having a great time. How great have they been to help you get back out there and racing and feeling comfortable again?
Good, they helped me do a lot of things that my dad couldn't do, so good.
What can your dad not do? Is he too busy?
The tyre presses, and the owner has to tell him what to do.
I feel like you're going to land him in trouble. So, Logan, we'll leave it at that. But it's so great to see you back in the paddock this weekend and enjoying your racing once again. Good luck for the rest of here, and we'll see you going around Rowrah. See you soon.
Bye.
Thanks so much, Logan. Oh, it's so great to see him back in the paddock after he was ready, prepared, coming into 2026 for the Kart Championship. There was an issue where he had to have an operation on his eye, his sight, and obviously that's a major thing that's going to affect your racing. You don't need me to tell you that. And finding a way through. Harrison, it looks like you just literally come out the grid.
Yep.
How was that race for you?
It was okay to start off with. Made some progress, same again, up to 4th after heat 1. But then we had a little mishap in the middle of the race, just from people defending for not really much reason in the middle of the race. So I was like 2.5 seconds back from the front 3, caught them within maybe 7 laps. Worked our way to 2nd, and then Kai, who won, he defended really well. Couldn't find a way past him. Well done to him.
Shall we walk back down to Coles, because I think that's where you're going, isn't it?
Yeah, it is where I'm going.
Back to your home. You're leading the championship at the moment. We'll go down here for senior road tax. How competitive is it out there this season, particularly maybe at this point, and heading into the rest of a track like Rowrah as well?
It's a competitive championship. It's more competitive this round because there's a lot of people on the grid that have done many, many laps here. I said the same thing in an interview with Gracie earlier. This is a hard round because there's a lot of people who live up in like this area of the country. So it's a challenging round, but I'm making the most of it still.
And you've got it's a tough field as always racing round here. Do you feel like it's going to come down to the wire, or do we want to make sure it's a little bit more in control before we get to then?
Well, hopefully now I'm starting a bit closer to the front. I think I'll be starting 2nd for the Super Heats because Kai out-qualified me, but we had the same heat results. Hopefully I can get to the front in the Super Heats and build a gap up every race like what I did at Whilton Mill, and have a nice calm Sunday, hopefully.
Well, as I said, P1, P3, P1, doing a great job. I'll let you go and call off. Watch out behind as well. I'll let you go and call off in the Coles Racing Awning. Cheers.
Thank you very much.
Otherwise, getting great support as well and coming through. Max, We have a chat. Max Abrahart, welcome to the paddock show. Do we want to walk this way a little bit? It's a bit noisy. How are you going? It's been a fantastic 2026 for you so far. You know you've been racing in other championships as well, and back here this weekend in the Kart Championship. Just tell us how you feel so far for your 2026.
Yeah, so far it's been a pretty good year. Obviously we were leading the Kart Championship coming into the third round, and then was at the UKC for the third round, but yeah, we're just going to try and claw back as many points as we can this weekend. Obviously with the win in the first heat really helped us get that closer to the title. Obviously on drop rounds it all matters at the end of the season, so we'll see where it pans out in the last couple of races of the season.
And how difficult or easy do you find it adapting to all of these new circuits? Rowrah, is a challenge in itself.
Yeah, Rowrah's a challenging circuit. I think you can adapt to anyway. You just need a couple practice sessions and then you're on it, and then you can race round anywhere. You just find your faster places and find where you're fastest and where you can overtake the best, and yeah, that really helps the practice sessions do so.
Well, I've seen you up there at the front already, up in the top 2, on the top 3. I'm sure you'll continue that form. Good luck with the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Cheers for stopping. Thanks very much, Max. Show him whilst he needs to be watched out for as one of the talents in this 2026 season. I just want to finish maybe a paddock show, going up towards maybe the back and finding some of the awnings past X-Kart. In the X-Kart awning we've had Jude Pudderfoot, who has been doing really well, has been getting praises from our very own Henry Burdett on our Bump Draft podcast, which discusses all things grassroots karting, the good, the bad, the ugly. You can watch that on our Alpha Live YouTube channel as well. And Henry has been giving lots of props and praises to Jude as someone who's benefited from the X-Kart scholarship and come on through and doing very, very well indeed. We've got the ST Racing awning here as well. We've got Charlie Very, he's been doing a fantastic job for this team alongside his other teammates of Scott and plenty others as well. It's been really great to see them being competitive in 2026, and just trying to see if I can grab some more of the drivers in here once again. And looks like they're a bit busy just ordering the mechanic in, so we'll maybe find our way a bit further up around here, and maybe we can find our way across to Project 1, because I want to just get a final word about the Honda Cadet Championship, obviously in the Honda Cadet category and class, because at Whilton Mill, the last race at the end, oh look at this! Lewis Hamilton would be proud of this. It is, I thought he was controlling that from your phone then, but it's a remote control Formula 1 Ferrari F1. That's incredible. Look at that. And look at all the detail as well, the side pods, everything. Want to come into the awning here quickly. Don't want to ruffle too many feathers. And the cart of Mason Becker's.
Hello there.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. You?
You're just working on Mason's cart at the moment?
Yeah, it's all right actually. It's all good. So, yeah, no damage. So, we're all right. Ready for tomorrow.
I don't want to cause a stir. Obviously, close racing at all of our races in the Kart Championship. However, the Honda Cadet class is proving to be one that is incredibly close and competitive, as we saw at the end of Whilton Mill last time.
Yeah, that was a bit frustrating, but that's racing. You can't do much about it. So, you just have to get on with it and go for the next one. And see what happens.
And how do you find that Mason's been doing throughout this season so far? He's been right up there, mixing it with the likes of the, the Apollo awning as well. We're very competitive in this class.
He's there and thereabouts. He's always at the front. It's a bit of luck, to be honest. Sometimes you just don't know, but he's there. So that's the main thing in Mason's progression this year, because, this is his first full year with CKC. So, yeah, we'll see what happens.
And finally, how is he finding Rowrah here specifically?
Plenty of times. So, yeah, he's doing all right. He knows the track. So, yeah, he won the O plate at Super 1. So, yeah, he knows the track. So, he's confident. He's good.
Wicked. Well, I will let you continue servicing Mason's car. Thank you so much. Probably into the Project One racing awning. And just like that, we've had so much fun around here at Rowrah for round 4 of the Kart Championship. The Paddock Show coming at you live from the heart of Cumbria. It's myself, Jake Peach, signing off very closely to the camera. Goodbye. And welcome back to the Kart Championship 2026 for round 4 here in Rowrah, Cumbria. And we have had an enthralling morning session. We had started off with really wet conditions, and then sort of it's really dried up in the last hour and a half, 2 hours, I would say. And then now this afternoon, we're probably, I don't want to jinx it, we're probably going to be sticking to dry running and dry conditions. And lovely to see my big cheesy grin at the end of the paddock show. It was a great paddock show to do, and like a lot of the experiences this year within the Kart Championship, I've not been to Rowrah before, and it was like literally driving here for the first time, coming into the circuit, and then seeing how it all just like went into sort of the back of the quarry, and seeing all of these turns in front of you now, like this particular section here where this gentleman's enjoying the view himself. He's having a lovely time, isn't he? He has no idea he's on camera. Oh, he looks at it now. I love it when we do this. I'm talking. He definitely can't hear me, but he's like, I'm not sure if I'm on camera. But I was enjoying the views like him not too long ago. When I first arrived here, like all of them wonderful people there up on the stands, ready to watch the racing, they get a really good perspective from all of there. And I'm sure they will be continuing to do that throughout the afternoon. So we've had all of our heats and super heats and all those kind of things for this morning. Every single race from this point, bar one, is for the final of that class and category. I say bar one because the first race we're going to be going into is a repechage for the junior road tax. Now, because there is so many junior road tax drivers, they need to whittle down the field that much from all of the runners that start with us to then enable that there's only 34, all the top 34 drivers that make it through from this part of the weekend and take for grabs the possible junior road tax trophy that they could take home for round 4 of the championship here. So we're waiting for racing to get back underway in the next 3 minutes from all of our drivers that have had their very own lunch break in between when the racing stops. The officials, the marshals have their downtime, and shall we say a big congratulations and a pat on the back to all of our marshals here this weekend at Rowrah. We've had obviously that incident in Junior Primo earlier, and they were very quick to react to all of that, make sure our drivers are all okay and all safe and know exactly where to go once all of the incidents have happened and how it's going to work, how the racing's going to finish, all of those kind of things. So we'll have all of our classes, all the finals, of course. We'll have our Junior Road Tax repechage first of all. We'll then have Micromax, Mighty Cadets, Honda Cadets, a Senior Road Tax, our Junior Primo, which I'm really looking forward to actually after the last race we watched. Junior Road Tax then will have its final after the repechage, Bambino, and we're finishing off in the Intermax class, which you just had last time with Abraham and Eddie Duncan at the front and Jensen Sell. Very competitive this weekend as well. So we'll have all of those classes for you. And you can comment along and follow it along as well on the YouTube channel. Make sure you comment as we go through the races today. But let's get on to that repechage. And here's how your grid lines up then for our drivers that weren't so fortunate towards the front of the field and now have a chance for the top 4 drivers to make it into the next stages of Junior Road Tax. Jack Bowie, Noah Clare, Leighton Kelly, Alfie Forrester, Larry Price, Isaac Jameson in 6th in this one, Nathaniel Gray, James Tate, Jake Walker, Arthur Murfitt, Thomas Butcher, Toby Farthing in P12, Sam Flynn followed by Jamie Riches, Oliver Barton, Samuel Eden, Noah Stamp Clark and Zach Jennings, who won't be taking part in this next session, more on that in a second. Harry Ward, Charlie Quine, Elijah Hartley, Thomas Walsford, Alex Lazecki and Jasper Oakes, Gardiner, Tipping, Brown, Waddle, Roach and Ralston, rounded off by Clark Naylor. And yes, get ready for some junior racing indeed. BMK Racing on the live chat. And only the top 4 will go through into the final. The top 34 of Junior Road Tax to the final later. We are underway. No, we're not. We're not underway in racing because there's a false flag, which means they'll do another formation. And a chance to get all the ducks in a row once again and go racing once more. So yeah, our repechage, I mean the field that I just read out, some of the names in there, the likes of James Tate and the likes of Isaac Jameson, Jamie Riches, Elijah Hartley, I mean all the names in this field, and Sam Flynn not having the best of fortunes here at Rowrah, obviously, as they find themselves in the repechage at the moment. But if I read that out for a normal race order in the superheats, it wouldn't feel too strange, to be honest, as is the talent that is in the Junior Road Tax field. Anyone could be going through into this next one. So top 4 drivers going through. At the front of this one, Jack Bowie and Noah Clare in the Project 1 racing there. Through the tram lines we go. Are we away and racing? Yes, we are. Into turn 1 and the green flag. Yes, the green flag has waved. And we are underway with Kiddix UK leading from the front in Jack Bowie, Noah Clare, Leighton Kelly and Alfie Forrester, followed by Isaac Jameson, Larry Price, James Tate also involved. 2 aside into that hairpin, and look at Jack Bowie trying to build the gap. He's already got out front in the 269, kissing the curb on the way through the Stuart S's and down in towards St John's, through Paddock Bend and up towards there for the first time. Noah Clare all over the back of Jack Bowie, and it's all to play for in this repechage. As we know, anyone below the top 4, it's not too much of a worry, but you do kind of want to win it for pedigree, don't you? You want to be out of the front and you want to get away from this field. Was there a move on the inside there for Noah Clare? No, there wasn't. And even, sorry, Leighton Kelly. That's Leighton Kelly up the front, going to the front ahead of Jack Bowie, trying to go around the outside and just about holding on to second place, having committed so much into trying to overtake Jack at the front. It is fast and it is furious here at Rowrah for the next 6 minutes and 24 seconds, plus the extra lap, as always customary in the Kart Championship. And it is absolutely being thrown to the kitchen sink, this race. Drivers are properly going for it. Leighton Kelly has just been overtaken, by the way. They're into second place by Larry Price. So it's Bowie, followed by Price and Leighton Kelly, who did have the pace in the previous heats. Will he go around the outside? Oh, yes, he will, to maintain position. He nearly lost out to Leighton Kelly there, who was trying to throw it up the inside, or even Larry Price. And Larry Price now to the front through that third and final sector, takes the lead ahead of Jack Bowie and Leighton Kelly. These front 3, I feel like with their battles won't be done anytime soon. And the more that these two battle, the more they're going to let in the other drivers behind. And that's kind of what Larry Price wants. However, Jack Bowie and Leighton Kelly up front, Leighton Kelly in second and Bowie in third. It's kind of, well, they don't really mind because they're still in the top 4 places, but here they come now into Paddock Bend and are across the line once again. And over the crest of the chicane and navigate through there. The heat haze is visible on screen there. And coming through into the braking zone. Nice braking for there. Nice dive down the inside from Nathaniel Gray. Beautiful move to move up the order. Look at the sideways action into there from Jack Bowie. Trying to get it stopped, trying to stay ahead of all of the people trying to hound him from behind for these top 4 paying positions, and to go forward into the rest of this race. Noah Clare throws Alfie Forrester to the outside and takes track position there to move up to 4th place. That was going through Paddock Bend. That was a nice move. All around there and around the outside there. Nothing doing as the door was shut firmly by Arthur Murfitt, but then Arthur Murfitt lets through, and then he has a door shut on himself. Arthur Murfitt, I think, let through Sam Flynn in for 7th, and then really lost out himself on the outside of the second hairpin. And then before you know it, find your way into Stuart S's, many more places down than you were before. Larry Price then building out a lead at the front, and it's going to be way more than half a second, I feel like, though when we cross the line. Yeah, it's going to be a bit more than that. 5.5 tenths across the line. Price, Kelly, Gray, followed by Clare and Forrester, and Sam Flynn, who has had a roller coaster of a season, I think it's fair to say, and a repechage like this is a great opportunity to, when he's not been having a great weekend and been caught up in some incidents back there in 6th at the moment, to try and get up into the final and see what he could do to come through the field and lay his claim. Larry Price doing that right now with Kelly and Gray and Clare, Forrester, Flynn, Toby Farthing, who did have those mechanical flags a little bit earlier on in the last few heats, but is in this one in 7th right now. James Tate, also a name that I see quite regularly at Trent Valley Kart Club at PF International. I've been covering that during 2026 and has been right up there, so to see him down here in the repechage in P8, probably feels himself that he should be a lot higher than he feels to be right now, but trying to do something about that. He is 4.4 seconds off the lead, and Larry Price is out there in commanding lead at the moment at the front of this group. Sam Flynn, who I was talking about before on your picture, and there is Larry Price leading the charge with 1:37 and a lap on the clock, being chased by Nathaniel Gray, who I feel like is starting to reel him in now. He is doing that by setting just about the fastest lap of the race. And it's only the fastest lap of the race by 1,000th of a second. But all the tenths and the hundredths and thousandths of a second count, particularly in karting, where every amount of time is valuable, and it can obviously mean a difference between having an opportunity for lunging on the final lap. If you're roughly matching around the same pace, it's going to be quite tricky for Nathaniel Gray to come on through, although he just did set a lap about a tenth or so quicker than Larry Price in front of him, so it's not over yet. We always know that in karting. It's not over till the checker flag. Even at the final corner, lots of things can change, although as we see at the moment, your top 4 of Larry Price, Nathaniel Gray and Leighton Kelly and Noah Clare. They're your top 4 at the moment. And Alfie Forrester currently missing out on the action into the Junior Rotax final we'll have here for round 4 in Cumbria by the end of today. It's the penultimate lap. Larry Price has just got to fend off any last minute charges or darts from Nathaniel Gray behind in the Ultimate R machine. Closed up a lot there in braking, did Nathaniel. And same could be said for 4th place behind. Noah Clare closed up on Leighton Kelly. Is he going to try up the inside? It looks like Noah Clare did go up the inside of Leighton Kelly. So Noah Clare up into P3, and they're just having fun out there right now because look at these top 4. They don't have to worry about any of this. They've got Alfie Forrester back to P5. He's 4.3 seconds off the lead. And we're on to our final lap now with Noah Clare right there with the important points position, and Leighton Kelly. And all these 4 can just bring it home and they don't have to fight between each other. And now in the background, Alfie Forrester, purely for pride. Sam Flynn there, James Tate, Farthing. Oh, as I think Walker gives Farthing a little love tap on the back of his bumper, which unsettles his kart a little bit. But Larry Price bringing it home, making sure he doesn't put a foot wrong, so he can be in one more race today and try and have his say to come through the field later, perform some heroics. Larry Price is going to win the repechage of Junior Rotax and Nathaniel Gray, followed by Claire, Leighton Kelly. They are the ones that are going to be going on to the final later on, and all of them tearing round at least 60 miles an hour as they get up to their peak speed, as we just had one of the questions in from CL1 9046 on our live chat. Yeah, these karts are fast. They don't mess around. And neither did Larry Price. Half a second ahead of Nathaniel Gray in the end. In second, Noah Clare, Leighton Kelly, and then Alfie Forrester, Flynn Tate, Jake Walker, Toby Farthing, Arthur Murfitt, Thomas Butcher, Jack Bowie, Thomas Welsford, and Jamie Riches in P14 in that one. And then Cameron Tipping, Elijah Hartley, Oliver Barton even, Charlie Quine, Jasper Oakes, Noah Stamp Clark, Samuel Yeadon, Ward Lazecki, Waddle, Gardiner, Ralston and Naylor. Finished by Louis Brown and Isaac Jameson, who didn't end up taking part in the end of that one. So that's our repechage done. And that will secure our top 4 drivers into another chance, a second chance saloon, to possibly try and bring home the Junior Rotax crown later. However, they will of course be starting towards the back of that grid. But you've got to be in it to win it. And next in it to win it for our Micromaxes for their final, for the first one of this afternoon. So here we go then. Here come the trophies, here come the plaudits, and here comes the reputation of where you build your momentum as a driver in these crucial moments. You've done all the right things up to this point in the weekend in Cumbria, a very challenging Rowrah circuit with challenging weather conditions throughout today. Can you make it count when it needs to? Sebastian Crawford will start on pole on the first row of the grid alongside Jensen Darlow. Arthur Bowers, Freddie Baker, Benjamin Finley and Jensen Drummond will be in 6th. Will Hatton, Ralph Ura and Milo Taylor has done well there after off in the earlier races to get up into 9th. And a great return for the RCE of Logan Edwards in the Micromax. It can be very proud of that, having only done 3 Grand Prix since being back in 2026. Let's see how far Logan can get up the field. Lucas Seabright in 11th and Lonnie Eden in 12th. Seth State Mackey in 13th, rounding off your Micromax grid, and there might only be 13 karts maybe compared to the, well, 30 odd, 34 we'll have in Junior Rotax later, but don't count that out, and don't count out how that can be a great recipe for, well, entertaining carnage from our point of view. From their point of view, entertaining racing and leading from the front as much as they would like to. So you can see all of our karts at the end of Parc Ferme, and here we are cutting into Parc Ferme, and there is Sebastian Crawford. You can just see the almost kind of like Canadian Maple Leaf-esque. I'm not sure he has any Canadian links. He's very much British, but he's coming on down through, and here they are away out of sort of like the warehouse building in behind of that ramp. They come down there and they come through onto the formation lap for the first time, get their feel for how the conditions might have progressed throughout this afternoon and how they might be feeling for this stage of proceedings at the weekend. Obviously they're going to be feeling very, very anxious in some regards. Sebastian Crawford will be anxious that he'll be trying to hold on to first place, but Jensen Darlow and everyone else, everyone's excited to be racing around here, but always with that jeopardy that anything can happen, especially off the start. So here they go, they come to form up, and Jensen Darlow won earlier in mixed conditions, is something he knows how to do, but he did lose out to Sebastian in the previous heat, the very last race of Micromax. And we're going to go racing into the tram lines now and see how it's all going to pan out for the next 12 minutes round Rowrah. Here we go into the first turn, and Darlow has already fallen down the order and has lost a place to Arthur Boas. He's up into second, and Darlow already now with the hard work to do, coming through the first hairpin. Sebastian Crawford, though, likes that very much and will take his place in first, where he started on pole position, and plenty of moves out the back. Here we go, though. Much longer to mull over your race strategy in our finals. 12 minutes for this one. So plenty can happen, obviously, in that time. And actually, the stamina of these drivers gets tested because they're so used to doing these sprint sort of format races. No endurance really here on show. So you've got to have plenty of endurance in you in terms of sort of this sprint race format, that they'll kind of be only doing sort of 8-minute races in the super heats, and then you've got to really find that extra gear and hold off even more onslaught from behind from the likes of Boas, from the likes of Darlow, who are very well seasoned, very experienced, know exactly where to place the car, when to take the opportunity, and when they shouldn't be taking the opportunity, importantly as well. Because if you see a gap opening up the inside, you might have Ayrton Senna ringing in your head saying you always should go for a gap. But that's not always the case. Milo Taylor there on your screen. I think he pointed to one of the flags as he was going through there. I don't know if there was a brief yellow for some reason or another to say you can't overtake me. It seemed to work anyway. And BMK Racing says, nice, let's go Crawford. Setting the fastest lap of the race, setting the pace. That was easily a 10th and a half quicker than second place on that last lap. Showing he deserves to be out the front for Origin Motorsport. There's Milo Taylor, then down in 8th. He's being chased along by Lucas Seabright and Ralph Ewer, Lani Eden. And on your screen there is Will Hatton. We cut further up the grid with Benjamin Finley for company behind, and there is your first place then. So that's giving you an idea of sort of the spread of the field already. We're only 2 or 3 minutes in, and there is your race leader, Sebastian Crawford, with the black helmet and the red and white livery. Knows how to win. Well, round here he's already done it this weekend. But our Micromaxes got plenty of talent around right throughout the field, including that of Freddie Baker, who goes up the inside there. Our championship leader takes third place off of Jensen Darlow, who has fallen down the order somewhat, even more from where he started, and that is not going to be the progress that Jensen wants to see after having a really good morning here at Rowrah. But in the sunshine and in the full dry conditions, maybe this track not completely suiting him as much as he'd like at the moment with his Jack's Motorsport machine under him, the RCE team of Freddie Baker getting it right. And actually for the championship, that's a huge move because it will help Freddie Baker extend his advantage and lead over any advantage that Jensen Darlow has built throughout this season. Jensen's had, where he sits right now, 1 P4 finish in the final in the first round at Warden Law. But in the last 2 rounds, 2 second places at PF International, 1 at Whilton Mill. So Freddie Baker won the round in Whilton Mill. I was going with the Mill first, and then we got them. I was going to say Milton Will then. That could be a great alternative track. I don't know. Maybe they're thinking about it. You get what I mean. Freddie Baker is leading the championship because of his victory at Whilton Mill and some solid podium finishes, both in the first round. So this move here of Freddie Baker ahead of Jensen Darlow is crucial and could be crucial for the championship, even towards the last round when we revisit Whilton Mill later on this year in 2026. Sebastian Crawford, meanwhile, with 7 minutes on the clock. How much of a gap can he build out at the front of this race? He's got plenty of time to do it. He's got pretty much 9/10 of a second. 2 Arthur Boas for the KR Sport team in the background at the moment. And following along these two, this is a crucial battle because of the championship. So it's great to watch these two really closely, evenly matched. And you heard on the paddock show, we spoke to Jensen right at the start. His awning overlooking where they've just gone past through Paddock Bend. And doing a YouTube video with Will and E around PF International. And Will and E, the YouTuber, trying to beat Jensen Darlow's time. Couldn't do it. He was a second quicker, was Jensen. Even though he's a lot younger. He's got all of that experience at such a young age. And Will had no answer. But we know that Jensen's also quick amongst other peers as well. Amongst his competitors in the Micromax grid. And he's just got to try and find a way here to show that as they come on through. The whole field there. Milo Taylor, that's down back to 8th. Lovely shot there of just sort of capturing kind of the momentum our karts of these levels of the Micromaxes even at this level carry through. Some of the turns here at Rowrah, obviously not as energetic and intense as some of our junior or senior Rotax drives. Still carrying plenty of speed through there, and definitely getting on for higher than that towards the end of a straight, topping out with 5 minutes on the clock and a lap. Topping out right now, Sebastian Crawford. Whilst we watch this battle further back with Benjamin Finley there in P5. This is sort of the next group that's forming. Valuable points on offer, always on show here. Will Hatton and Jensen Drummond down towards P7, and Milo Taylor has got to do a bit of work to cling onto the back of this group if he wants it to become a group of 4 people rather than 3 and a straggler behind. And he looks like he's reeling them in slowly, and any action down here in towards the Stuart S's will help his cause, and that's exactly what's going to happen because Jensen Drummond goes up the inside of Will Hatton, and Will was just trying to turn in and find his apex behind the corner. Didn't even realise someone was about to join him on the inside, and that someone took the move gladly up the inside. And Jensen Drummond says, "Thanks very much, Will. I'll go further on into this race. Try and catch me if you can." But because of that, at the same time, it's all about momentum ebbing and flowing during karting, and that's allowed Benjamin Finley in 5th at the moment. You can see build a little bit more of a gap there, and I would say gingerly almost try and catch up to Jensen Darlow at the moment. Not sure if he's all too close to Jensen Darlow. There is quite a significant gap between this group here and the front four, at least, even down to fourth. There you go, there's the visible gap. You can see they're well through the chicane now and into sector 3. And Jensen Drummond only just getting into St John's and out of Sunny Bend. And now into Paddock Bend. 3 minutes, the clock ticking down. It is music to the ears of Sebastian Crawford, who hasn't really put a foot wrong in the afternoon session since it's got really bright and dried up, showing why he needs to be kept an eye on. And even though he wasn't here for round 3 at Whilton Mill for the championship, as he's had commitments elsewhere, he took victory in the very first round, P4 at PF International, and having missed the last round with no points, he's obviously jeopardising his championship lead, possibly to Freddie Baker, who's on your screen right now, and Jensen Darlow battling and pushing him as hard as he can. Sebastian Crawford still might, depending on what the points tally will be here today, find himself quite high up the table. Just a shame you don't get points for per half a second of a lead out in front. It's all done on the points finishing positions. Freddie Baker, that was a spotting of a breaking point there, which really nearly caught out Jensen Darlow into the first hairpin, and has now left a little bit more space between him and Freddie Baker. But Jensen Darlow, you'd think you would know and sense in between him, you think he would know that actually it might be round 4, but if he can throw a move on the inside on the last lap and take those points away from Freddie, as he's trying to find a way up the inside there, a lot quicker than Freddie Baker, through Sunny Bend and onto the Paddock Bend now. He's very strong in sector 3 is Jensen Darlow. And Freddie Baker, the RCE kart seemed very good down the long straights, and the mid-corner speed of Jensen Darlow in the Jax Motorsport seems to be superior to Freddie Baker, but it's kind of all equalising out in the rest of the race. If Jensen knows he can capitalise in that third and final sector towards the end of the race, it could be so crucial towards the end of the Kart Championship campaign. And we know that pretty much Arthur Bowers and Crawford is settled now, so we're going to stick with these guys for the rest of the race. And just to paint the picture there is Arthur Bowers with a decent 2-3 seconds in between this battle of Baker and Darlow, who are minding their own business at the moment and trying to maximise their race. Through Paddock Bend once again, and this will be the third final lap. So plenty of time for Jensen Darlow to figure out the body language of Freddie Baker. Is Freddie's kart going to give up on him? Is the tyres going to go away a little bit? Is he starting to fatigue a little in this longer race? Well, we have 12 minutes, an extra 4 minutes of racing plus the lap. Can he spot any signs? Has he got the stamina to hold off Jensen Darlow? It looks like he's got all the answers at the moment. He's matching the pace well, but he did clobber some of the curb there and brought Jensen back into play a little bit. And see how Jensen Darlow, look, closes in this final sector. Is really strong through there, but we are on the final lap for Sebastian Crawford. He's just gone up through the chicane, and there goes through Freddie Baker and Jensen Darlow. What has he got left in the tank, Jensen Darlow, in this final lap? Has he got anything to give? Might he throw it up the inside? He was wanting to there. It looked like he was thinking about really leaving the brakes late, but there's nothing he can really do into this one. He's too far away. He brakes as late as possible to try and close up, use all the braking performance that's left in his Jax Motorsport machine, and it's looking less and less likely, although a nice kiss of the curb there from Freddie Baker. Didn't seem to have affected his time though, and Jensen is really trying his best here to stay with him, trying to force the issue, but they are nowhere near. Sebastian Crawford, he takes the victory again on his return to the Kart Championship. Arthur Bowers takes second place. Freddie Baker is on the podium in third, And Jensen Darlow is in 4th. A change of position right at the end there. Will Hatton just jumps up to 5th ahead of Milo Taylor. Jensen Drummond 7th. Lucas Seabright is in 8th. Ralph Ewer is in 9th. And to come across the line shortly, just waiting, there you go, Lonnie Eden for P10. Great sportsmanship there between our top 2 drivers. We love to see that. We really like to feel that's what the Kart Championship is all about. Hard, fair racing. If someone dominates a race like that, you've got to hold your hands up and go, yep, he was just better than me on the day. There's nothing I could have done. I had tried to have all the answers. And it's a well-deserved victory for Sebastian Crawford. And Arthur Bowe has given him the nod of approval there. So your provisional results, Crawford follows by Bowers, Baker, Darlow, Hatton, Milo, Taylor, Drummond, Seabright, Ewer, Eden and Seth State Mackie, and Benjamin Finley is your final 12 runners in that one. Sebastian Crawford is going to take home the trophy and will be a very happy racing driver travelling back this evening. Who just went through there? I thought they would have gone down into Parc Ferme. That was strange. Okay. Not too sure that was who was driving on the track and I didn't go in, but I guess we'll find them pretty soon and they'll come on through back. Plenty of time though between our races, and I think they've come back through. How strange. It's like a glitch in the Matrix. Right, we go from our Micromax final to a final that I always look forward to in the Kart Championship, because if Ansel Murray and Harry Stinson have got anything to do with it, well, you know it's going to be a good one. Here we are then, our Mighty Cadets making their way out of Parc Ferme at the top of your picture there, and down onto the start-finish straight. Let's get your starting grid for the Mighty Cadet final here at Rowrah. Harry Stinson has so far got the better of Ansel Murray here this weekend. He is on pole ahead of Freddie Dye and Ansel Murray behind him on row 2. Heath Smith and Elliot Hitch ahead of Junior Wright. Henry Hales, Jack Swong, Arthur Thompson and Jacob Amos sitting in the top 10 all the time, growing into this Kart Championship and in national karting, his first year racing around the UK. Frank Pearson and Arthur Bath is in P12. And Pierce Gauntlet, Emily Christie rounds off your 14 runners in this Mighty Cadet final. So I'm sure there's plenty of trophies on the shelf of both Ansel Murray, also trophies on the shelf. I keep doing that, I keep mixing words. Could be interesting, couldn't it? Harry Stinson, plenty of trophies he's got. Freddie Dye has been very much up there this weekend. And Ansel Murray, as we've said many a time, knows how to win and convert a victory. But so does Ansel. But so are the likes. Don't count out the likes of Heath Smith and Elliot Hitch. They also know when the opportunity's there, they can definitely take it. A championship leader, Ansel Murray, starting in 3rd. The challenger, Luke Capede. We're going off to start this race, and here we are into the first chicane. And Stinson retains the lead. And into turn 1. And who is that that's already up into 2nd? Surprise, surprise. It's Ansel Murray that is on the back of Harry Stinson immediately for a slightly reduced time of 10 minutes plus 1 lap in this final. And Ansel Murray makes no waste of time in this race, because he has gone up into the lead, gets on the brakes very sharply there, nearly lost the back end, but just about got it together, caught the car. You can see it wiggle under braking, and Harry Stinson now must be kicking himself that he didn't get the run that he thought he was going to get out of that hairpin. But as they're coming through now for the first time across the line, it's Ansel Murray followed by Stinson, followed by Heath Smith, and the wind has really picked up here in Rowrah, which with karts that are so light anyway could really affect the performance and how you're picking your racing lines and your braking obviously into all of these different spots. That's a lovely, lovely move up the inside there, brilliantly done from Heath Smith. to find himself back up towards where the timing says on your left, because Elliot Hitch is in third, still there, having a problem with his transponder. He's come back, he's in third. It's Ansel Murray, Stinson and Hitch, followed by Smith, Wright, Hales and Thompson, Jax, Wong, Frank Pearson, Arthur Bath, Amos at the back, fallen down a place from his start in P10, and Emily Christie rounding things off here for our mighty cadets. There's Henry Hales up there in the mix as well. Oh, and Freddie Dye. I wonder where Freddie Dye had gone. He's very much still up there at the top of the front of the field. But it is Harry Stinson chasing down Ansel Murray. This is not what he would have wanted, going off a pole position and losing the lead so early on in the race. He's minding his own business too much about the third place man at the time behind him. And now he's got all of the work to do to come back to him. But Stinson always finishes strong in these kind of races. He always has a great answer in the last couple of laps and knows how to stay consistent. If he does fall back, we've seen it a few times, the lead being stolen at the death, whether it's been in superheats, whether it has been in finals, right throughout the Kart Championship in 2026. But still, plenty of time to think about how this will finish and who's going to take home the trophy from Rowrah today, because there are still 7 minutes on the clock in this one. And Ansel, I feel like getting a bit hot and bothered under braking there. Looked like he wanted to get out of the corner a bit quicker than he would have liked, but did manage to stick it in the right place, park it on the apex, not giving Stinson an opportunity to throw it round the outside, and probably an opportunity that Stinson not really expecting or not even wanting to actually take or go for in this stage of the race at the moment. And very happy to just sit behind him, let Ansel soak up the pressure as I come across the line once again and find an opportunity when it presents itself here. Like there, he was a lot closer to Ansel Murray, I would have said, going into the second hairpin. And look, when he's this close, you can always chuck a move up to the inside. That's exactly what he's going to do. Beautiful move by Harry Stinson. You could see it kind of coming, but you were thinking, would he dare go for it? And now Ansel Murray has got himself all occupied behind with Elliot Hitch. I think he just does enough to hold off the challenge there. But that was a lovely, unexpected move, particularly this early on in the race, where you could have said that, you know, Stinson, very mature in his thinking and his racing, could have held on quite a lot longer till he tried to move like that and stayed line astern. But you felt like Stinson had the pace in the last couple of sectors to pull ahead of Ansel Murray, and he's certainly done that here with half the race down in this mighty cadet final. And now finally is, oh, new position in, and did Ansel Murray have a problem there, or did he just brake really early? He's not happy with Elliot Hitch behind, and Elliot Hitch won't be happy in a second, because Freddie Dye dives down the inside and says goodbye, see you later. I don't know what that was all about with your braking moment, but you're going to have to mull that over to yourself, because I'm going off into the distance and I want to catch after these two. I want to be in the mix for once between Harry Stinson and Ansel Murray. We shouldn't let them have it all their own way, and it is becoming a little bit of a group of four when it had been a group of two for so long. What way do you think this is going to finish? A big thank you as well to everyone whilst you're watching Alpha Live on our YouTube channel, becoming Slipstream members. That is our extra service on Alpha Live, which you can get bonus content in our Bump Draft podcast, where we discuss the very issues around grassroots karting, the great things about grassroots karting as well, and all the drivers that you're seeing here on your screen. It means you get exclusive benefits and access to more of the content that we make here at Alpha Live, including that here of the Kart Championship you can be across on our YouTube channel. Thank you very much to Mark Robinson and Ryan Down for getting your Slipstream pass with us, which means you can also keep up to date with all the club championships, maybe like Whilton Mill or Trent Valley, or even here, of course, in Rowrah. 3.5 minutes though, with Stinson ahead now. It's settled down somewhat. I'm sure it hasn't settled down in ahead, but for us looking at it right now, Ansel Murray just spotting his braking into that hairpin that time, because last time, I don't know if it seemed a little bit like it caught him off guard slightly, because then that had Elliot Hitch going into the back. Elliot Hitch wants to be careful actually, and if that contact caused a front fairing issue. But we'll see if it makes any difference towards the end of this one. And Ansel Murray gets a very good run on Stinson there. He got very wide out of the final corner through Paddock Bend and onto the start-finish straight, did Harry Stinson. And Ansel Murray sensed that opportunity there. He's not going to go for it here. Stinson making sure he uses all of the track, covers the inside line, and will throw it to the inside, kissing the apex and using all of the electrical power that mighty power unit is giving them to propel them down towards the Stuart S's over the kinks. And through the third and final sector, through St John's and into Sunny Bend. It is basking down on them there for sure. And hopefully giving them any positivity that they want. Hopefully reminding Ansel that he can still do this. He can snap victory off of Harry Stinson, but it's going to be a very tall order because we've ebbed and flowed and toed and froed a lot in this race already. And look at takes a much more shallow line, does Ansel Murray. Doesn't run out as wide as Harry Stinson. But you don't know if that's actually costing Ansel Murray time, because he wants to keep an interesting track position to try and find a way past Harry Stinson. And I say interesting track position because Freddie Dye looked like he really closed up there. A 52.8, the fastest lap that's been set at the moment. That's at least 4 tenths a second quicker than our race leader at the moment, Harry Stinson. And Ansel Murray has gone quicker by about a tenth and a half in this race. So there is a very close pace between all of them. I wonder if Ansel is sort of just coaxing a little bit into that chicane, lifting off because he doesn't want to approach Stinson too early. Here we go though, 50 seconds on the clock. He knows it's game time, does Ansel Murray. Harry Stinson knows that he also wants to chuck it to the inside. He knows that he's going to try and do the switchback, and he just about gets the rear bumper across the front bumper of Ansel Murray. Ansel points to Harry Stinson ahead from Elliot Hitch behind. Ansel's now worried about third place also falling to him as well. These are crucial points in the championship at this point because how closely and evenly matched these two are between their whole season in the Kart Championship. Every single point counts, and for Stinson, I bet he was wishing he saw the last lap board, but he hasn't. He's got 2 more laps to do to hold on to this one. Racing Logan Jackson says, come on Harry. Out in front at the moment, in the lead for Harry Stinson. Support for Harry Stinson. Any support for Ansel Murray out there? He's doing his best to try and hold on to Stinson at the moment and reel him in as best he can, but they are pretty odd as even as we come down into the Stuart S's for the penultimate time. Don't get too much of your car on the curb. Don't get it hooked in there. You could be losing valuable temps that are so crucial in this final stage of the race. They're going to come up to some lap traffic. Is that going to affect Harry Stinson as they get towards the chicane? Here we go. The last lap board is out. The final lap is now. Harry Stinson has got 1,030 metres between him and another victory in 2026 to put to his name. He won the first 2 rounds. He then, in his mind, might have dropped the ball at Whilton Mill. He wants to make sure he doesn't drop the ball here at Rowrah. He comes through Airedales for the final time. He's looking over his shoulder to check where Ansel Murray is. He knows the threat is not over yet. Ansel Murray really closes through in the Stuart S's. Coming through up to St John's now. And through there as quick as they dare. up through Sunny Bend to the right-hand kink here, using all of the road that he can. Is Elliot Hitch going to try up the inside Ansel Murray? No, he's too far back. Stinson has remained composed. He's going to take victory here for the mighty cadet final at Rowrah. Once again, that's now 3 out of 4 race victories in his 2026 season. And that will put quite a dent in Ansel Murray's championship confidence, but also in the points tally as well. A superb drive from Stinson, followed by Ansel. He's doing a weaving celebration in front of Ansel just to rub it in just a little bit more. Freddie Dye, Elliot Hitch, Henry Hales, and Heath Smith, followed by Junior Wright, Jax Wong, Arthur Thompson, Jacob Amos, Frank Pearson down there in P11, Arthur Bath in 12th, and Emily Christie in P13. And LSJ Racing Logan Jackson says, yes! Congratulations, Harry, on the live chat. I'm sure it sounded like that. I just thought I'd try and emulate it for you. There we go. Well, that's how Mighty Cadets looks. That was fun. And I'm sure the fun will continue. Of course it will, because you're watching us here on Alpha Live. We're here at Cumbria Kart Racing Club in Rowrah. And looking forward to the rest of our finals for the rest of the day, as I'm sure you are. What have you made of these ones so far? It's been a dominant performance there from Harry Stinson. Sebastian Crawford kind of had it all his own way in the Micromax as well. But will our Honda Cadet runners have it all the same way as well? I think not. Well, let's get onto your starting grid then for the Honda Cadets final here at Rowrah in the heart of Cumbria. And we'll see who's going to come out on top of this one. Archie Loveridge, Archie Cannon, 2 Archies on the front row together. Mason Becker, Sawyer Henderson, Jensen Culler, Keen Delaney is on P6. Row 4, Marcus Cooper, Ben Bowers, Phoebe Shelton, Luca Bicocchi and Bradley Sutton. Alistair Saunders is starting P12. Sebastian McCarthy follows that from Henry Colborne, Nathan Greck, James Murphy, Reggie Dufficy and Finley Fursfield. And Alfie Keeling, Ralph Ryder Birch, Freddie Drury, Jensen Farbers, Austin Dow and Tommy Burgoyne, with Jones, Hamill, Grisbeck, Bullock and Mikowski and Alfie Love, followed by Charlton and Drummond to get us away for this one for Honda Cadets. Now, you saw the final, I hope you did, at Whilton Mill as they make their way up onto the grid for the final time this weekend. A very packed grid. You can see our Honda Cadets, very competitive. Of course, they're going for a standing start, so we'll look to the red lights when they do light up. Clerk of the course says, yes, you're good to go. 12 minutes ahead of us. Who's going to take the crown here for Honda Cadets? We are away here at Rowrah, and it is a fantastic start from Archie Cannon on the left-hand side, but he doesn't just quite have the grip on the outside to go around Archie Loveridge into the first turn. It looks like a cart got right up on each other there as they were coming through the chicane, or they look all fine now coming into the first hairpin. There's Loveridge ahead then of Cannon. Look at the gap he's been able to pull and give himself a bit of breather, and what a move up the inside there. That was a beautiful move. And Ben Bowers in that distinctive sort of pink and blue livery. Here's Loveridge though, with company from Cannon, who's become a privateer this weekend, stepped out the Apollo awnings, looking to pick up his first privateer win of the week. Look at that, seeing all of the Honda Cadets come on through. Beautiful images and views here of our Honda Cadet racers for the next 11 minutes plus 1 lap. And it's Loveridge leading Cannon leading Becker, leading Jensen Culler, Sawyer Henderson, Ben Bowers, Delaney, Bukocki down in P8. Watch out for Luca Bukocki, because we know what he's capable of if he's in the right mindset, if he is willing to be patient and disciplined. And look at the discipline here from Archie Cannon. It doesn't exist because he wants to go to the lead now on the inside of Archie Loveridge. He's up into first and taking the initiative in this race ahead of Loveridge. He wants to stake a claim early on in this race, but there is still so long to go where so much can happen. But he's decided that he prefers being the hunted and soaking up the pressure. He feels like he can take that on with the charge from behind. But do not count out these two behind at the moment as well. Mason Becker was the unfortunate victim of an incident at the end of Whilton Mill. You could see he had the pace to be right up there at the front. And also Jensen Culler too. He deserves very much to be up there in the championship at the moment. Jensen Culler not had the best of starts to his season, P21 and P16 in the first two rounds, and here he is sitting in P4, so he's not going to mind that one bit. It's going a lot better for Jensen at Rowrah here in Cumbria, maybe a track he really likes. That's what it would look like if you looked at the standings, you looked at the results. That's what you would kind of take from that. Can he make any progress in inroads on the front? There's some inroads being made furthermore by Ben Bowers. He's not messing about in this race either. He made some fantastic moves in the last superheat. He's up to 5th place ahead of Sawyer Henderson as they come across the line. Luca Bukocki is down in 7th. A dive to the inside there. Beautiful switchback move from Marcus Cooper, who will go ahead and retain, or go ahead of King Delaney rather, into P8. But here's the front of the lead, the front of the race, 8 minutes 43 to go. Archie Cannon follows Loveridge. There is nothing to choose between them. It's less than a 10th of a second. There is Bowers trying to catch up with the top 4 as they're coming down into the 3rd sector there. And Bowers is starting to reel in colour. He is also bringing along Sawyer Henderson with them as well, and the likes of Luca Bukocki. You can see the slight hand signals that are being waved there by some of the mechanics and the teams on the side to either push or hold fire for a little bit. No need to make a random lunge up the inside too soon in this race unless you can really believe that you're going to stay out in front. A nice little tap from Loveridge there under braking, just to get a little bump draft, reminding Cannon that he's very much there on the back, trying to punch a hole. Thanks to Archie Cannon in his momentum. And these two, you could kind of see working together to pull away from Mason Becker and Jensen Culler. It is starting to be a bit of a 2x2 that is forming out at the front, but that can change so quickly if there's a dive down the inside at a hairpin. Someone gets it a bit wrong on the exit, and then everyone is suddenly back in play, and it completely swings instantly before you know it in the world of karting. Jensen Culler looks over his shoulder there, looks to see where Ben Bowers is, because he knows that Bowers is in the mood this afternoon and wants to also improve on his results this season. Ben Bowers not been having the best of times in the Kart Championship. Wasn't here with us at round 1 at Warden Law, and then finished P30 in the last one. So being up there right now in 5th, he won't mind that one bit at all. Obviously, not all of our Honda Cadet runners are running this weekend. Some will pull out and some will go to other championships. We do have a pretty full grid today. Come on, Sutton and Saunders, says Sebastian Alexander on the live chat. So Bradley Sutton in P10 that you're referring to at the moment, and Saunders also doing pretty well out there at the moment too, down in P15, trying to find their way through the grid, but absolutely can't be matched for the pace of these two at the moment. Archie Cannon, Loveridge, and then Becker about 2 clicks back with Jensen Colour. And there then is the chasing pack behind them of kind of the third group in this race of Luca Bicocchi, who's got in front of Ben Bowes. And that is crucial because Luca was starting to be held up, I think, being tagged back by the progress that was being made. And Luca can now try and chase after his former teammate in Archie Cannon at the front and see if there's any chance that he can pull off a miracle into the last few stages of this race. We know that Luca is good towards the final lap, so we know that that's a good overtake up the inside. If you know you're racing, you know that that was beautiful on the brakes, and that was Marcus Cooper going ahead of Ben Bowes, who had some great momentum in the last 3-4 laps, but has started to pull away slightly and fall away from the glory he was enjoying earlier on in this Grand Prix. Well, there you go though, there's Mason Becker retuning in on them, and then further back you can see Bicocchi and then Cooper and Bowes. Further back, Cannon went wide. It looked like Cannon went wide out of that first hairpin. He's managed to somehow hold on to retain to that. You can see how Mason Becker has closed up with Colour further towards the second place group. There's Luca and Bowes we were talking about, sticking with Marcus Cooper and Luca Bicocchi in the 10. Who's setting the fast lap of the race at the moment, a 53.8 for the Project 1 Racing machine of Marcus Cooper down in P6. So Luca's got to be careful that there's some good pace behind him as well as they roar down the start-finish straight once again. And the clock keeps ticking down for Archie Cannon in this one, but also Archie Loveridge, who is running out of ideas and running out of time to try and find his way through in this one. Come on, Tommy, says Declan Dixon on our live chat. Tommy Burgoyne is down there in P22. Don't think it's been as strong a weekend as he would have liked, but he's given it his all out there, and I'm sure would appreciate the support on our live coverage. Colour thought about a move up the inside there on Mason Becker. He knew that it wasn't going to happen, but here's a move. Here's what's happening. That nearly happened for Loveridge round the outside of Archie Cannon, but he soon realised that would have been a tall order into the chicane and would have caused a very, very nasty incident if it had come out that way. And look, because of all of that, it's now shifting. The sands are shifting here in Rowrah, and Cannon finds himself in second place behind Loveridge. But look at where Becker is. Look at how much closer they are to the front two. This group of 4, as I said earlier, could instantly close up. It's now a group of about 7 or 8 down to Ben Bowes. Try and catch all of these guys together in one. Loveridge then comes out of Sunny Bend, followed by Cannon, Becker, Colour, Luca Bicocchi. I said don't count him out. He's right in the mix as well now, as well as Cooper, Bowes, Delaney, Henderson, Sutton down to P10. Your top 7 really, really in this one, especially if Cannon wants to chuck it down the inside and cause more of a delay to Loveridge's progress. Cannon goes to first. He retakes the lead, and Becker must be absolutely itching to get a piece of the action here. He wants to try and take advantage of D2 squabbling at the front. It hasn't really negated much time loss. But here's Loveridge again. Can Becker go up the inside? No, again, nothing doing. Loveridge goes back to P1 in the matter of a few sectors. Some amazing racing here in Honda Cadets. It never disappoints in the Kart Championship. That's because we have so much talent out there at the moment. You cannot call which way this one is going to finish. Look at how close they are going across the start-finish line, with the top 5 all within a second of each other, at least a second. Mason Becker, has he found a way past? No, he did try and find a steering angle to draw him back round and underneath Archie Cannon, but there was nothing doing. But look at all the posturing going on. There's Colour trying to go up the inside now of Mason Becker because he's not happy with the progress that Mason Becker is trying to back. But Mason Becker just holds on to the podium place here. Hold on to your hats, folks, because this one is far from over. We're coming through into the final sector for what will be the third from last time. We're still going to have 2 more laps after this. I'm not sure I can take it. Can you? Well, you're going to have to, because we're going through for 2 more laps. Loveridge from Cannon, Becker, Colour, Luca Bacocchi, Ben Bowers is there in 6th. If you watched the last race in Whilton Mill, don't write off anyone down towards at least P8 because it can change in the click of a finger. Is Cannon going to find a way past Loveridge here? No, he has to get on the brakes at the same time as Loveridge. They're going to have a reduced racing line. That's going to help all of the drivers behind try and find their way through. Mason Becker begs Jensen Colour not for him to go to and move past around the outside and overtake him. He wants to have this opportunity to work together. He doesn't want to waste another round of the Kart Championship in the season to have a chance of hunting down Loveridge and Cannon. Archie Cannon's got a contact warning. He's got to be very careful how he goes about his racing on this final lap. He does not want a 5-second penalty to drop him down the order. Here we go then. Final lap, 1,000 metres between here and the checkered flag for our Honda Cadet racers. Round the outside goes Loveridge to try and cover off Cannon. He does that beautifully. And he's even made probably more of a gap for himself because Cannon is busy, preoccupied with Mason Becker. Can Becker get the switchback? Colour's up the inside. Is he going to squeeze Colour to the edge? Archie Cannon looks like he's not too bothered about that. Becker's going to try and hold it round the outside. Oh, he's lost out to Jensen Colour. Jensen Colour through to P3 onto the podium. And now Becker, you can see, probably getting more and more frustrated through the helmet. Ben Bowers to the inside. Where is Becker going now? He's falling through even further down. Luca Bacocchi. Oh, he's fallen right down through the order. But Loveridge is going to take an impressive victory across the line for Honda Cadets. Archie Cannon finishes 2nd. Jensen Colour finishes 3rd, having been so patient behind Mason Becker. And Mason Becker finishes all the way down in P9 after all of that. Such a shame. Such an impressive race that was driven, and a celebration there from Archie Loveridge. Was that a "you can't see me"? That was a John Cena. Brilliant. Amazing drive from Loveridge. There was to-ing and throwing and a changing between Loveridge and Cannon. Loveridge knew when to throw it back up the inside though. Knew what he was doing. And your Honda Cadet final finishes like that. And that was a fun one to call. Really, really enjoyed that. Loveridge, Cannon, Colour, Bowers. Ben Bowers in the end finished in P4. Fantastic drive. That will do his points and confidence the world of good. That is his best result by an absolute country mile this season, and kind of trounces the P30 he had in other races gone by before. Luca Bacocchi again has got the pace, but didn't quite have the opportunities opening up for him to be right near the front in that one. He finished in 5th. Marcus Cooper, Delaney Sutton, Mason Becker. You got to feel for Mason. So unlucky getting caught up in those last lap skirmishes there. Falling down to P9. Soy Edison's 10th. Shelton, Murfitt, Henry Colborne, Sebastian McCarthy, and then Alistair Saunders in 15th. Drury, Grisbeck, Firstfield, Grech, Jones, Keeling, Tommy Burgoyne, Mikowski, Love, Dowell, Bullock, and Luke Hamill. Followed by Ryder Birch, Charlton, Jensen Fathers, and Reggie Dufficy. Whew. I'm always breathless by the end of a Honda Cadet race. It's just... it's always a fantastic watch, and we really hope you enjoyed that as much as we did. And hopefully we'll enjoy our next one, which is Senior Rotax. And here in the Cumbrian Hills at Rowrah, let's get ready for our senior road tax final in round 4 of the Kart Championship. Kai Newman will start on pole position. Elliot Dalton Ayres ahead of Melissa Adrian in 3rd. I believe that is her best starting position in the whole of 2026. Don't quote me on that. Harrison Crowther, though, down in 4th. He doesn't want to be there. Joshua Smith, Riley Bishop in P6. Lewis Sumner for X-Kart in 7th. Connor Tubby in 8th. Kell, Napier, Ross Tyler, Rory Hinkley in P12, matching his number. Ollie Miller, George Cole, Marcus King, Lewis Holt, Christopher Hughes, Michael Ambler down to P18. Sam Kelbrick, Sheldon Hayward, Surtees, Kirkbride, Kane, McDowell is on row 12, and on row 13 it's Lomax and Benjamin Lee, England, Southall, King, Joseph Yore, and finishing off with Jack McGillicuddy, Dylan Tracy and Thomas Ambler. Lots of love for Jensen Culler there, up into P3. Yeah, it's a really great result also for Jensen, isn't it, who has been finding his way into the championship as well. 21st, 16th, and now in the first 2 rounds, and now into the impressive display here this weekend, right up there in the mix, on the podium. And that'll be a fine day's work for Jensen Culler. Very happy indeed. But here we go for our senior road tax final. We are going racing into the tram lines and into the first turn. A retain of the lead for Kai Newman in the Ultimate Art Machine. He's away and racing and setting the tone here. Melissa Adrian holding on to first straight away. Who's that out wide on the gravel? Looks like they got really out of sorts and looked like it's just a bit of a domino effect as some of the drivers were trying to find their way around there. Maybe if it's possible we could get a replay in a lap or two's time once we digest all of what has been going on in this opening stage of the race here. So it looks like Newman is ahead of Dalton Ayres. Yeah, Dalton Ayres and Adrian. Melissa Adrian, they've held on to their top 3 positions. Melissa Adrian in the form of her season so far here at Rowrah this weekend. And this is her best chance of a race victory so far in 2026. How is she going to do over the next 11 minutes here in Cumbria ahead of 2 very, very well experienced and wily racers equally in front of her, of Dalton Ayres and Kai Newman? She's going to have to hope in some ways that these two kind of fight each other a little bit, both with the Ultimate Art liveries to their name, or are they going to work together to hold off the challenge? You would think that in these early stages of the race they would work together because they know the threat that the likes of Melissa Adrian and Joshua Smith even and Bishop down into P5 could have in this one at any stage of the race. They soar through the first chicane once again and make their way round using all of the runoff as much as they dare and they can into the first hairpin. And you could have, in another lap of that race later on, you could have quite easily seen Dalton Ayres going up the inside of Kai Newman there for P1, but being so early on in the race, thought much better of it. Just stay line astern. Let's concentrate on building the gap to the drivers behind, because from 5th to 1st, there's not even a second in it at the moment. From Kai Newman all the way back to Riley Bishop. And with 9.5 minutes on the clock, it will tick down. Senior road tax is always so fast. You have to really keep your eye and wits about you of any dive bomb up the inside. Number 33 of Benjamin Lee has got a contact warning. Must be careful how he goes racing down in P21. But we're focused on at least here the top 7, even maybe the top 8 in this top group. Incredible, close racing. Not a single moment to rest for our drivers in this senior road tax class, and really showing why they deserve to be here on this grid. Again, another look up the inside from Dalton Ayres on Newman. Newman kind of almost going the cold shoulder, going, you're not going to surely try it now, are you? Don't try it now. It's way too early in this race. Maybe give it to the last lap, and I'll let you think about it. Melissa Adrian doing very well at the moment to hold off Riley Bishop behind her in 4th place. James Kell in 5th. That's more like it from James. He has worked his way up through a kind of unfortunate and unlucky Saturday. Has worked hard through the final superheats today and finds himself in P5 at the moment right now. Melissa maybe just dropping back slightly to get a bit of cool air across her front bumper. Although you could almost argue she's sacrificing valuable time to be able to pounce on the 2 in front. But I'm sure she won't be too worried at the moment. She'll be very happy to see all the marbles on our screen there, just like towards the edge of the track, towards the end of the day. All of these tyres kicking up so much dirt on the outside. And further back, is that Melissa Adrian? Has she fallen down through the order? This is our 2 Ultimate R racers. That's Dalton Ayres to the lead, by the way, ahead of Kai Newman, who's in 3rd now. I do believe, has James Kell managed to get up into... Yes, he has. So it's Newman, Dalton Ayres, Kell and Melissa Adrian. She's dropped down to 4th. James Kell is on a mission. I was saying just before, he really kind of wanted to write off this weekend, the earlier part of it anyway. And when you do have incidents go against you through maybe no fault of your own and throughout the weekend, it does feel like you kind of had to spare somewhat. But if you can have the hunger to battle your way through the field like this, there's no stopping you. James Kell into 2nd place. What an incredible race he is having so far. Mixing in now with the likes of Dalton Ayres and Kai Newman. It's Dalton Ayres followed by James Kell and Newman, and Melissa Adrian doing her best to hold on to it all. 6 minutes 30 on the clock. There you go. Dalton Ayres and Kell, Newman, Adrian, Smith, Riley Bishop, Lewis Sumner, Stephen Napier, Rory Hinkley, Ross Tyler in your top 10 right now. And look at these two wanting to, I will say, work together. I think he sort of dived down the inside there. James Kell going, right, I want to take the lead. I can set the pace out here. Come with me. And they've taken the risk, and they're going to let him fall into the front of this race. And just keeping an eye on all of our drivers and on race control and the race conduct out there at the moment. Of course, to a high standard here at the Kart Championship, but getting very, very feisty in this stage of the race. And I say that, 5-second penalties for Taylor England, who has joined the senior grid for the first time this weekend in the Kart Championship. Welcome to Taylor. Unfortunately, not a welcome 5-second penalty he will like. Scott McDowell, 5-second penalty as well for him down towards P23 on the grid. But keep an eye on some of our races, and do you know what? I'm just trying to confirm this before I say it too soon, but some of the nose cones coming through there into Paddock Bend, we'll try and get a close-up maybe shot as they come through the 3rd sector once again out of St John's and down towards Sunny Bend and get a real good perspective. But I think some people have got to be very careful of their nose cones here. Look at the nose cone on James Kell. That looked very, very low coming through the 3rd sector. If you know karting, if you know the drop nose cone is an automatic 5-second penalty. There are no arguments. Look how low that is running. Even all of these Ultimate R machines actually are looking pretty low to the ground. It's hard to say really. I definitely think there's cause for concern though out front as James Kell, our race leader, sets the fastest lap of 45.7. I think there could be trouble on the horizon here, you know. It's running Yeah, it's running very low. It could all be in the ride height though. We don't know. We don't know for sure. But we will find out obviously at the end of this race. But if I'm seeing it on here, what do you think on the live chat? Let's see how we'll get on in the next 3.5 minutes. Whilst that's all been going on and we've been mulling that over a little bit, James Kell has sort of extended a little bit of a buffer. The top three certainly have extended a buffer, because now they are around about 0.8 of a second between each other. And well, the front two certainly pulling away. Kai Newman almost, if he's not careful, will drop back into the clutches of Joshua Smith and Melissa Adrian, who has fallen sadly down the order again into 5th, but still on for a great result here at Rowrah, and one that she can be proud of, I think, even if it doesn't quite turn out the way it was in the earlier stages of this race. But just got to be careful she doesn't leave too much out on the table for the other drivers behind her to mop up towards the end of this race, including the likes of Lewis Sumner and Riley Bishop behind her. She's looking pretty racy though, going after 4th place again with Joshua Smith. Thinking about a dive down the inside, not looking like it was on there at all. Thinks better of it. Is there one going on here? You bet there is. Down the inside from Melissa Adrian. Lovely move for P4 in this race. And again, showing her racecraft. Has to be applauded here at Rowrah this weekend. Should be so impressed when she gets out the car towards the end of this race. If she can hold on for the next 2 minutes plus 1 lap. How is James Kell looking? He's got the fastest lap to his name. He's half a second ahead of Dalton Ayres and Kai Newman. Can he hold on for the remainder of this race? There's Melissa Adrian now leading sort of the best of the rest of this group at the moment. She's got plenty for company though behind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 karts behind her. If Joshua Smith, Sumner, Bishop, Harrison Crowther down there in P8. We haven't talked about much of Harrison Crowther in this race. He's been struggling somewhat to find a way through the traffic. Is so used to dominating a race out the front and controlling the pace, not having it all his own way in this one. James Kell certainly is though, and wanting to stay there. Melissa Adrian, she's opened the door on the inside, and she's also going to leave the door open to Joshua Smith, possibly Lewis Sumner into the chicane. And no, not quite. She holds on just to P5. But now she's sort of caught a little bit in a sandwich here and is going to get her pockets picked if she's not careful on the inside. Around the outside goes Harrison Crowther while she's so busy looking at the inside. Is he going to make it stick? He does. Brilliant straight line speed for Harrison Crowther there. Down into the Stuart S's there. And user Jamie on the live chat definitely thinks some nose cones are dropped out there. Yeah, I didn't think I was making it up either. We got 20 seconds plus 1 lap. And let's see who finished this one first on the road. Let's see how it comes out on top in the end. Grandmama says, come on Kai. Kai Newman, you're doing really well for Ultimate R Racing. Melissa Adrian here getting hounded by Harrison Crowther, nearly being put onto the grass. At the front of this group is Joshua Smith now. He has taken the mantle up, with Harrison Crowther wanting to find his way as much as he can through these final stages of the race to hold on to that championship lead in senior Rotax. Here we go then, on to our final lap. James Kell is out in front. He's got a second over Elliot Dalton Ayres. Does Dalton Ayres have any answer at all out at the front? But we're looking further back here in the battle for 4th and 5th and 6th. Joshua Smith goes defensive. Harrison Crowther tries to cut round the inside. A championship leader gets pushed onto the grass. He knows he doesn't want to be getting out there. That would spell disaster for the end of his campaign here at Rowrah. He just wants to hold on to as many points as he can going into this final sector. Has he got any answer to the final paying positions? James Kell looks like he's going to take victory in this one. He does. He takes the checkered flag. Elliot Dalton Ayres followed by Kai Newman. How's the rest going to finish? It's a drag race to the line, and it's Joshua Smith. Harrison Crowther is 5th, and 2 of our drivers there didn't come out very well at the end of that race. Unfortunately, not able to cross the line, but it's James Kell, Dalton Ayres, Newman, Smith, Harrison Crowther, Adrian, Sumner, Rory Hinckley, George Cole and Ollie Miller rounding off your top 10. Maybe, I don't know how easy this will be to see the drop cones as they go into Parc Ferme. We'll try and see if we can get a view as they come back into the pits. James Kell is leading that one. Elliot Dalton Ayres, Newman, Smith, Crowther, Melissa Adrian finishing in 6th at the end. Great drive from her, to be fair. Sumner, a great drive. Rory Hinckley up to 8th. George Cole, Miller, Tyler, Lee, Hughes, Zach Kane, Holt, Lomax, King, Bishop, Tubby, York, Kelbrick, Surtees, Eddie King, Taylor England and Cassidy Southorn, Jack McGillicuddy, followed by Scott McDowell and Michael Ambler towards the end of that one. Yes, the mystery of the dropped cones at the front of the field. Thank you to Racer Passer as well, who has just technically got yourself a race pass. Welcome to the Slipstream Pass. You're part of the Alpha Live family, which gives you more exclusive content sooner of some of the best motorsport in the UK. Thanks very much for joining on board with us. Just whilst we wait for some of the carts to be cleared and just get a bit of clarification for some of our finishers at the end. And I don't like to speculate, but our race winner is possibly someone who we did think. But we will find out as to how that all pans out. We'll tell you a little bit later whilst they come into scrutineering and then all those checks go on through. But for now, congratulations to James Kell in the Senior Road Tax final. And one of my favourite races earlier on, Judy Primo, promises to be a strong final here at Rowrah. So here is your starting grid then for our Junior Primo runners. We are flying through these races this afternoon here at Rowrah. And going off of pole position is Jackson Heath in the number 63. Bertie Hodgson, who was starting a lot of those races on pole in the heats, he has to settle for second. Jude Puddifoot in P3. Zane Perry, Liam Dooling, another name that can really challenge at the front of this race. On row 3, Lucas Esser is in P6. Toby Wortley on the 4th row of the grid alongside Archie Thoman Evans. There's Jacob Underhill though. Jacob Underhill on row 5. And further down towards P13 of Jerry Dufficy, Joshua Robinson, Odysseus Hull, Shay Laird, Elliot Dimolo and Lily Cantignon and Harvey Everett, Rebecca Reestall, Jenkins Skip, Dolinek and Ashton Bailey, with Halewood, Nixon, Jack Smith and Cora Moore rounding off your runners. I'm just being told all the nose cones situation in Senior Road Tax, no dropped nose cones, no penalties. It is great news, of course, for James Kell. Fantastic drive up from 10th on the grid and around there. Congratulations to James Kell. I know I saw him in the cafe area here in Rowrah yesterday, kind of, you know, understandably venting and frustrated at the bad luck and bad fortune he'd had in the previous races. Channeled that anger and frustration into a race win and has found himself winning Senior Road Tax amongst an impressive and incredible field. Harrison Crowther, not quite where he wanted to finish, but still some great points to take with him into the rest of 2026 in 5th place for Coles Racing. So just waiting for our Junior Primo runners to come on out. Waiting there on the dummy grid, making sure our officials, race marshals are all happy that everything is in check, everything's in order, and that we can go racing and give them a clean final for the rest of it here. Ollie Tarbox says, come on Jude Pudderfoot, because he is our championship leader at the moment. As I said earlier on today, Jude has been, I would say, Mr. Consistent in this one. And he's probably got the highest sort of average result out of all of our Junior Primo drivers. There they are on the dummy grid. You can see the 51 there of Bertie Hodgson. He's starting on the second place of the grid, on the second grid slot. There's your 73 of Liam Doolin as well. Could do a lot from fifth. Virginie Catignon as well says, come on Lily Cantignon. If I remember rightly, had some great battles in the midfield at PF. And look, let's see what she can do. All of these drivers, there's absolutely no reason why they can't find themselves in a much higher position than they started. And we've seen many heroics, many a time. But let's get on to our Junior Primo final then, as they find their way round. Not long to go, just finding their final way through the final part of the second sector, and they're already at the front. Got to wait quite a long time though for all of the grid to form up here, because the back are straggling behind somewhat. They're not all really together. I'm not sure we'll be going racing here because they are quite spread apart, and as I thought, we are going to be going around again because it took quite a long time for our drivers at the back of the grid, the likes of Rebecca Restore, Oscar, Charlie Hailwood and Skit and Bailey and Nixon and Cora Moore, to tag on and all start together. The front of our field, likes of Jackson Heath and Bertie Hodgson and Jude, ready to go, much further ahead than they thought they were. So another opportunity, as always, to get some heat into the tyres. Can always be a bit risky. Lovely facial expression there, pulled from one of the drivers watching the racing and making sure this time, Dirk there, who is making sure the races start in a as good as possible way that they can. They accelerate onto the power, round the corner, and we are racing into turn one. Bertie Hodgson maintains P1. I think they, well, I think they all found their way through there, but I can now see yellow flags, so they definitely didn't find their way through all of there cleanly. But Jude Pudderfoot challenging for second place already. Will he duck under? Oh, it's a great defensive move there from Zane Perry to shut that opportunity to Jude Pudderfoot and making his kart as wide as possible. And Bertie Hodgson here looks like, I don't know if I'm mistaken, but he's got quite a gap already. Where's the, look at the gap. That's insane. Where has he found that time from? What was happening to Zane Perry and Jude Pudderfoot during all of that going on? Jude Pudderfoot up into second place, and Bertie Hodgson has absolutely run away with this one in Junior Primo. Is there anything Jude Pudderfoot can do? And Jude was not in his usual position in the last super heat, because, or in one of the super heats anyway, he went out on wet tyres and everyone else was on dry tyres, and it was just about to turn dry and he was falling through the grid. So we're going to see, I think, a lot more of the likes of what we'd expect from Jude Pudderfoot in this race. how quickly, or not, can he close down the gap to Bertie Hodgson at the front there? Well, at the moment, it doesn't seem like he can do so. There's almost an equal kind of gap between Zane Perry, Puddifoot and Hodgson. Puddifoot sets the fastest lap though by quite a distance, a 47.9 ahead of a previous lap of Hodgson's of a 48.4. So an easy 4 tenths there, nearly 5 tenths gained on Bertie Hodgson alone. So Puddifoot is in fact reeling in Hodgson and wants to take the win here after a tough start. Has found himself in second place. There's Jacob Underhill. Watch out for him as well, because he started in P9. He's already up to P4. Incredible drive to start here, and there you go. Coming right through, you need to keep an eye on Jacob Underhill for sure, because he's already chasing down after Zane Perry in the third. The gap coming down all the time. And look at Jude Puddifoot, the gap down to 4 tenths of a second. Another faster lap by 4 tenths of a second. Again, Jude Puddifoot is gaining 4 tenths of a second a lap on Bertie Hodgson out there at the front at the moment. That's a huge, monumental gain in the world of karting, showing that he's got all the ability at the moment. And here we go, we jump to the leaders. There is Puddifoot. Zane Perry doing his best to try and keep up with these two, but trying to keep up with Jude Puddifoot. More to the point, look at how much overspeed Jude Puddifoot had into the third and final sector there. Hodgson now must be thinking, what have I got to do to hold off Puddifoot for another 8 minutes and 40 seconds? Am I going to be able to do that for all of this time? They come over the crest of the chicane. Jacob Underhill closing that gap. Visibly you can see to Zane Perry rather, all of the time, and also Joshua Robinson following along with him too. Jude Puddifoot though, dive up the inside, goes to the lead. Bertie Hodgson though, doesn't like that. He wants to hold on to it. He doesn't want to give it up quite as early yet. Look at the squirreling going on under braking, almost a bit of intimidation, I would say, in a respectful way. Going down into the Stuart S's and through St John's, and now out towards Sunny Bend, using all of the curb on the outside. And if Jude's got this pace of 4 tenths of a second over Bertie Hodgson for the rest of this race, who knows how far of a gap he could build in this one ahead of the second place man at the moment. And if Jude Puddifoot is going to take another victory here, it would be a consecutive win after his win at Whilton Mill. A second place, a first place at Whilton Mill, and a first place here at Rowrah. That won't do too badly to extend his championship lead here for the Kart Championship. And look at Jacob Underhill though. I feel like his progress is still quite strong down there in P4, but he'll have to contend with Zane Perry first of all on the podium. How close is he to him? I'm not sure. He's as close as he would like, because Jacob Underhill's also got Joshua Robinson in the way as well. So Underhill is 1.9 seconds off the lead. There he is at the back of your shot, coming in now and then following through the green helmet. Further on. Oh, plenty of drivers, and getting absolutely T-boned there to the side of the road. That is not probably the way they wish that was wanting to go. But I didn't see which driver that was that got put to the side of the road, but I'm sure we'll find out very, very quickly as they trip the timing lines. We'll see who has fallen down the order and try and see how that might have affected, anyway, particularly part of the grid. Liam Dooling at the moment pops in with the fastest lap of the race. We're now getting closer to the 46s here, so as the fuel burns off, they're getting faster and faster. There's more grip out there on the track. The track temperature, probably the most optimum conditions we've had all this weekend so far in our Junior Primo final here. And Jude Puddifoot is loving it very much out there. 3/4 of a second out in front ahead of Bertie Hodgson. And who's dropped all the way back to the rear of the field is Harry Meyer Waldron, I think, that got taken off to the left-hand side. So Pudderfoot then leading this way, Bertie Hodgson. And now, I mean, I was keeping an eye on Underhill, but look at where Joshua Robinson is. My word, what has happened with Joshua Robinson? That is a fantastic performance from where he started at this race. He's come right up from P14 on the grid to be now sitting in P3. That's a Herculean effort from Joshua Robinson. Also got the fastest lap right now out there. And looking to make this pace pay, because if he keeps this up, in no time, there's Bertie Hodgson, there is Joshua Robinson. If he keeps this up and gets past Bertie Hodgson, Joshua Robinson could very much challenge Jude Pudderfoot with, well, there's 4 minutes on the clock. He does it there in the Stuart S's. There's just too much overspeed between him and Bertie Hodgson. So much more pace in that Dave Edwards racing machine. Up into second. How quickly can Joshua Robinson close this gap now that's sort of been bubbling away behind the scenes? And further insult to injury, Bertie Hodgson has got a 5-second penalty for a jump start according to race control and the steward. So it's going from bad to worse. So Bertie Hodgson in this race. There is Zane Perry. There is Jacob Underhill. His pace has sort of faltered slightly, but he's coming back towards this race. Jackson Heath, who started this race on pole position, has got a 5-second penalty as well himself for good measure. So he'll be completely out of this one. He is all the way down, though, towards the back of the field. So not, unfortunately, the focus for us at the moment. There, though, is Joshua Robinson chasing after Jude Pudderfoot. You can see the gap closing down all of the time. 3 minutes ticking down on the clock. Running out of time for Josh Robinson to make an impact on this race. Is a 1.75 second gap just too much to try and chase after of Jude Pudderfoot's? He's had the pace in the early stages of this race. He can be proud if he finishes in P2 for this one because of the progress he's made through the field, avoiding traffic, avoiding incident, and having the chance to be on the podium right now. He can be very impressed with his performance in that bright green liveried machine. Going around here at Rowrah the best that he can. And Bertie Hodgson here has got to be careful he doesn't feel too vulnerable as well. He's on the receiving end of that penalty. So Jacob Underhill might not be aware of that at the moment. He might just feel like he's racing purely for position here. And you wouldn't be surprised if he thought that he was. Liam Doolin back there in 5th. Thought he was going to make some more progress, if I'm honest, through the grid. But he's held on to his starting position. Can't complain. Nice load of points again to take into the rest of the Kart Championship. And Bertie Hodgson, you can see getting off the curb very quickly there and closing the door on the inside and letting the kart maybe not run out as much as he would have done previously coming through. Joshua Robinson has cut the gap down by a couple of tenths of a second on that lap, still setting the pace ahead of Jude Pudderfoot, but it's only a couple of tenths of a second. Jude took the opportunity early on in this race to take the initiative and sail off into the distance, and he's certainly doing that here at the moment. Hodgson in a net 3rd right now, but will fall down through the order on the road. So Jacob Underhill looking forward to a podium coming his way if he keeps it all in a straight line, and Liam Dooling as well, some more points for them and so on. Down through the grid. And 48 seconds on the clock. It ticks down all the more. Here is Hodgson. We're staying with Hodgson. And Jacob Underhill. And to be fair, Jacob Underhill has got the pressure behind from Liam Dooling between these two. Hodgson's kind of not really involved in all this now. He is in as traffic on the track, but oh goodness. And a wheel came off there going over the curb, and that was Jacob Underhill, who was trying to stay on the back, stay on the pace as much as he can. The wheel just came clean off and sent him spinning into the barriers. We do hope he's okay. We have a penultimate lap here of racing with Jude Pudderfoot. I'm not sure what this is going to do to neutralise the racing. But Jude is still going. He's still in green flag conditions right now. The incident is down by the stewardesses at the middle of Sector 2. There is Jude. There is Jacob on the side. And we have now got a yellow flag, a full course yellow. That is going to neutralise the race. And the slow boards are out, which means the drivers are going to file up one by one and almost effectively be like a virtual safety car that you might see in Formula 1 or other motorsports, and neutralise the race with Jude Pudderfoot with that gap that he's had. Doesn't look like there's enough time left for Joshua Robinson to take home all of the glory of that incredible performance to get up to P2 of where he has done and win this race. It looks like Jude Pudderfoot is going to come round and take victory here under the full course yellow, under the slow boards. But even if it feels a little bit of a... They're just checking that he's okay. That's really nice, actually. All of the grid you can see slowed down there to check that Jacob was okay. And we're going to finish under full course yellow. It means that Jude Pudderfoot is going to extend his championship lead and finish ahead of Joshua Robinson. Bertie Hodgson is going to fall down the order, and that's going to really hurt Bertie Hodgson with the 5-second penalty he's had, even more so now. Liam Dooling will jump up onto the podium. Zane Perry, Morgan Cooney, Archie Thoman Evans is 7th. It's a 7th for the 77. It's 777. Shay Laird is 8th. Lucas Esser is 9th. And Ruben Jenkins is in the top 10. Hakeem Bart is 11th. Oscar Dolinek is P12. Jerry Dufficy is P13. And Odysseus Hull is P14. Toby Wortley, followed by Elliot Dimolo, Lily Cantignon, Rebecca Reestall, Cora Moore, Ashton Bailey, Alfie Skitt, Harvey Everett, Jack Smith, Logan Nixon, Charlie Hellwood, and we do hope that he's okay. Looked like he was up and about. Jacob Underhill, further down towards the rest of the finishers of Harry Mark Waldron, that was off to the side of that race there as well towards the end. So a slightly anticlimactic end to our Junior Primo final, but as we always say here, safety is paramount, and we will always take that into consideration first of all. And then going to be some time, I would imagine, before we get to our next final for the day. Talking of the next final of the day, let's get to Junior Rotax. So whilst the slow boards remain out there, we just make sure that everyone's okay. We'll just get you up to speed nice and swiftly with the Junior Rotax final grid. And surprise, surprise, Zach Turner is leading the way on pole position for this one. Charlie Wolfett, though, don't write him off at all. Having a great season so far in 2026. Ryan Rapini, also a name you should always watch out for. Even all of these top 6. Charlie Very, Teddy Cooper, Ewan House, all up there with a chance to take the victory in this one. Finley Smith, Kevin Ivanov, who's up in the top 3 and the top 4 in the super heats between the different groups today, starts P8. Cooper Campbell leads. Blair Smith, Thomas Jackson, Karthik Kometa on his first session with the Kart Championship this weekend, down in P12. Lauren McVeigh, Jackson Lane, Harrison Bishop, Noah Moulton, Zach Waddle and Adam Jurczyk is P18. JJ Plowman, followed by Fletcher Jameson, Isabella Sansmore Wilson down in 21st. Would be hoping, wishing to be a bit higher than that. Max Douthwaite, P22, Maximilian Braskov, Ellis Dealey in P24. Shea Hilton, Aston Brown, Elijah Hazelwood, Matt Scott, Lewis Gilbert and Jake Anders is P30. And rounding off our grid of all 34 runners was our repechage recipients. The victory from Larry Price early in the repechage, followed by Nathaniel Gray, Noah Clare and Leighton Kelly, who's getting that all-important final 4th position in the repechage earlier, which means he will start at the very back of this grid. But if you're in the race, you've got a chance. You just never know. So, our Junior Rotax final. Ready and waiting. Our drivers primed and ready to go in the dummy grid. Zach Turner has had an interesting season. A very great season, but I feel like he always makes it quite hard for himself. Maybe not because of his own accord, but because of other things that go on around him. Because he is so racy, he really gets his elbows out when he goes racing, and that can be a really strong quality, of course. He wants to try and get the positions as soon as possible, but that sometimes that can get him caught up in certain other places that he doesn't want to be and finds himself having to work back through a field in all of our races this season. But it does look pretty amazing when he does do it, because he just makes harder work for himself but proves that he can get through that hard work. And it's almost like a show reel of, look, I'm unfortunately accidentally falling back down through the field, but I can come through and I can recover, and I've got the ability to be able to do that. But no need to do that here, because he's got the pole position that he so truly wants. P5 in the first round. Victory at PF. 3rd place at Whilton Mill after coming through lots and lots of trials and tribulations onto the podium. Here he finds himself on pole position. And can he bring another trophy home for the Coles Racing team? Ewan House, a privateer outside of the Coles Racing team now. Maybe not as many team orders if Ewan House meets each other with Zach Turner a bit later on. Rapini for Kiddix UK. Charlie Wolfett, a privateer himself though. Would it be an allegiance, an alliance of the privateers? Would it be everyone out for themselves? We are about to find out, as we're going to go racing here for an always thrilling Junior Rotax grid. All 34 drivers lining up one by one in their respective grid slots, being very disciplined as we're about to go racing. We're in the tram lines and we are away and into the first turn. Zach Turner has already got, I don't know how he managed that, looked like he'd got a really great start there onto the outside. Some karts getting all caught on each other, and I have absolutely no idea how that Kiddix UK kart in the middle of your screen there got caught on the one side and then managed to got clattered back into a straight line and still carried on with his race. Zach Turner then leading into this one ahead of Charlie Wolfett. Ryan Rapini fallen down to 3rd place. Look at the lead that our top 3 have got though, with 12 minutes and 1 lap on the clock in this one. There's Zach Turner, and Charlie Wolfett though knows how dominant Zach can be if he lets him get away too soon, and he wants to try and eliminate that straight away. And Charlie Wolfett I think he's heeding those calls. He is not letting anything move once. Just a small adjustment in the radiator, that's what it did move. He's not letting anything move out there beyond what he can't control. From second place into first, he hopes in a few laps' time, but it's going to be a hard ask. Zach Turner is a very, very tough driver, a very tough opponent to try and find your way past. And if that does happen, which I think it might have done, through Paddock Bend, he did do it. Charlie Wolfett in front of Zach Turner. So as I was about to say, if that does happen, you know that Zach will now be fueled with the fire, and he's equally as good as building out a gap and a lead in a race. He also knows how to retake the lead, from so many times we've seen in 2026. Although Zach's got to be careful here because he's got Rapini behind, and they're all very, very close together. Oh, and it's a 5-second penalty for Zach Turner. Zach Turner, oh, he just can't stay out the trouble. It's such a shame. 5-second penalty for Zach Turner for a jump start. So he's in second now. If he's going to have any chance of winning this race, he's going to have to build an almighty gap and first get ahead of Charlie Wolfett before he does all of that. Still all of your support though coming in for Zach. Lorna McEwen, come on Zach Turner. Carly Turner, of course, Zach's mum. Proud of you once again this weekend, Zach. Bring home the win, she says. But that's going to be quite a tough ask, if I'm honest with you, from what we've seen just come up at race control. And now he's in second place as well. This could be a race of damage limitation for Zach now to hold his place in the championship. Although I think the championship lead is quite slender, if I remember rightly. Almost thinking like it's 2 points. It's not much at all as we're coming into this weekend. Of course, our heats and super heats will affect how many points we bring home. The most on offer here, understandably, for our final. And now these three settling into this one. And I say that, Ryan Rapini was trying to unsettle Zach Turner. Did unsettle Zach Turner's car on the outside, on the curb. And if they're not careful, they're going to let Charlie Wolfett run off into the lead here because he's not got an absolute care in the world about what's going on behind him. He's going to extend his gap and be very happy to do that. Very kindly, thank you very much. Charlie Very also now ahead of Zach Turner. What was that? That was a bit of, just as we cut away from that shot, there was either a massive bit of mud or something that fell off a car. I have no idea what it was. It looked like a bit of an object onto the paddock bend. We'll try and see if we can pick that up by the time we get to it. I don't know if that's got anything to do with it. That's the 259 getting out of their car. Noah Moulton. So Noah Moulton not playing any further part in this race. And Ryan Rapini though with Charlie Very, hopefully will get him to work together, and Zach Turner now to chase after Charlie Wolfett, because that is a almighty gap already of 1.25 seconds ahead. And there's equal daylight between the drivers behind, but there's absolute daylight between Wolfett and Rapini, and Very thinks he can be the one to lead the way. He goes to third place. Into second rather, Charlie Very into second place, and Zach Turner now jumps ahead of Ryan Rapini. So Zach Turner is in third, Rapini is in fourth. He's got his teammate Teddy Cooper Rapini now behind him, and then behind that is Ewan House. Ewan House has been caught a little bit further down the grid this weekend at Rowrah. Has been a difficult one for him. Hard luck, Zach, a jump start. Race should have been a go around, says Lee Hurst. Yeah, I'm not too sure what the stewards had all of that in mind, but of course they'll make the decision they think that they feel is best. down the inside, Ewan House, that's more like it. Used to seeing those kind of moves and decisive overtakes from Ewan. And finding their way through the field, and now the gap between third and second is quite substantial. The gap between first and second is also quite substantial. And if they keep fighting like this, it's going to get even worse. And it's going to get even better for Charlie Wolfett, who might have already sealed this race beyond doubt. And maybe probably not what he's expecting so early on in this race. But because, as we say so often in karting, so much squabbling has been going on behind, it's almost inevitable now. It's going to be so hard to catch back up to some of our front runners. Wolfett leads Charlie Very by 1.8 seconds, and Wolfett leads Rapini back to third by 3 seconds. So the gaps are really starting to open up now. And Rapini coming through into Airedale's with Zach Turner behind. There is a yellow flag waving because I think there might be a cart off to the side. Oh, there's a cart off to the side, yeah, just as you come down that straight there. So they were just keeping precautions in place whilst they came out, which means double yellows, no overtaking. You can see our driver in the very back of your picture there doing the dreaded walk back to the paddock. That's a nice move up the inside. That is the 270, and that's Blair Smith out of this one further down. He was doing pretty well in the superheats, I must say, but not going to be seeing the end of this Junior Rotax final today. Rapini leading the best of the rest then in third, and Zach Turner there now, and then cutting back to Laurie McVeigh here, who's in seventh. So there's sort of a gap of their own in first with Charlie Wolfett, all alone in second as well. A gaggle of carts in about third, fourth and fifth, and then maybe sixth including that a little bit, and then back to seventh. You're having all of this going on, all this scrap in this Junior Rotax final, which, you know, you shouldn't disregard the points total and how important this is for all of our drivers throughout the whole Kart Championship in 2026. And that driver there with the black helmet, yeah, and the driver on the right, I can't quite make the number out at the moment, getting very frustrated. Kevin Ivanov getting very frustrated with Teddy Cooper in P8 because he wants Teddy Cooper to really pick up the pace. And get on with this, because the more they keep holding up the pace, the longer they're going to feel away from the other drivers in front, and it's going to be so much less likely to secure these positions, because then they're going to give up and they're going to start squabbling on their own battles and find themselves in a place they don't want to be. That's not what Cooper Campbell-Lees really, I imagine, wants to be doing, catching up with Maximilian Braskov, catching on his side on off the road. Goes Cooper Campbell-Lees. Meanwhile, we've cut up further up to the front of the field towards 8th and 9th for Teddy Cooper and Ivanov. And down the inside there, an opportunist move from 211 of JJ Plowman down into P16. So battles going on all over the place here around Rowrah, and an incident on the start-finish straight. That is not what we want to see. I hope they're okay. The cart took a pretty big shunt. And hopefully we're still green racing on the start-finish straight. Not too sure who that was. And that looks like a dropped nose for Charlie Very, again, might be running it really low. I might be completely wrong. No, maybe I am wrong. Maybe they're just riding the ride height a lot lower. But it looked like it had dropped a little bit. Maybe it's just the profile of the corner. Using all of the steering angle that they can, though. That's Charlie Wolfett out in the lead, 2 seconds ahead of Charlie Very. And funny enough, Wolfett, Charlie Very, doing exactly the same lap time. Exactly the same lap time as the last one. 46.3 and a 46.3. They've both done exactly the same best lap time. 16 seconds on the clock, plus 1 lap. This will be our penultimate lap around Rowrah for our junior road tax runners this weekend. I'm just trying to see who that driver was. Might have been, I don't want to assume here, it might have been Zach Waddle. I think they're okay. The cart was pulled off to the side and couldn't see any driver there at any point in that incident earlier on the start-finish straight. So always dangerous is racing, but we try and make it as safe as possible. And this looks like a safe victory here for Charlie Wolfett. It's going to be a parade lap almost, a coronation for Charlie Wolfett, finding his way around this Rowrah circuit here like it doesn't mean anything to him. It's easy peasy, lemon squeezy for Charlie. He has dominated since he's got to the front. He's been helped a little bit by the fortunes of Zach Turner falling down through the order a little bit more, but he comes through the stewardesses for the final time and will find his way through the third sector. Many of you respect Charlie Wolfett and that he doesn't have enough reputation behind his name, and this will go quite far in doing that. Charlie Wolfett takes the win here, the Junior Road Tax Final at Rowrah, to get a nice haul of points in the Kart Championship. He lifts up his visor, gets some cool air into what's been probably a hectic and concentrating race for him. And once again, that's how you have a lovely display of controlling the race out front and getting to the front and staying there and matching the lap times of your challenger behind. They were doing equivalent laps pretty much for a lot of that race. A 46.3, a 46.33, a 46.34 between Wolfett and Charlie Very. Ewenhouse in the end, I think he'll be happy to get up onto the podium there. Zach Turner, though, finished P4 on the road. He is going to have a 5-second penalty, though, applied due to an apparent false start. So this is the provisional results. Charlie Wolfett, though, we know has won this one. He's taking home the trophy, the top 7 of the podium. Charlie Very, Ewenhouse in 3rd on the podium. Zach Turner, subject to penalties. Ryan Rapini, Thomas Jackson, Laurie McVeigh, Fletcher Jameson, Teddy Cooper, Kevin Ivanov, Harrison Bishop, Maximilian Braskov, JJ Plowman and Karthik Kometa in P14. In the top half of the grid, I think Karthik would be pretty happy with that. Coming to the Kart Championship for the first time. Larry Price finding his way up to P15, having started right towards the back thanks to the repechage, giving him another chance in this one. Jake Anders, Jackson Lane, Noah Clare, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson into P19, Shay Hilton, Elijah Hazelwood, Aston Brown, Leighton Kelly, Lewis Gilbert, Nathaniel Gray, Cooper Campbell-Lees, Matt Scott, and further down towards Finley Smith, Blair Smith, Noah Moulton, Adam Churchek, Max Douthwaite and Zach Waddle, who didn't end up finishing that one. So our Junior Road Tax Final is done. We've only got 2 more races to go. It has really gone through the races very quickly this afternoon. We only had that sort of earlier interruption with our Junior Primos in one of their super heats, but all doing well here in the sunny conditions and fair weather of Rowrah in Cumbria for round 4 of the Kart Championship. And from our Junior Primo final, we go to our penultimate race of the day for Bambinos. So we'll get onto our grid for our Bambinos for their final in just a moment. But I've just been handed a picture of, and thankfully Jacob Underhill is okay. I've just been handed a picture from his dad, who has obviously helps him with the kart every single weekend. And you saw how Jacob Underhill's tyre in that race, if you saw the moment, just literally fell off under the pressure of chasing up ahead. And it's just ripped in half. Where they put the wheel nut onto the axle of the car, it's just absolutely ripped in half. Hence why that's completely failed and the tyres come completely off. It was a completely freak accident. Nothing that anyone did wrong or anything that Jacob did wrong. But we're glad that he's okay, and that's why the safety in karting, but all of motorsport, is so integral. And we're really glad to see Jacob Underhill walk out of that okay. But attention now comes to our Mighty Bambino final. And the performance we've seen from Presley Knight this weekend, Luca P's really got to be concerned how this final is going to pan out, considering as well that we've got 12 minutes and a lap to do it in, and Presley Knight, as we've seen, doesn't waste any time. Luca P's on pole though, with Presley Knight on the first row of the grid alongside him. Max Tetlow, Eli Parkhouse, Jules Nash and Aidan Castleman down to row 3. Teddy Smith, Oliver Reynolds, EJ Dira, Ray Furdy, Arthur Everington and George Miller down to P12. Row 7 is Ayrton Ujla, Morella Stevens in P14, followed by Stanley Thurston, Jensen Paris, Max West, Sadie Cartmill down to P18 of all of your 18 runners in this one. So we're getting towards the end of our racing action for the day, and I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. I hope you have been watching your friends, family, maybe you wanting to catch some grassroots karting on the weekend for the very first time and seeing the future stars of tomorrow. That's what we're all about here at Alpha Live, supporting all of the grassroots level of karting, no matter what one it is. We're here for the Kart Championship. It's becoming a very well respected and valuable national championship, actually, for people to jump up from the club championships onto the Kart Championship stage, ease their way into some national competitions before they might maybe go onto the Ultimate Kart Championship. They might fall and go on to the British Kart Championship, but there's still fantastic talent in all of this field, which is a nice warm-up for all of our drivers if they're going off into other classes, other races and other championships across the UK. And who knows, when they go off to Europe and race, obviously in the future, up through the ranks, who knows, they might even get to the level of CIK and into KZs and all of those. But this is sort of the first building blocks for these drivers at this age, and doing a great job at that. I think we're just waiting to repair the barriers somewhat, and just getting our Bambinos ready. And plenty of an opportunity for our marshals to take a slight breather between the races. And as I say that, again, whenever I say anything like that, the commentator curses the moment, and just like that, it so happens that we're getting underway for our Bambinos. So just finding their way through as per usual. Support on the chat for Jules Nash starting off in 5th in this one. Had a great start to the season at Warden Law. Will he find himself further up the order in this one? Although I think he's got a pretty hard time on his case with the pace that Presley Knight has shown around here this weekend. It's going to be a very tall order for Jules Nash to climb up the field. But hey, look, I'm not assuming anything in karting. Anything can happen. And we'll see what happens soon. Our final race of the day will be Intermax very, very soon. And question from Lewis Piper or Louis Piper on our live chat. Our Intermaxes, so road tax machines for drivers aged 10 to 13 years old. It's giving them that sort of step between trying to find a slightly faster class before they jump straight into the junior road tax categories and they get way more power underneath them. So always a valuable class here. Very proud to have it here at the Kart Championship in all of our seasons, but particularly in 2026. But we are about to go racing for our Bambinos. Let's get an eye on the lights here. We're waiting for the red lights to go out. Our all-electric Bambinos. Who's going to take victory here today over the next 12 minutes? They look to the lights. And as they go out... Now, that happened last time as well. The lights wait a very long time in Bambinos, but we are away. It felt like an eternity as we were trying to get away from the grid. And straight into turn 1, Luca Pede, the guy who's been the front runner for most of this championship in 2026, finds himself with quite the challenge among him. And straight away here, Luca Pede is going to let Presley Knight up into the lead, and I don't know if that's because he just knows he hasn't got the pace on him or whether he just doesn't want to fight it. But there we go. Luca Pede seemed to open the door there for Presley Knight and just seems to have a huge pace advantage out there. And look at the gap again. He's already building. I'm staggered by the race starts of Presley Knight today. It has been amazing to watch. He doesn't waste any time whatsoever, and I wasn't too aware of Presley Knight before this weekend, if I'm honest with you. I know he's been competing in the British Kart Championship, but it's great to see just a driver bursting onto the scene and taking the initiative, jumping onto the grid, having no fear, the confidence underneath him in the machine, into the Kart Championship for the first time in 2026. And is completely out there at the front and knows how to win a race. Luca Pede, though, maybe has been having a chat with the team in the garage, in the awnings. And maybe part of the strategy is to let Presley have his fun in this stage of the race because he's a fast starter. Maybe Luca Pede has his kart set up to come towards him later on in the race and try a bit of a different tactic and a strategy in the previous Bambino heats, because it hasn't been working out for Luca Pede, and he's got to be careful that it doesn't turn much more sour with Max Tetlow behind him right on his bumper. These three then really close for the next 9.5 minutes. He's got a lot of thinking to do, has Presley, a lot of disciplined driving to carry out and keep Luca Pede behind if he wants to go and stay in this lead. And Luca Pede, I think, means business in this final. He's not going to have Presley have it all his own way towards the end of the straight. But look at the straight line speed that Presley's able to carry towards the end of the straight there. I don't know if that's a slight weight difference between these two karts, but you can see in the slipstream there that Luca Pede closed right back up, coming through St John's into Sector 3 and into Sunny Bend. But it seems on the straights that Presley Knight is really strong, and then Luca Pede is really strong here into the start finish. But yeah, you can see, look, again, pulling ahead a little bit more. And I don't know if that's, I don't know, I'm assuming here, like new electrical units on the kart throughout the season. Because Presley's just arrived, maybe, I don't know if it's got less wear on his mighty unit. But then Luca Pede, once again, throws up the inside, and the more that they squabble like this, all puts Presley onto the grass nearly, trying to shut the door. I think that's just about on the edge, and you'll get away with that. Luca Pede there, now lets in Presley Knight again. So it's a toing and froing of these two. And we're only 4 minutes into this race. And this is going to change a lot more if we have this racing carrying on for the rest of our time here in our Bambino finals. There goes Luca Pede again. It almost feels like clockwork. It feels like Presley is happy to let Luca go up on a certain part of the track, and then Luca's happy to take a certain part, then Presley's happy to take a certain part. At this stage, not really fighting the moves too much. And here we go, look, again, up the inside, another change of the lead towards the end of this back straight. Now Presley Knight goes back in front. Not trying to waste time with each other. I don't know if this is more about a momentum kind of thing, and they just want to keep their momentum going, or whether it's a bit of mind games and Luca P just letting him go through, or then Presley's just saying, yeah, that's fine, I don't mind, that's okay, and swapping and changing. And then when it gets to the last lap, that sort of open door policy, which we're seeing at the moment, again, as Luca P goes back to the lead and will stay in front this time, actually, rather than giving the place back to Presley Knight. Wondering whether that open door policy will soon become a very closed one when we have about a minute or so to go of this Bambino race. And Luca Pede getting out wide there. To be fair, Presley Knight had a much better run and a race in line out of there, and Luca Pede points to Presley and says, you can take the inside again. So they are very much working together in this stage of the race. They have to be so careful, though, that they don't let Eli Parkhouse into the fun here. And that's exactly what's happened. Eli Parkhouse has jumped up into second place, and now you can't even see Presley Knight on the same screen. He's fallen all the way down. Wow. Where is he? He's down into 7th place, is that? From the lead and battling with Luca Pede. Yeah, he is all the way down in 7th. So Luca has now got a new challenger on the back, Eli Parkhouse. And we've said that Eli in 2026 has been very consistent indeed. Eli has finished 4th place in all of our first 3 rounds. Every single time he likes finishing 4th, but he also might like finishing 1st in this one if he's got the pace to challenge Luca Pede now. Is Presley Knight going to come back into this race? We'll see what happens. He's down in 7th still, and now a second off the lead. And Luca Pede losing quite a bit of ground to Eli Parkhouse there through Sunny Bend, and coming back towards him. And now Eli's right on the back of Luca. It really ebbs and flows throughout this race. Meanwhile, your lead is Luca Pede, Parkhouse, Nash. Further down, Tetlow, Castleman. Presley Knight is now up into 6th place to recover slightly. Oliver Reynolds, Rafe Verdi is in 8th, having been up there in the podium places early on in this race, and in this weekend rather. Tenny Smith, EJ Dira is in the top 10 right now against Ayrton Ujla, who's behind in P11. And George Miller in P12, Arthur Everington in 13th, Barella Stevens in 14th, West 15th, Paris, Kart Mill and Thurston. And Jules Nash just about getting his car in on the apex there before he ran out of road and had to call it quits. And there's Presley Knight. Look, he goes up the inside once again. And he's jumped all the way up to 4th. So that's a really great recovery in a few corners. Although it looks like Jules Nash has come right back through on Presley Knight. And it's somewhat bewildering to me how Presley Knight had the upper hand in this race ahead of Luca Pede. And he somehow found his way all the way down to 7th. And now with an uphill battle, quite literally there on your screen, to chase after these front 3 now of Tetlow, of Parkhouse, of Luca Pede. Parkhouse being cheered on by Hannah Stevens on our Alpha Live YouTube channel. You can cheer on the drivers you want to as well. Luca P cheering himself on right now with not much gap between Parkhouse and Tetlow. Presley Knight trying to find his way back. Still great scraps going out on through the field. EJ Dira there, your 26 you saw towards the back. Chasing after Teddy Smith. And there is Luca, there is Presley closing in once again. The luxury of having a final like this, maybe in the super heats where we only have 8 minutes, it would be a little bit more difficult for Presley to be coming back at this group here. But there he is, coming into your shot. He was 1.4 seconds off the lead towards the end of the last lap. I would think that that looks a lot closer now. And I mean, indeed, I'm also going to say and categorically say it definitely is a lot closer than 1.4 seconds. Again, the race is coming back towards Presley here. And Luca still holding out at the front with the all-electric power of these mighty units. But Eli Parkhouse with the fastest lap, putting the pressure on, 4 tenths quicker than Luca Pede of his best lap. And Max Tetlow in 3rd right now. Max Tetlow has not been anywhere near the podium that so far this season. Was at Whilton Mill last time out. That was his favourite track. He's had 3 top 10 results though. He's a P8 at the first round, P10 followed by P8 at Wilton last time out. He's currently sitting in P3, which would be his best result. But Presley Knight is coming back at the field here towards the end of the race, and the strategy is starting to turn for Presley. He is taking his time here. He has made hard work for himself. Wanted to be out at the front, ahead there with Luca P to start with. But is this all part of the plan? Was it to scare Luca to start with? Is it now all on for... Oh, is it all on for Presley Knight? He tries to find the inside of Eli Parkhouse. He tags the right-hand side of the cart. Eli Parkhouse gets put back, and Presley Knight, unfortunate, I think, found himself in the middle of a move that the door was closing there. And now, with 2 laps to go, or getting towards a lap and a half, Luca Pede can once again over his shoulder see Presley Knight closing in on him. The pace, again, come out of nowhere. Is it just deception tactics? Is it the performance of their mighty Bambino machines underneath them? Is Luca Pede gonna hold on here for yet another victory, which would be his 2nd victory this season after winning at PF International? Or for Presley Knight, is this going to be a crowning glory and a stealing of the mantle of the Bambino crown that Luca has so much cemented in 2026? It's all coming down to this final lap. Here we go then. And Presley, having fallen down to 7th on the grid, having made life hard for himself, Luca has got the mountain to climb here, and you bet he will be very stubborn with his defence. He is. He goes to cover off Presley on the outside. He'll hug the inside line. He'll make it really difficult for Presley, who is right up on the rear bumper. Although he's found a gap around the outside, Luca Pede hangs it there. I can't call which way this is going to finish. This is going to be so close. Luca is holding on by the skin of his teeth down into the stewardesses. Although Presley finds a gap on the inside. Oh, and Luca hops over the curb. Is he still going? He has. He's found a way. Parkhouse from nowhere. Has Luca Pede still got the pace to keep going? Has he got any damage? Having gone over the curb just before with Presley Knight. Presley Knight's going down the order to P5. How is Luca going to finish this one? Is Parkhouse going to steal the win here on the paddock bend? It's going to be so close. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Luca Pede has somehow taken victory ahead of Presley Knight just before, who's fallen down to fourth at the end of that race. Parkhouse, Nash, Knight, Max Tetlow, Ray Furdy, EJ Dira, Teddy Smith, Aidan Castleman and Oliver Reynolds see the checkered flag as the top 10. And look, it might be quiet, it might be all electric, but doesn't mean it's not fun, doesn't mean it's great. Doesn't mean it's not great. And that was a fabulous last electric race of the day. Pede, Parkhouse, Nash, Knight, Tetlow, Ray Furdy, EJ Dira, Teddy Smith, Castleman, Reynolds down to Everington, Stevens, Miller and Ayrton Ujla in P14. And our final runners of Max West, Jensen Paris, Sadie Cartmill and Stanley Thurston in that one. Well, again, was that all part of the plan even for Presley Knight to go to the front of the field, drop back a little bit, take some time away, and then come back through towards the end and have a last lap dash? He always had the pace there, but did he really want to show it all in the first stages of the race? Interesting tactics, if that was the way. Well done to Jules Nash as well, who found himself onto the podium, taking advantage of that situation there between Presley Knight and Luca Pede. Just getting a couple of the carts cleared off to the circuit. And whilst they do that, let's get on to our final race of the day. It's time for Rotax Inter. Our Intermax then will be our crowning glory here for Rowrah here in the corner of Cumbria of what has been a fantastic day of racing. Anything but that you would not expect from the Kart Championship. Always great standards and great talent here. They've been growing and improving throughout the season. Here is your starting grid for Intermax then. Max Abrahart on the front row of the grid, had a much better superheat the second time around in Intermax. Eddie Duncan is starting on the second place of the grid. Jensen Sale is in third. Jay Birmingham is fourth. Davidson down to Phillipson on row 3. Adam Bartz, Lewis Herbertson, Freddie Blackshaw, Aaron Rigg and Ethan Lloyd down to Lewis Cacaldi rounding off row 6. On row 7 is Hamish Gordon and Logan Stanley Jones, followed by William Moore, Jensen and Skeff in P16. Sam Fleming and Finley Rhodes rounds off your 9th row on the grid, followed by Petty, Walsh, Manzi, Goldsworthy, Dixon and Zach Andrew down to P24 with Isaac Garth, Felix Sheldon Hayward, Eli Owen, Carter Jackson and Daggle Thor Sigurdsson in P29 on row 15 of the grids. So just waiting for the roar of the Intermax engines to get going and out onto the grid for the final time. The hills are packed here with spectators, mechanics, teams, friends, family to watch this final race unfold here at Rowrah before the big journey home this evening. And some drivers might be happier than others as to how they'll be leaving this part of the UK in the Kart Championship for round 4, and the points total they've taken with them, but I can hear the Intermax karts coming round, and there they are indeed, coming out of Parc Fermé for the final time this weekend. And Max Abrahart will be very much hoping to keep this strong performance going that he has showed in the last race, and that he's had really, not just here at the Kart Championship, but right across karting in 2026. Struggled in the mixed conditions, has to be said, earlier on, but when it got back to the dry conditions, had that experience of some more track time around Rowrah here. It was hook, line and sinker for him, and nothing too much to worry about there. But Max Abrahart next to Jensen Sale, these two formidable opponents going head to head, the likes of Birmingham, Davidson as well. And Jay Birmingham on the right hand side there, and Jensen Sale on the left in the 140. You can see Jensen Skeff in the 137 as well, been out in Genk recently, as we talked about on the paddock show, getting some European experience. Plenty of bumping going on at the start of this final race of the day for Intermax. Are we going racing? Yes, we are. We are underway into the chicane for the final time this weekend of a race start. Max Abrahart leads us in and around the first couple of corners, into hairpin 1, into McRae's, and down towards Airedale's for the first time in this one. Defensive posture already from the KR Sport machine of Lewis Herbertson down in P6. Felt like he needed to just hug the middle of the track there and make his kart a little bit bigger. But it's Abrahart followed by Jay Birmingham. Sale at the start of this race, and finding their way through Paddock Bend and crossing the line for the very first time. It is Abrahart ahead of Birmingham, Sale, Phillipson, Davidson, Lewis Herbertson, Aaron Rigg, Adam Bart, William Moore and Freddie Blackshaw is your top 10 right now. Abrahart getting out very wide, Jay Birmingham on the back and ready to pounce in Intermax of who can claim, I feel like, one of the most prestigious trophies of the weekend. If you can win around Rowrah and conquer this, all of the undulation, the technicalities to it, the straight line speed, kind of the all-round performance you need from your karts, and a really great camber setup to get some great turning off the front axle and have the kart really balanced and stable even into the first chicane here, into the first turn. Being able to ride the curbs a little bit as well. All of those things, if you can conquer all of that, it's going to feel pretty good taking home this trophy today. But can Jay Birmingham challenge Max Abrahart out in front at all? And Jay finds himself in a position there, or he did find himself in a position, but he doesn't anymore because Jensen Sale is up into second. Before this weekend, Birmingham's had results in the likes of P8. He was penalised, unfortunately, in the last round at Whilton Mill at a P15 he finished. So sitting here in third will feel pretty good right now, but being so close to the front and having that opportunity, it might feel even more bittersweet that what could have been passed by. But Abrahart here already starting to build a gap of some description, and that is at least, I would say, a second now ahead of Jensen Sale. So these three here, they've got to either decide to work together or they're going to have their own scrap here, and Max Abrahart is going to have it all of his own way out front. And Lewis Cacaldi getting lots of support. On the live chat in our 13th place man at the moment. And getting through. Do you know what? Oh no, forget that thought. There's a thought. No, so I was just gonna say I thought a driver was missing though, but it's very much I think still involved in the race. And there is Abrahart, 8 minutes ahead plus 1 lap. It was rather 8 minutes on the clock and 1 lap ahead. He is a second ahead of Jensen Sale there in the green, and the gap increasing all the more. It looks like Abrahart is going to be having this race all to himself, because there's not much of a challenge being put up by the 3 drivers behind at the moment. And it looks like it's going to stay that way going forward into the final stages of this race. Yep. Jay Birmingham then chasing after Jensen Sale, who's almost building a little bit of a gap for himself. He is, I would say, maybe starting to pull away from these 2 behind here, but he might want at least someone to work with. Although if he's not up to the, in his opinion, the pace that he needs from them, Jensen's going to go out there and have to do it himself. That's a nice move up the inside from Alfie Phillipson on Jay Birmingham. So he's coming through the field now, is Phillipson, and has had a track record of doing that in finals in the races this year. I can remember visions of the same kind of thing at Whilton Mill, certainly at PF as well. And he's doing the same thing here, is Alfie. How long will it take him to catch after Jensen Sale in front, which is about a 1.2 second gap between them right now. And just final between. I was a bit confused. So I'm pretty sure Eddie Duncan in the Intermax was qualifying pretty well in the last few races, but we're not seeing him in this final of the race. So I don't know what's happened to Eddie Duncan, because he races in the Intermax, but he has no part in this race, unfortunately. If we can find out before the end of our coverage today, I'll definitely let you know, but I'm sure it wouldn't be for any unjustifiable reason. Max Abrahart with 5 minutes on the clock ahead of Jensen Sale there, and these 2 on screen racing further back down towards 8th place. This is William Moore and Hamish Gordon, and William Moore gets very close towards the back of Hamish Gordon, who wasn't very happy how William just kind of seemed to cut across there and find himself in a place that was a bit difficult for the driver behind. But here is Phillipson. He's reeling in Jensen Sale. Jensen Sale is, well, kind of sort of reeling in Abrahart, but it's kind of, the gap's increasing a little bit more than he would like. We're in the 48s here for our runners. Max Abrahart in a 48.7. Jensen Sale doing a 10th.5 slower on that best time at the moment. Has no answer to those 2. Here we go again with William Moore trying to make some more progress through the field. And I think he was doing that pretty well. There he is. And then further down, Hamish Gordon's dropped right down the field. I think he's dropped behind Adam Barton, Freddie Blackshaw, down towards P11 as a result of William trading places. Oh, and that is... Oh, they're going to be so careful. The kart getting caught out there between those two. I was trying to see who tagged. It looks like one of the... It looked like one of the Coles racing machines further back, and that is not what we want to see in the final stages of a weekend. Really gutted for Finley Rhodes of Maxim Motorsport taking to the side of the road. Meanwhile, we'll cut back to the battle here for best of the rest, really. I'm trying to look further down the grid. All of our Intermax runners with 3 minutes on the clock. There you go, picking up our 14th position. And up to 12th now is Jensen Skeff. Further back for Ultimate Art. In the midfield at the moment, and probably enjoyed himself a lot, to be honest. He's had a very exciting week. As I said, out in Europe, in Genk, as we see a switchback move on the outside between those three drivers there. Couldn't quite make out who it was. There's Abrahart though, there's Sale, there's Philipson trying to chase after him, and this gap is extending all the more. Jensen's helmet might be ice cool, but Max Abrahart has got all the fire to keep that at bay, and then some. Coming into the Abrahart is having a Sunday drive out there right now, and Jensen Sale does not have any answers as much as he's trying, and can see him ahead in front. The gap is over 2 seconds now as Abrahart pops over the curb of the Stuart S's and through St John's, and then through to Sunny Bend and up towards the paddock bend. You can see how visible that gap is just by the curve as they come across the start-finish line again. It's another 10.5 gained for Jensen Sale, for Max Abrahart over Jensen Sale, and using all of the road perfectly. This is a masterclass from Max Abrahart once again, showing that those earlier wobbles earlier on in the weekend in the mixed conditions, this is where he is really thriving, and he's come into his own, retuned in and wired in to Rowrah. Has been finding many a fan in British karting for the British Kart Championship, but also for the Ultimate Kart Championship, also here in the Kart Championship at Rowrah this weekend. And some amazing track time for him. Talking of track time, that's not looking like some good track time for Ayrton Galsworthy. Oh, unfortunately, out of this race to the side of the road, and won't be probably taking any further part in the racing weekend here at Rowrah, as we get onto, and the clock ticking down to 0. We'll be on to our final lap shortly. This is Philipson, meanwhile, trying to chase after Jensen Sale. There's our race leader, Max Abrahart, and he's going to take us around for the final lap of the weekend here at Rowrah. And barring some miracle, he is going to take victory here ahead of Jensen Sale, who hasn't really put a foot wrong himself, to be honest. He's done everything he can. He just cannot match the pace of Abrahart out front, which is for around a 2.4 second gap now, and showing why he deserves to have some respect on his name. One to watch. He's been getting podiums in the British Kart Championship. He's been getting podiums at the Ultimate Kart Championship. But hey, he might just go a little better this weekend, because he's going to come round the final corner and he's going to take victory here at the Kart Championship. Max Abrahart wins Intermax for round 4 at Rowrah. followed by Jensen Sale. Can be really, really happy with that for his championship challenge. P2 is nothing to be sniffed at. Phillipson, Jay Birmingham, Lewis Herbertson, Aaron Rigg, William Moore, Hamish Gordon, Annenbar, Logan Stanley Jones, Isaac Garth. Further down the order, in P11 it's Freddie Blackshaw, Manzi, Fleming, Skeff, Cacaldi, Phoenix Shelton Hayward, Sam Dixon, Dexter Petty, Ethan Lloyd and Jamie Walsh down to P20. And confirmation of our provisional results there. Down to Jensen Skeff in P14. And then the rest of our runners down past P20, Isaac Garth, Zach Andrew, Carter Jackson, Daggerthor Sigerson, Finley Rhodes, Ayrton Galsworthy and Drew Davidson in P27. Rounds off all of your runners for today and our final race here at round 4 of the Kart Championship in Cumbria. We have really, really enjoyed coming up to this corner of the UK once again for one of the most glorious tracks in British karting, and we have crowned many a new champion and many new trophies to hand out here from a challenging circuit all weekend, mixed weather conditions, but we have really, really enjoyed your company. We hope you've enjoyed the racing action as well. We will be back very soon, actually, with not much of a gap between now and round 5 for Shennington, which is when we'll be next in store for more racing action and getting towards the real crunch point of the Kart Championship season. Many points still up for grabs, many a stake claimed here at Rowrah this weekend before we go to Whilton Mill for our final round, our double header at Whilton Mill later on in 2026 towards September. But here at Rowrah, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the action this weekend along with the whole Alpha Live team here as well. It's myself, Jake Peach, signing off for another incredible weekend of the Kart Championship action. We'll see you next time.